Chapter 51:17. It seems that when Zhang Jian came to the third level, Taoist Duobao was still recovering his strength in my Linling universe, so Zhang Jian missed him. However, the stars of the 9 universes? Linling's eyes flashed. So far, he had met a few of the 9 universes' stars orthodoxies: Ning Qingxin, Young Master Ming, God of the Underworld, Son of Light, and so on. These people were all famous people, or the reincarnation of powerful gods, but Zhang Jian was different. He seemed to have a very ordinary origin. Maybe it's because his origin is ordinary that he wants to make a name for himself. So the world's will hosts are his targets. Among my friends, the world's will hosts are the most, so he has his eyes on me. He thought I was on the 4th level, so he entered the 4th level. If he couldn't find me, he would definitely make things difficult for the Yellow Emperor and the others. Linling muttered to himself, then looked at Taoist Tianluo in his hand. Taoist Tianluo looked at Linling in fear, as if he was afraid that Linling would kill him. However, Linling sneered and didn't kill Taoist Tianluo. Instead, he pushed Taoist Tianluo into the ground, leaving only his head outside. Then he ignored him. Taoist Tianluo had been crippled by Linling. If no one saved him, he wouldn't be able to come out. Of course, in order to prevent Taoist Tianluo from dying, Linling also asked people to feed him some sweet dew every day to maintain his life. No, you can't do this. Taoist Tianluo was buried in the ground, screaming in pain, but he couldn't resist. The gods in the distance shivered and looked at Linling in fear, not daring to say a word. From now on, the Ocean Holy City is in your hands. How about it? Linling looked at everyone with a smile. Okay, the city will live if you die. No, the city will die if you die. The gods quickly smiled. Now that they had made a blood oath, how could they resist Linling? Even if they didn't make a blood oath, they didn't dare to have any objections because Linling could kill them immediately. Thank you. Linling waved his hand slightly and led Taoist Duobao and the others into the Ocean Holy City. At this moment, there were many gods in the city. They had paid the money to enter the city to cultivate. They had witnessed Linling's tyrannical suppression of the gods, so they didn't dare to say a word. Senior Linling. When Taoist Tianluo walked out, they were afraid that Lin would treat them as rebels and kill them. Linling glanced around and frowned slightly. He did not expect there to be so many people in the city. Senior. With just one glance, everyone was shocked and didn't dare to raise their heads. Old Monster Linling was a formidable person who dared to exterminate the Silvermoon clan. Taoist Duobao. Was that Taoist Dao? Was that Dao Bao? At that moment, Taoist Duobao explained. His explanation caused everyone to heave a sigh of relief, and they finally dared to sneak a glance at Linling. Soon after, they discovered that Linling remained indifferent and continued forward. They were finally relieved. You have taken care of the Ocean Holy City very well. This was the second time Linling had been here. The first time was when he was being chased by the Silvermoon clan. Now he had a good look at the Holy City of the Ocean. He had to admit that the Holy City of the Ocean was well managed by the Silvermoon clan. It was very reasonable. After the Yellow Emperor and the others took over, they didn't need to change anything. They just needed to collect money and cultivate. Linling, that was the Silvermoon Palace. After we entered the city, we obtained a lot of treasures. The Yellow Emperor and the others used them to cultivate. It seems to be the Silvermoon clan's collection. That is the holy water well. It is formed by the essence of the sea. A drop of it takes 10,000 years. It took a lot of time to form the holy water well. That is the sea fog land. You can comprehend the great law of the universe there. I heard that it is the closest place to the Grand Mist Aura. Linling walked while Taoist Duobao introduced the place. Grand Mist Aura? Linling nodded. He already knew that there was Grand Mist Aura under the city of myriad gods. Because of this Grand Mist Aura, the cultivation speed in the city of myriad gods was very fast. He suddenly stopped and stared at the coast. He saw that it was a cliff. There was a sea aura pervading the air. Standing there, he could see very far. The blue sea seemed to be in his eyes. The scenery here was very beautiful. That is the sea fog land. Taoist Duobao pointed to the distance and said when he saw Linling stop. Lin Ling nodded and walked to the cliff. Suddenly, a strange feeling spread throughout his body. He looked at the sea aura that was constantly forming whirlpools. It was as if he was watching the birth of a universe. It was a very strange feeling. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling's universe appeared around him. It was as if it had merged with the sea. I can really comprehend the great laws of the universe here. Lin Ling was shocked. After sensing carefully, he discovered that the sea was emitting 5-colored mist, evaporating into the sky like water vapor. This seemed to be weak grand mist aura. After all, if the grand mist aura was too strong, ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. And this 5-colored mist couldn't be detected by ordinary people. Only Lin Ling, who had 6 universes, could sense it. It can upgrade my universe. Lin Ling quickly fused his Lin Ling's universe with the sea. Gradually, he discovered that the grand mist aura was forming whirlpools. Although they were simple whirlpools, they seemed to contain the laws of the universe. This was an indescribable feeling. Lin Ling was like a sponge, crazily absorbing the laws of the universe. Even if he couldn't comprehend them, he would deeply remember them and bring them into his Lin Ling's universe. Lin Ling's universe was also gradually becoming stronger. Originally, Lin Ling had upgraded his universe in the Supreme Taoist Temple. However, that place only strengthened the universe itself. It didn't increase the attack and defense. But here, Lin Ling's universe was constantly getting stronger. Most importantly, its attack and defense were getting stronger. Time quietly passed. Gradually that feeling faded. Lin Ling finally opened his eyes and looked forward again. He discovered that he could see even further. It was as if the entire sea was in his eyes. He knew that the grand mist aura could no longer block his vision. This is really a good place. Lin Ling smiled. Suddenly, he felt that there were so many cities in the city of myriad gods. Every city had grand mist aura. What if he could comprehend all of them? Thinking of this, he stood up and went to find Taoist myriad treasures to bid farewell to them. Lin Ling, you're leaving? And Yuer and the others were obviously reluctant to part with him. Lin Ling immediately looked at them with guilt. After all, he hadn't returned for many years. It was rare for him to come back, but he was cultivating. He didn't accompany them at all. How about this? I'll leave tomorrow. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and finally said with a smile. Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone was incomparably happy. That night, the Oceanic Saint City was extremely lively. A banquet was held. All kinds of wine, meat, and food were free. The Oceanic Saint City didn't even charge any fees. Anyone could enter, and it was free for 3 consecutive days. Chapter 51:18. Enjoying and cultivating at the same time. This was an incomparably rare opportunity. Therefore, people joined in the lively banquet, and more people came to the holy city of the ocean. The holy city of the ocean was heavily guarded. Usually, gods only needed to enter carefully, but at this moment it welcomed an unprecedented bustle. Haha, come, everyone drink. The streets were full of people. Lin Ling stood on the highest building, looked at the densely packed people, and picked up his wine glass. In the past, every time he went back to Ancestor Taiyan, he would hold a banquet with the purpose of livening up the atmosphere. This was the first time he did this in the Dao Tower. Although he didn't know these people, as long as they were happy it was fine. As for holding a banquet, it was also a kind of recognition of victory. After risking their lives and returning from a hard battle, how could it be so simple? Only after being happy would they have the motivation to fight again. Haha. Sakura and the others were also incomparably happy. They drank with Lin Ling, and then accompanied the unfamiliar gods to drink. Lin Ling. And Yuer and the others seized the hard-won time to accompany Lin Ling. Lin Ling kept drinking wine, and at the same time he also talked to Guang Qingzi and the others, bringing them wine and food. Everyone was happy. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Ling noticed that his power of belief was constantly increasing. This made him a little surprised because he found that these beliefs came from some gods in the holy city of the ocean. Although not every god was born with beliefs, as long as they were born with beliefs, their beliefs would not be weak. This is also possible? Lin Ling was speechless for a while, and then no longer paid attention to it. After all, in such a happy occasion, The matter of cultivation should be thrown aside. The banquet lasted until midnight, and then Linling also said goodbye to everyone and accompanied An'Yuer and the others. An'Yuer and the others had rarely been by Linling's side since their resurrection. Today Linling greatly satisfied them. The feeling of being alive is so good. Perhaps it was because of these happy and relaxed moments, but Linling also cherished these days very much. This was also the motivation that kept him alive every time he was on the brink of death in battle. In other words, this might also be his belief. The night passed quietly. Linling didn't sleep at all. He kept talking to An'Yuer. When he woke up, An'Yuer, Xianyuan, and the others all helped Linling put on his clothes and combed his white hair. Linling, go. The Yellow Emperor and the others are waiting for you on the 4th level. Go and help them. An'Yuer and the others all knew why Linling wanted to leave. Linling nodded and kissed each of his wives on their foreheads. Then he continued on his journey. This time, Linling felt that the battle wouldn't be too far away, because he was getting closer and closer to the top of the Dao Tower. He didn't leave the 3rd level. Instead, he went to other cities to find ways to improve Linling's comprehension of the universe. Your Excellency, you must be someone, Lin. Let me borrow your cities. After arriving at the cities of myriad gods, Linling didn't line up according to the rules. Instead, he flew directly to the top of the city and said indifferently, Your Excellency, how dare you? You think you can borrow just because you want to? Wait, are you that old monster, Linling? At first, the city of myriad gods owners were dissatisfied. However, after seeing Linling clearly, their faces changed. How could they dare to stop him? Haha, so it's Sage Lin. How affectionate. These city lords were all powerful. They personally came out to greet Linling, casually exchanged some pleasantries with them. Then he began to search for the grand mist aura in the city. However, the grand mist aura emitted from each city was different. Therefore Linling's harvest was different. Even Linling didn't dare to get too close to some of the grand mist aura in the cities of myriad gods. Later, he realized that it was difficult to comprehend, so he could only give up. In this way, Linling visited many of the cities of myriad gods on the 3rd level. Under constant comprehension, Linling's universe transformed again and became a 5-realm universe. A 5-realm universe, which meant that Linling could bring 50% of the invincible power of Linling's universe into other universes. Unknowingly, Linling's universe had become his second trump card after the Sword of Faith. With this universe, Linling was confident that he would be invincible even in the middle stage of the Saint Universe Giant God. At this moment, no one in the Sacred Ocean City didn't know about the appearance of the old monster Linling. They were all confused. Did Linling go to the 4th level? With one real and one illusory, they didn't dare to touch the Sacred Ocean City. After all, Linling was too elusive. On this day, Linling finally decided to leave the cities of myriad gods. Before leaving, he went to find the 12-winged sun god. Linling, you're finally here. The 12-winged sun god was very happy to see Linling, because she knew that Linling was finally going to leave. She smiled as she looked at the white-haired man. She subconsciously thought of Linling, whom she had met in the 2nd level. At that time, Linling had been very ordinary. He had fought against the 4 Dao realm emperors. However, when they reached the 3rd level, this man had become even more terrifying. He became stronger, killed Yin Wangguang, annihilated the Silver Moon clan, and stirred up a bloody storm in the Chaos realm. All of this was unbelievable. One could imagine how terrifying Linling's future would be. Linling is worthy of being the host of the world's will. He is as dazzling as the other hosts of the world's will, and the 9 stars of the universe. Perhaps he is also the most promising man to overthrow the middle and later stages of the Dao Pagoda. The 12-winged sun god thought. Why didn't you leave? You can't be waiting for me, right? Linling didn't know what the 12-winged sun god was thinking and asked with a smile. Yes, I'm waiting for you. Do you believe it? The 12-winged sun god tucked her long golden hair behind her ears and said with a smile. Let's go to the 4th level of the Dao Pagoda together. The Son of Light told me that in order to repay you, I must personally take you to the 4th level of the Dao Pagoda. Oh. Linling was a little surprised and asked. The Son of Light went to the 4th level of the Dao Pagoda. Now, the Son of Light should be on the 5th level of the Tao Pagoda, fighting with the various god clans. The 12-winged sun god explained. Now, the gods of all eras are attacking the top of the Tao Pagoda, including the oldest rulers of the Chaos Realm. Before us, many ancient gods had already entered the Tao Pagoda. They spent countless years to pass through the 5th level of the Tao Pagoda, and gradually created their own forces, as if they were the rulers of the world. If we want to pass through these places, we must overthrow those ancient gods, and they are the 12 god clans. Only by overthrowing them and replacing them can we reach the top of the Tao Pagoda. Chapter 51:19. These 12 clans are the Decaying Race, the Solar God Race, the Silver Moon Race, the Ya Race, the Divine Ox Race, the Universe's number 1 Toad Race, the Giant God Race, the Fengshui Race, and the Mountain Pushing Gang. The 12-winged Yang God introduced them. Lin Ling was slightly shocked. The Solar God Race is also one of them? That's right. In fact, these 12 clans are the oldest and most ancestral races in the universe. Any cultivation ability and divine embryo are more or less related to them because they were born along with the universe. Now, we know that there are actually 9 clans, and there are 3 clans that even we don't know because they are already in the second half of the Tao Pagoda, and are preventing anyone from approaching. The 12-winged Yang God continued. Lin Ling sucked in a cold breath. Even you don't know which 3 clans they are? The 12-winged Yang God shook his head. Because they are all the oldest clans, we really don't know. Therefore, if you want to reach the top of the Tao Pagoda, you must surpass these ancestors. Okay, I understand. Lin Ling nodded. He felt that the competition in the second half of the Tao Pagoda would be extremely fierce. The powerful gods would definitely be as bright as fireworks and their names would shake the era. At this moment, the will of the world did not seem to be the number 1 enemy. Let's go. Lin Ling looked at the 12-winged Yang God. The latter nodded and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, with your current strength, 90% of the people on the 4th floor of the Tao Pagoda are no match for you. You already have the qualifications to enter the 5th floor of the Tao Pagoda. 90%? Lin Ling secretly shook his head. After returning from the Chaos Realm, he had upgraded 2 of his trump cards. One was the Sword of Faith, and the other was the Lin Ling Universe. According to this calculation, he should be an invincible existence on the 4th floor of the Tao Pagoda. Follow me. The 12-winged Yang God led Lin Ling forward, and arrived at a mountain range. Then the 12-winged Yang God took out the Tao Realm fragment, and handed it to Lin Ling. If one wanted to go to the next floor, the Tao Realm fragment was indispensable. However, for gods, the Tao Realm shard was no longer of much help. The treasures that could be exchanged for in the celestial realm were also not enough for cultivation. After all, after reaching the rank of giant gods of the universe, it was extremely difficult to advance by a whole realm. Lin Ling felt a sensation that he hadn't felt in a long time. Then he realized that his body was dispersing, turning into specks of yellow essence. Like sunlight, they floated towards the sky. When he came to his senses again, Lin Ling's body began to reassemble. They had arrived at the 4th level. A gust of fresh air rushed over. Lin Ling raised his head to look, and discovered that the biggest feature of this place was the green mountains and clear waters. What he could see was actually an ancient mountain range, and these mountain ranges were verdant and lush, hazy and misty, very ethereal. This is the 4th floor. The voice of the 12-winged Yang God came from the side. In the hazy fog, the 12-winged Yang God's delicate body was alluring, like a goddess of a generation. The Yellow Emperor and the others are here too? Lin Ling asked. He discovered that in the distance in the mountain range, there were all kinds of powerful auras hidden. This level did not seem simple. They're all here. Lin Ling, I've already brought you here. Next, I'm going to the Solar God Race. After you're done with your task, you must come find us. We'll take you to the 5th floor. The 12-winged Yang God said. Actually, under the leadership of the Sun God, our Solar God race had already dominated the second half of the world. Later, the Sun God and the Decay God fought, and the Sun God was defeated. The Child of Light took over the Solar God race, so he opened from the 1st floor. Let's move forward. Okay. Lin Ling nodded and said goodbye to the 12-winged Yang God. The 12-winged Yang god glanced at Lin Ling, and finally left. With Lin Ling's current strength, she was not worried about Lin Ling's safety. Lin Ling walked forward alone, then took out a sound transmission talisman to inform the Yellow Emperor and the others. However, this place was too big, and with the fog in the sky, Lin Ling could only roughly tell the direction. Along the ancient mountain range, the journey was peaceful. However, after a long time, divine power fluctuations began to appear in front of him, and deafening sounds could be heard. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He could see that there was a great battle in the mountain range ahead, but he shook his head and did not plan to pay attention to it. He wanted to leave. However, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It was the primordial aura. This piqued Lin Ling's curiosity. He took a step forward and walked towards the mountain range. Not long after, he saw an ancient pond with a radius of a few hundred meters in front of several majestic mountains. The ancient pond was filled with frost mist, and a huge demonic dragon was floating. Now the demon dragon's entire body was green, and its body was covered in moss. The dragon's upper body was above the ancient pond, and its lower body was below the ancient pond. It was very terrifying. And beside the ancient pond, several figures were still in a state of battle, staring at the demon dragon with solemn expressions. They were gasping for breath, and their bodies were covered in injuries. It seemed that they had just experienced a great battle. Looking at the ground, it was extremely messy, and there were traces of blood. On the other hand, the demon dragon above the ancient pond was unscathed. Its cold eyes stared at the gods with disdain. Attack! The gods shouted angrily. They unleashed their full power and joined forces to suppress the demon dragon again. They were all giant gods of the Saint Realm, and two of them were even middle-stage giant gods of the Saint Realm. However, their combined strength was no match for the demon dragon. Hung Long Long. Any powerful attacks that rushed toward the ancient pond turned into nothingness. Not only was the demon dragon unscathed, but the water of the ancient pond did not even move a bit. "Look at my universe," roared a powerful old man as he activated his universe to suppress the ancient pond. Hung Long Long. With a loud boom, the universe crashed into the ancient pond, but it was torn apart. The old man's universe, which was originally 8 worlds, was forcibly destroyed into 9 worlds. What? The old man retreated several steps. Although the destruction of the universe would not injure him, he could not help but feel a pang of pain in his heart. After all, the improvement of the universe was much harder than the improvement of one's realm. "Teacher, why can't we hurt the demon dragon at all? Is it because of the primordial energy?" That's right. The primordial energy is known as the most mysterious energy of the universe, and it has been refined by the demon dragon. That's why it can block our attacks. Unless we have the power to cut through everything, we can't hurt it. Then we won't be able to get that bead. These gods all had anxious looks on their faces. Roar. At this moment, the demon dragon floating above the ancient pond let out a loud roar and spat out a black bead. The moment this bead came out, a gust of strong wind blew, causing the gods to sway unsteadily. The terrifying thing was that the strong wind could not blow them away. Their bodies were disappearing piece by piece, as though they were being corroded. "Teacher," someone shouted with difficulty. "Everyone, unleash your godly power." Chapter 51:20. This dragon pearl is interesting. However, at this moment, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded. Then the old man and the others saw a white-haired man walk over. He actually ignored the demonic wind and walked step by step toward the ancient pond. "Little friend, be careful." Seeing this, the old man instinctively shouted because he knew that the demonic dragon had the primordial energy protecting its body. Ordinary attacks were completely ineffective against it. "Madman!" The others' pupils constricted because they saw the white-haired man walk toward the ancient pond just like that. What else could it be but a madman? Roar. At the same time, the giant demonic dragon also saw the white-haired man. It let out a low roar, its voice full of disdain. It already had intelligence, and could sense that the white-haired man's cultivation level was even lower than the others. With such strength, he dared to court death? It didn't attack the white-haired man. Instead, it urged the demonic wind with all its might to attack the gods. In its opinion, It should first kill the gods, and then deal with this little god. At this moment, the white-haired man finally arrived in front of the ancient pond. He jumped up and grabbed with his hand. Everyone saw Lin Ling's action, and their eyes widened. Little friend. The old man almost cursed it out loud. The white-haired man probably saw that the black pearl was a treasure, and wanted to take it for himself. However, he didn't see it. Previously, their combined attacks couldn't break through the primordial energy, let alone the white-haired man who just grabbed it. Do you really think it's a fruit on the roadside that you can pick as you please? Pa. However, before they could cry out in alarm, the white-haired man had already grabbed the dragon pearl in his hand. His hand directly passed through the primordial energy as if it could ignore it. Roar. The demonic dragon also roared loudly when it sensed that the dragon pearl had been taken away. However, the most terrifying thing was that the white-haired man's hand turned into a knife. With a light slash, the connection between the dragon pearl and the demonic dragon was severed. Roar. 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 The demonic dragon roared 3 times in a row. Its huge body fell down as if it had lost all its strength. Looking at the other gods, they all escaped at this moment as if they had just survived a disaster. After all, if the white-haired man hadn't suddenly seized the dragon pearl, they might have all died here. He actually ignored the primordial energy. After they escaped, they all looked at the white-haired man in shock. The white-haired man ignored them. He held the dragon pearl and sized it up. Sometimes he stroked it, and sometimes he held the dragon pearl to look at the sky. The hidden power of the dragon pearl seemed unable to escape his eyes. The white-haired man was Lin Ling. Previously, Huang Xiaolong could ignore the Grand Mist Aura mainly because he had comprehended the Grand Mist Aura many times in the City of Myriad Gods. Thus he had already come into contact with some weak Grand Mist Aura. Whereas this Dragon Pearl's Grand Mist Aura was very weak, it naturally couldn't stop him. Of course, besides his ability to disregard primordial energy, the energy of faith possessed the might to slash through everything. As for this Dragon Pearl, it could not be considered a precious treasure, but it was still extremely rare. This was because it contained an incomparably powerful energy, and was very suitable for cultivation. Most importantly, it contained a strand of primordial energy. That feeling was similar to the Chaos Gems. Of course, it was much weaker than the Chaos Gems. If I want to open the 9th Dantian, I'll definitely need a lot of energy. In addition, I also need energy for my breakthrough. I'll collect these treasures first. Lin Ling put away the dragon pearl and left. The gods stared at Lin Ling with their mouths agape. They couldn't see through Lin Ling at all. However, they immediately looked at the demonic dragon. Seeing that the demonic dragon was on the verge of death, they hurriedly rushed over to kill it and obtain the treasures on its body. Although these treasures were very precious, they were only ordinary to Lin Ling. Now Lin Ling's cultivation not only depended on quantity, but also quality. Let's go and thank that Lord. After the old man collected the demonic dragon's treasures, his eyes looked into the distance and rushed over with the crowd. While the old man was flying, his eyes were constantly flickering. The image of the white-haired young man appeared in his mind, and then his face quietly changed. Senior, wait. The old man's disciples saw Lin Ling and shouted. Lin Ling frowned slightly, but he still stopped in his tracks. Senior, thank you for saving our lives. After the gods caught up with Lin Ling, they all cupped their hands and bowed to Lin Ling. Your Excellency, these are my disciples. Thank you for your help. The old man also smiled politely at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly. In the first 3 floors of the Dao Pagoda, the gods were prey to the strong. It seemed that the 4th floor was much easier to talk to. Of course, Lin Ling was not a greenhorn. He wouldn't treat others as close friends just because they said a few polite words. No need to thank me. I'm just interested in the dragon pearl. So even without you, I would have competed for it. Lin Ling replied with a smile. Anyway, thank you, Lord. The old man was still very polite. He suddenly asked, Are you alone? We are quite familiar with the 4th floor of the Dao Pagoda. Is there anything we can help you with? Hearing this, Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, I'm looking for someone called the Yellow Emperor. Do you know him? Although he was still wary of these people, Lin Ling still asked casually. It's Senior Yellow Emperor. The old man's disciples were immediately overjoyed and hurriedly looked at the old man. The old man smiled and nodded. So it's fellow Taoist Yellow Emperor. Not only do we know him, but we are also very familiar with him. If you want to find him, we can take you there as repayment for saving our lives. Okay, thank you. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He was glad that he could meet an acquaintance of the Yellow Emperor. Lin Ling followed the old man and the others. Along the way, they kept talking. Through the conversation, Lin Ling gradually became sure that these people did indeed know the Yellow Emperor. This was because they mentioned the Yellow Emperor's characteristics and even mentioned the Emperor Shun and the others. Along the way, other than mountains, there were more mountains. Through the old man's introduction, Lin Ling learned that flying too high in the 4th floor was not allowed because there was a lot of primordial energy. Moreover, flying too high was also very dangerous. There were many powerful demonic dragons on the 4th floor, and there were many of them. They were comparable to peak Saint Stage universe gods. But other than that, there was nothing else. However, the path from the 4th floor to the 5th floor was very difficult to find. One had to use a Tao realm fragment at the corresponding location. Not long after, the old man flew down and looked around. There were also endless mountains here, but there were 8 mountains in the surroundings. The most amazing thing was that they were all exactly the same, and they surrounded everyone in the middle. Haha, Lin Ling, you've been fooled. The old man's expression suddenly changed, and he roared. The situation suddenly changed, and the old man's disciples were unable to react. They all looked at the old man in shock. Master, this. He is the old monster Lin Ling, the one who annihilated the Silvermoon clan. He just came here from the 3rd floor. The old man's expression was ferocious as he retreated with his disciples. Looking at them, even Lin Ling was very surprised. However, he did not care about the old man because he realized that a large number of gods had suddenly appeared on the 8 mountains in the surroundings. Chapter 51-21. Ha, old monster Lin Ling, how have you been? Several hundred gods were standing on top of the 8 enormous mountain peaks. What was terrifying was that all of them had the strength of middle-stage universe giant gods at the Saint realm. There was even a late-stage Saint universe giant god overseeing each mountain peak. At this moment, they were all sneering at Lin Ling, who was standing in the middle of the mountain range. They were all clear about Lin Ling. He came from the 3rd level of the Tao Tower, and had once annihilated the Silvermoon clan. Even Yin Wanguang had died at his hands. Moreover, this Lin Ling was being targeted by many big shots. Someone had issued a bounty for Lin Ling if he came to the Tao Tower. The reward for killing Lin Ling on the 4th level was generous. To be able to attract the attention of so many gods, I thought Lin Ling was some kind of 3-headed and 6-armed fellow. But it turns out that he is just a middle-stage King Universe giant god. Yes, it seems that this reward will belong to none other than us. The 8 late-stage Saint Universe giant gods on the mountain peaks were all smiling. They looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of disdain. Who would have thought that Lin Ling was so much weaker than the rumors? What's going on? So many gods have gathered together. I heard that they are besieging a person called Lin Ling. Old monster Lin Ling. I heard that many people on the 4th level want to kill him. In the distance, the gods passing by were also discussing spiritedly. Soon after, a mocking smile appeared on their faces. How could Lin Ling be a match for these gods? This was because they had already recognized quite a number of famous gods with a single glance. That is Old Monster Copper Mountain. He is extremely famous on the 4th level. I heard that when he first arrived, all the mountain peaks were destroyed by him. He fought with 19 mountain masters for a year, and defeated them all in the end. Other than Old Monster Copper Mountain, that is Great God Hengshan. I heard that his universe has reached 7 realms. He was once attacked by 49 mountain masters for 3 years and was fine. What? 7 by 7, 49 mountain chieftains, and they are being surrounded and attacked? As they conversed, quite a few people sucked in a breath of cold air. The mountain masters represented the masters of the great mountains in the 4th layer. They had occupied this place for many years, and had always been searching for the path to the 5th layer. Their strength was incomparably powerful. Furthermore, being besieged by 49 mountain lords, he was only defending and not attacking. How could an ordinary person have such strength? This was enough to show just how strong God Hengshan's cosmic defense was. Just a single one of these powerful gods was terrifying enough, but now they were all gathered here. At this moment, no one believed that Lin Ling could still be alive. Master, why did you betray Lin Ling? The old man left with his disciples, but his disciples were very dissatisfied. After all, Lin Ling saved them. What can we do? Lin Ling offended the Rotten Race and the Silver Moon clan. Someone from above has already issued a warrant for his arrest. On top of that, there is also a great being called Zhang Jian who is looking for Lin Ling. This great being's strength is heaven-defying, and he can defeat 90% of the gods on the fourth layer. However, the middle-stage universe giant gods are no match for him. Even the late-stage universe giant gods are no match for him. Even if we don't betray Lin Ling will die sooner or later. Why don't we let Lin Ling get away with it? The old man sighed. But his disciples still couldn't bear it. This wasn't because they were good people. Generally, the gods who could appear in the Tao Pagoda basically had their lives in their hands. It was because they were more principled. After all, Lin Ling had saved them, yet they betrayed Lin Ling. It was against their principles. Of course, although they couldn't bear it, when they saw so many great beings besieging Lin Ling, they knew that Lin Ling's momentum was gone. Teacher, who is that great being called Zhangjian? One of the disciples asked. It's normal for the Rotten Race and the Silver Moon clan to want to kill Lin Ling. They are qualified to do so, but where did Zhangjian get the qualifications to do so? This person is rumored to be one of the 9 great universe stars. His strength is only at the late-stage King Universe giant god level, but he has too much deity energy. He also controls all kinds of powerful forces. His strength is terrifying. The old man said. A late-stage King Universe giant god? All the disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling, you should obediently wait to be captured. If you wait for us to make a move, your soul might scatter. You can only dream of being resurrected in the underworld. Finally, a voice rang out. The one who spoke was a one-armed old man, and this person had the strength of a late-stage Saint Cosmos giant god. Lin Ling, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. The other 7 strongest gods were also speaking. Looking at the gods around the mountain peak, they were all looking at Lin Ling with contempt. Lin Ling was an incomparably famous old monster on the 3rd level, but he was only a newcomer on the 4th level. Lin Ling's gaze swept across all the gods, and he calmly said, Are you so confident that you can kill me? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering chickens and pottery dogs. The one-armed old man laughed, and his expression was full of arrogance. Now within the 8 great mountain ranges, there were actually 8 great universes. They were connected from head to tail, sealing off all paths of retreat. In addition, there were so many great beings present. Even if Lin Ling could fly, he wouldn't be able to fly anywhere. In terms of deity energy, they could crush Lin Ling. In terms of deity energy, they could crush Lin Ling. In terms of universe, they could crush Lin Ling. They were so confident. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes as he looked at them. Among this group of people, only the 8 of them were a little more powerful. The others were like paper. He lightly said, Who invited you? There's no harm in telling you. Before you came here, someone had already issued a reward. It was the Rotten Race and the Silver Moon Race. By the way, there was also a great being called Zhangjian. Of course, this person's name was unfamiliar, and the 4th level didn't give him face at all. However, this person is very strong. In less than a year, he defeated all the great beings on the 4th level. That's why everyone listens to him. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you're just a little god from the lower realm. How dare you provoke the Rotten Race and the Silver Moon Race? Let me tell you, this Tao Pagoda is very deep. Many ancient god races can scare you. The powerful gods crossed their arms and reprimanded Lin Ling. You're right. Lin Ling nodded. The 12 god races in the second half of the Tao Pagoda were indeed not something that Lin Ling could win against at present. Of course, this did not include the gods present. Since you know your limits, then just surrender and wait to be captured. Seeing Lin Ling nod, a god immediately sneered. It seemed that they could catch Lin Ling without much effort. Of course, Even if Lin Ling really wanted to resist, that was all. In their opinion, it would only take a little more time. With your mediocre skills, I don't think you can subdue me. At this time, Lin Ling spoke again. He was also ready to fight. What a big tone. The gods on the 8 sacred mountains were all angry. The gods who were watching a good show in the distance were very surprised because the gods on the 8 mountain peaks represented the strongest fighting strength on the 4th level. Although they were not invincible, there were definitely not many people stronger than them. This new little god Lin Ling, just one person, actually dared to speak such arrogant words. Chapter 51-22. Okay. A god holding a gigantic chained hammer flew out and swung it in midair, forming a fiery wheel that descended from the sky. Instantly, the sun, moon, stars, and space fragments appeared on the fiery wheel that he swung. It looked incomparably mighty. What power! He's a Saint Giant Universe god, but his power of god has already reached 10,000. The gods in the distance were all exclaiming. Generally speaking, an ordinary Saint Giant Universe god's power of god was 2,000, and the more powerful ones had 3,000. Every time they advanced by a major realm, their power of god would double, and the god holding the hammer was a universe god. Middle stage deity god, logically speaking, having 6,000 power of god was already not bad. But he had 10,000. It seemed that he had been stuck at this realm for many years, and his power of god was constantly increasing. Hong Long Long. The gigantic hammer, as though it was splitting the heavens and earth, descended from the sky and smashed the earth. Lin Ling looked up. Panga's true body was activated, and an ancient gust of wind gushed out from the surface of his body. The entire earth seemed to sink a little. Lin Ling's fist was sent flying into the sky. What? He actually dares to meet force with force. This Lin Ling seems to only have the power of a king-level giant universe god. I reckon that arm is going to be broken. Not only that, he's going to be smashed into a meat patty. Waves of exclamations rang out, and the eyes of the god controlling the hammer narrowed. Lin Ling was killed so easily? In his opinion, Lin Ling should be unwilling to be captured and should be trying his best to escape, avoiding his sharpness. However, if Lin Ling were to throw his life away, it would save them some time. However, if he wanted to smash Lin Ling to death with his hammer, could he do it? Lin Ling's current fleshly body was not something he could imagine. Hong Long Long. The seemingly small fist collided with the gigantic hammer in the sky, and an explosion rang out. The terrifying thing was that the gigantic hammer was actually blocked by a fist. That seemingly thin and weak fist seemed to have an indescribable power. Wang Wang. At the moment of collision, where the fist and the hammer met, a circular wave of air gushed out in all directions and hit the 8 mountains, causing the mountains to rumble continuously, and a large amount of gravel to fall down. At this moment, everyone's eyes were wide open. The god holding the hammer sucked in a breath of cold air, and veins popped out on his forehead. He was furious. This was too embarrassing. Lin Ling's hand was behind his back, and he looked incomparably calm. Panga's body was incomparably powerful, so he could easily block a mere 10,000 power of god. Moreover, he had yet to unleash all of his physical strength. Otherwise, he would have shattered the divine hammer with a single punch. After all, as far as he was concerned, these people were all going to die. It made no difference whether they died sooner or later. I say, you all of you are not qualified to kill me. Lin Ling said nonchalantly. Kid, don't be arrogant. The god holding the giant hammer roared and activated his divine ability. 9 giant hammers formed in the sky and smashed down layer by layer. Boom boom boom. 9 consecutive booms sounded. The power of god exceeded 10,000, but when it landed on Lin Ling's fist, Lin Ling still didn't move an inch. Chi chi chi. Everyone in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this still a king-level giant universe god? As for the gods on the 8 mountains, they narrowed their eyes. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. Come at me together. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out from below. Although it was very calm, it sounded sarcastic to everyone's ears. There were so many of them. Could it be that they couldn't subdue a king-level giant universe god? Let me. A god floated up and waved his hands. He actually brought out endless godly mountains, which fell from the sky and suppressed Lin Ling. Me too. On the other side, a mirror appeared in the hands of a god. It absorbed the light of the universe and turned into a beam of light that shot toward Lin Ling. Let's attack together. More and more gods made their moves. They exploded with powerful godly power and attacked Lin Ling. Pung pung pung. Deafening sounds were also heard. The whole world seemed to be collapsing. That terrifying shockwave affected the gods in the distance. They were all sent flying backward, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Is he dead? Someone asked anxiously after stabilizing his body. With so many giant universe gods making their moves, he should be dead. The others were certain. Too weak. But at this moment, a soft voice was heard. Then on the ground a gust of wind blew. A powerful force surged toward the sky, causing all the power suppressing the ground to be sent flying. Then a figure grew crazily and gradually turned into a giant. Judging from its size, it wasn't much smaller than the surrounding mountains. The gods who had made their moves were all sent flying backward. However, their eyes were all fixed on the giant, and their expressions changed. So many of them had joined forces, but they were the ones who were repelled. Ants like you dare to try to kill me? You really don't know what's good for you. At this moment, the giant let out an incomparably deep voice. It was filled with arrogance and disdain. His huge palm slapped out like a battering ram in the sky. The god who had held the godly hammer at the beginning was hit by the palm. Pung pung pung. The godly hammer in his hand was the first to explode. Then his entire body exploded, turning into a bloody mist that scattered on the ground. A king-level middle-stage giant universe god died just like that. Don't think you still have a chance to reincarnate. Even more frightening was that the giant's other hand grabbed out. As if it had some magical power, it actually grabbed the soul of that god and crushed it. This time, it was impossible to reincarnate even if he wanted to. Everyone stared. What kind of ancient godly embryo was this? It was too powerful. However, the giant didn't stop. His other hand grabbed out fiercely. Pung 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 sounds could be heard. The gods who were facing the giant's palm activated their powerful divine abilities, but when their divine powers landed on the giant's palm, they were all shattered. On the other hand, the giant was like scooping up sand in the ocean. With a single grab, more than 10 gods were caught in his hand. They couldn't resist at all. It's the power of the fleshly body. Only an old man shouted. He had activated some strange divine abilities previously, but none of them were effective. Thus he finally confirmed it. The power of the fleshly body. Everyone's faces trembled. What kind of power of the fleshly body could be so monstrous that it could actually ignore the power of the gods? One had to know that Lin Ling had only activated the Panga's body. He hadn't used the Panga's strike or the Panga's finger. Otherwise, they would have known what terror was. Although Lin Ling had improved his sort of faith and universe in the primal chaos realm, after he had broken through, the power of his fleshly body had more or less improved as well. Voila! All of a sudden, Lin Ling's 2 hands clasped together. It was as if he was twisting a towel. The god in his hand was forcefully twisted into a fried dough twist and was crushed. Papa! Large amounts of blood flowed out from Lin Ling's palm. Chapter 51-23. The giant was indomitable like a divine dragon in the sky. He was invincible. The gods on the 8 mountains rushed out one after another, but none of them could stop the giant's palm. Could Lin Ling have the bloodline of the giant god clan? Otherwise, his body would be so strong. At the peak of the 8 mountain peaks, the 8 middle stage sacred cosmos giant gods solemnly said. They had seen gods who cultivated their bodies before, but none of them were as freakish as Lin Ling. Any godly power that landed on him couldn't hurt him at all. It's just a small trick. A true god's body is even immune to the power of the gods. His physical strength is probably only at the level of a half-baked bucket of water. Let me deal with him. At that moment, a one-armed old monster leaped into the sky and grabbed at the sky with both hands. A copper mountain flew over from the distant horizon. The mountain was so huge that it was astounding to see it held in his hands. Old Monster Copper Mountain used his universe to move the godly mountains of the 4th level here. Seeing the one-armed old man's awe-inspiring appearance, many people exclaimed. One had to know that the 4th level had countless divine mountains. This was the biggest characteristic of this place. A powerful god could only occupy a single divine mountain and become the king of a mountain. Don't underestimate these godly mountains. They suppressed a powerful force that could increase a god's power by 30%. For example, Old Monster Copper Mountain was a middle-stage universe giant god. With the help of Copper Mountain, he could unleash the power of a peak middle-stage universe giant god. Lin Ling, let's see if you can still take this. Old Monster Copper Mountain looked down at Lin Ling majestically. He threw Copper Mountain in his hand and suppressed Lin Ling. 3 giant vortexes appeared in the sky, stacked on top of each other. At the bottom was the colossal Copper Mountain, followed by 1 trillion strands of the power of divinity, and lastly, a universe. The 3 forces suppressed the giant, and the gods and Buddhas in the sky were about to be crushed into dust. Hung long long. Lin Ling raised his head and punched, but he couldn't stop Copper Mountain's suppression. He punched again, and both fists were still in the posture of punching the sky. However, Tong Shan continued to press down on Lin Ling, making it impossible for Lin Ling to resist. Bang bang. 2 violent explosions rang out. Lin Ling's legs sank deep into the ground, and the 8 mountains around him also swayed because of Lin Ling. What a powerful killing move. It can even wipe out gods and Buddhas. Old Monster Copper Mountain's strength is so powerful that he's probably unrivaled even among the late-stage universe giant gods. Someone stared ahead and said solemnly, Old Monster Copper Mountain is already strong enough to enter the 5th level. According to rumors, the 5th level is filled with experts like Old Monster Copper Mountain. Even middle-stage universe giant gods at the saint level are rarely seen. It's a pity that the path to the 5th level is too difficult to find. It's probably because of this that most of the experts are trapped in the 4th level. The crowd also began to discuss spiritedly. Lin Ling, the Tao Pagoda is not so easy to enter. Back then this old man was the same as you. I thought I was very strong, but after entering the Tao Pagoda, I kicked an iron plate and almost died. After that, I learned that the universe is vast and boundless. When you think you are strong, you are actually just a drop in the ocean. Old Monster Copper Mountain pointed at Lin Ling with his broken arm, and said in a domineering tone, Now that you've died in my hands, I'm sure you have nothing to say. Remember, you're a mantis trying to stop a car. If you're a mantis trying to stop a car, you're the mantis. No one thought that Lin Ling could still raise his head and speak. Suddenly, an ancient gust of wind gushed out of Lin Ling's body, and an aura that could split the sky and earth erupted. Panga's Strike, Panga's Sky Splitter, Earth Splitter. All kinds of abilities belonging to Panga's bloodline were activated by Lin Ling. Bronze light gushed out of his eyes, and complex marks appeared on his upper body. Bang! He threw a punch into the sky, creating a deafening echo. Tong Shan, who was above him, was sent flying into the air. Oh my God! Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. They couldn't believe it at all. Boom! Lin Ling threw another punch, and Old Monster Copper Mountain flew higher and higher. At the same time, Lin Ling rushed out like a giant and reached for Old Monster Copper Mountain. What's going on? Old Monster Copper Mountain was scared out of his wits. The power of his universe, Old Monster Copper Mountain, and the power of divinity couldn't suppress Lin Ling? You want to kill me? In your dreams. Seeing Lin Ling's giant hand reaching for him, Old Monster Copper Mountain roared in anger. His voice was like a tsunami. He summoned a powerful universe, and his spiritual essence formed waves that crashed into Lin Ling's giant hand. This wasn't Old Monster Copper Mountain's power of divinity, but his universe. He had the universe of 7 realms, and he was one of the few gods present who had a complete universe. After all, there were quite a few gods who had universes, but it was very rare to have a complete universe. And if one wanted a complete universe, then the birth, aging, sickness, and death in the universe had to be complete. Whoosh! Wave after wave covered the sky, and their momentum and might were extremely shocking. I've been studying the universe for 300 million years. If anyone can break my universe, I'll use my universe on you. Do you accept it? Old Monster Copper Mountain's voice could be heard in the rolling waves. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand rushed through the waves and came straight for Old Monster Copper Mountain. This palm was like a large ship in the ocean, like a white cloud in the sky, and even more like a star in the universe. How is this possible? Old Monster Copper Mountain's eyes widened again when he saw the black palms coming at him. Bang! The giant hand hit Old Monster Copper Mountain's body like a battering ram, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. I'll slap you with my palm. Are you convinced? A deep voice came from the giant's mouth. Old Monster Copper Mountain was smashed into the ground like a shooting star. However, another hand came at him in midair. With a boom, Old Monster Copper Mountain's body flew into the sky. All his bones were broken, and his flesh was smashed into a paste. The reason why he could maintain his human form was mainly because of his skin. Everyone stared at the scene in shock. To think that the gigantic palm could actually slap a god into such a state and not kill him. It was simply too amazing. I'll kill you with 3 palms. Are you convinced? Old Monster Copper Mountain was severely injured. He felt like he was about to explode, but a deep voice came into his ears. He looked around and saw the giant not far away. The giant's eyes were full of contempt as he looked at him calmly. That's right, calmly. It was as if the giant could kill him as easily as killing an ant. Old Monster Copper Mountain would never forget that look. However, what he saw next was a huge palm that fell from the sky like a blanket and slammed down on him. To Old Monster Copper Mountain, this palm was enough to destroy the world. But to the people in the distance, this palm was like swatting a fly. Bang! The power of the palm was so great that it was beyond imagination. A late-stage St. Cosmos giant god was smashed into pieces by this powerful palm. Chapter 51-24. Rumble. At the same time, the copper mountain in the sky began to fall, but it was caught by the giant with one hand. With a ruthless slap, the copper mountain was smashed to pieces with a bang, filling the air with dust. The 8 majestic mountains were deathly silent. Legend has it that after one's physical body becomes strong, one will be invincible with the power of a god. I thought it only existed in legends in the giant god clan. I never thought I would have the fortune to see it today. The god who had mocked Lin Ling before was trembling at this moment. He actually had the fortune to see this legendary thing. And it came from a god who had just arrived at the 3rd level. You're ganging up on me, but don't you know if you have the strength to do so? At this moment, a deep voice spat out from Lin Ling's mouth. The clouds were shaken by his voice, forming a vortex. Formed the formation. On the 8 divine mountains, there were still 7 powerful gods left. At this moment, all of them roared. Even though there was one less person and the power of the 8 godly mountains was greatly reduced, the remaining 7 people were still powerful. They struck out with the sun, moon, and stars. The 8 godly mountains suddenly moved, and turned into universes that revolved around each other. At first, this speed was not fast, but gradually, it became dazzling. This is the divine ability of the Mountain Push Gang of the 12 great god clans. Someone roared, his eyes filled with excitement. They were instantly certain that one of the 7 people present must be from the 12 great god clans. Otherwise, they would not have known of such a powerful divine ability. Legend has it that this powerful divine ability has the power to destroy the universe. When the universe was first born, the Mountain Push Gang relied on this powerful divine ability to fight against the Pangu clan and seal the Pangu. Although they failed in the end, it shows how terrifying the Mountain Push Gang is. The 8 divine mountains they used are just the tip of the iceberg of the Mountain Push Gang's divine ability, but they still have the power to destroy the universe. More people were talking, feeling like their horizons had been broadened. The 12 great god clans were too ancient, born at the same time as the universe. Now they reigned in the second half of the Tao Pagoda, like 12 dazzling emperors. According to ancient legends, during the great calamity of the world's will, all the gods of that era had died. Only the 12 god races were left behind. They hid in the depths of the universe and avoided the calamity. After that, for some unknown reason, the great calamity of the worlds will completely disappeared. The host bodies were reincarnated, and it was only then that the 12 divine races gradually surfaced. It was said that in the most ancient area of the Chaos Realm, the 12 god clans had once entered that place and joined forces to fight against the strongest world will host. It was only when the Chaos Realm was about to be destroyed that they were the first to enter the Tao Tower. But now, The Chaos Realm still had a powerful ruler fighting against the strongest world will. The voice continued to float out, causing Lin Ling to be a little absent-minded. Because back then, he had also thought that the strongest will of the world had not disappeared, and was being suppressed by the powerful gods in the Primal Chaos Realm. However, he had gone to the Primal Chaos Realm twice, but he had not discovered such a thing. After being reminded by these people, Lin Ling finally remembered. Lin Ling's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of Patriarch Bodhi and the others. Could it be that they were working together to suppress Tongtian? The God clan cannot be humiliated, and the gods from the Chaos Realm cannot be humiliated even more. An ancient voice floated out of the 7 spiraling mountain peaks, carrying a strong sense of arrogance. This sentence fully indicated that one of the remaining 7 gods was from the God clan. Kill him. Of course, the other hundreds of gods were also exerting their strength, urging the divine power to make the 8 mountains spin even more crazily. Most of them were from the Chaos Realm. To them, a mere god like Lin Ling could not humiliate their dignity. This time, Lin Ling has completely angered them. I guess even the Daoyuo immortals can't save him. In the distance, the old man who had been saved by Lin Ling kept shaking his head. He knew that the power of the 8 divine mountains could forcibly turn Lin Ling into nothingness. According to legend, only one lineage could break the powerful divine power of the Mountain Push Gang, and that was Panga's lineage. Wait! However, at this moment, a woman's voice rang out. Upon seeing this woman, the expressions of the 7 powerful gods changed as if they were afraid of her. Qingzhu, what are you doing here? An old man shouted. Although he was afraid of the woman, he was also unhappy with her sudden appearance. He can't be killed. After the woman appeared, she said anxiously, he has a strong background. He is from the same sect as me. What? The expressions of the 7 powerful gods changed because they knew which sect the woman was from. She was not to be underestimated. Moreover, his strength is not as simple as you think. The woman shouted again. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was in the middle of the spiraling divine mountains, finally made his move. He pointed a finger, and a huge finger shot out as if it could tear the universe apart. The most terrifying thing was that the 8 divine mountains were spinning crazily around him. They were like vortexes that could tear the universe apart. When the finger collided with them, it was like a mantis trying to stop a car. However, the truth was the opposite. When the finger shot out, something strange happened. The spiraling divine mountains were penetrated by the finger. The finger glided across the ground and broke through countless mountains, causing the spiraling divine mountains to stop spinning. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, 8 consecutive booms sounded. The towering divine mountains that looked like giant universes exploded one by one. The powerful supernatural powers from the Mountain Push Gang were all broken. Pooh! The 7 great gods spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! Bang! Hundreds of universe giant gods retreated. Some even fell to the ground as if they were seriously injured. Their eyes were fixed on the giant, and their pupils were trembling. Even their hearts were filled with fear. What kind of technique was this? I knew it would be like this. Only the woman sighed. She wasn't surprised at all because she knew that this new junior brother of hers possessed the powerful Panga body. At this moment, the giant seemed to be overlooking the world. The aura emitted from his body was noble and ancient. It was as if he was looking at a group of ants dancing. I am also half a god from the Chaos Realm. A deep voice floated out from the giant's mouth, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. Lin Ling, who came from the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda, was also a god from the Chaos Realm? Wasn't he a newcomer? Wasn't he a minor god? Wait, Green Bamboo, did you say that he is your junior brother? Among the 7 gods, an old man asked anxiously. Yes, he is my master's new disciple. The woman nodded. As soon as she finished speaking, the expressions of the 7 gods changed at the same time. When they looked at Lin Ling again, their gazes were clearly filled with intense fear. They all knew that Green Bamboo's master was one of the 8 great gods of the Chaos Realm, Patriarch Subhuti. Chapter 51-25. Now, after executing Panga's strike, Lin Ling's speed had undoubtedly doubled. Coupled with the invincible godly energy and the earth-shattering Panga's finger, This was his most powerful fleshly body strength. A gigantic fist smashed down, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The airflow was so terrifying that it was like steel needles. The 7 powerful gods were sent flying in all directions. As for the weaker gods who were closer to them, they were instantly caught in the crossfire. The gigantic fist had the power to ignore the godly energy. Even if it touched the skin of the gods, they would immediately be implicated by the powerful force. If it was light, their limbs would be broken, and if it was heavy, they would be smashed into pieces. Seeing this scene, the people in the distance were in an uproar. He really had the legendary fleshly body strength, and he could be said to be invincible. Damn it! The god from the mountain push party was livid. To him, he, who was from one of the 12 dignified god clans, was actually forced to retreat by a king-level giant universe god. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. Of course, other than him, the other 6 gods were completely beaten into submission. They had not expected Lin Ling to have such a terrifying background apart from his powerful strength. They could not afford to provoke such a character, especially when they thought of how high and mighty they were at the beginning. Now they immediately felt that it was ironic. Lin Ling looked down at everyone, and he could see fear in their eyes. Only the god from the mountain push party seemed to be unresigned. This made Lin Ling yell angrily. Seems like you still don't know what you've encountered. If you're not convinced, I'll beat you until you're convinced. Lin Ling kicked out and swept away a large number of gods. His fist once again descended from the sky. Although the 7 of them were late-stage giant universe gods, it was obvious that they were only ordinary giant universe gods. With just you? On the ground, the god from the mountain push party shouted angrily. He activated all his godly energy to resist Lin Ling's gigantic fist. A thin film appeared in the sky, like a ripple that separated the land from the bottom of the water. Lin Ling's fist smashed down fiercely, causing the ripple to spurt out. But the fist still smashed down and penetrated that layer of ripple. Could it be that his physical strength has reached 1 trillion? But how could anyone have such a strong physical body? Seeing the gigantic fist smashing toward them, the expression of the gods of the mountain push party changed drastically. Only after personally facing Lin Ling's punch did he realize how domineering it was. Previously, all 7 of them had faced it at the same time. You want to convince me? In your dreams. With a loud roar, he activated his universe. A huge universe surrounded Lin Ling. And when Lin Ling's fist came crashing down, the universe was like a huge bubble that blocked Lin Ling's punch. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he threw out 3 punches in a row. Booming sounds rang out continuously, but the universe was so tough that his fists couldn't break it. It's said that great god Hengshan's universe was continuously attacked by 49 mountain masters for 3 years without being broken. Everyone suddenly recalled the legend. They didn't know if Lin Ling could break such a powerful defensive universe. If he could, it would mean that Lin Ling was definitely the strongest god in the 4th layer. It shouldn't be possible. A complete universe has a complete set of laws that are connected from head to tail. Life, old age, sickness and death, flowers blooming and withering. When this place is attacked, the laws of other places will come to help. It's simply invincible. It shouldn't be broken. This is the 7-realm universe, and it's a universe that's good at defense. Many people didn't blink, not willing to miss a single thing. Universe. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. His huge arm lifted the sky, and the wind and clouds rolled. The powerful universe energy turned into a storm vortex that was held by Lin Ling, as if he was holding a huge ball. Then he smashed it down fiercely. This was the 6-realm universe, which was more complete and comprehensive. The huge storm vortex shot down. Not only was it like the universe, but it was also like a huge meteor. On the ground, God Hengshan's eyes trembled. A strong sense of fear rose in his heart. He never thought that the power of a universe could be so powerful. Lin Ling's universe seemed to be stronger than his. Rumble. Before he could react, a huge pressure pressed down on him. When he looked up, he could see the void, stars, and 9 huge continents. Sure enough, this was Lin Ling's universe. Pop, pop, pop. The 2 universes crazily collided, and the sound of fireworks erupted. However, when Lin Ling's universe pressed down, God Hengshan's universe was constantly crumbling like glass. God Hengshan's body spurted out blood. He activated his universe and resisted with difficulty. However, even when his teeth were crushed, the universe in the sky still pressed down on him. Everyone witnessed the collision of the two black balls of light. The ball of light above was huge, and the ball of light below was tiny. It was as if the big ball was eating the small ball. The small ball was constantly being devoured. The defense that couldn't be broken even after 3 years was broken by Lin Ling in one move. At this moment, many people forgot how to breathe. Bang! There was a loud bang. God Hengshan's universe was completely shattered. Billowing smoke and dust filled the air. Suddenly, an arm reached over and grabbed God Hengshan in the smoke and dust. Then it lifted him up. On the ground, Lin Ling had appeared there without anyone knowing. His body had transformed into the size of an ordinary person. He grabbed God Hengshan's neck and looked at him with a faint smile. I don't think so. How can the dignity of the god race not be insulted? When Lin Ling's voice sounded, people also reacted. God Hengshan had said that the god race was not to be insulted. But in the end, God Hengshan was still completely suppressed. It could be said that he couldn't fight back at all. Take my punch. Lin Ling threw God Hengshan and punched out. With a bang, God Hengshan crashed into the mountain range in the distance at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. He broke through countless mountains, but before people could react, a figure flew over from afar. It was still the same figure. God Hengshan. He was actually sent flying again like a human sandbag. I thought how amazing the 4th level was, but it turns out that it's just trash like you. Looking at Lin Ling again, the tyrannical and unruly God Hengshan was like a dog. In fact, when Lin Ling killed the Silver Moon clan on the 3rd level, his strength on the 4th level was above average. After that, he went to the Chaos Realm and improved 2 of his trump cards. His cultivation level also increased by 1 level. His strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Boom. After an unknown amount of time, Great God Hengshan was forcefully torn apart. Awesome! Lin Ling roared. After returning from the Chaos Realm, this was the first time he was so happy. After all, there were countless gods stronger than him in the Chaos Realm. And he still had to hide. But on the 4th level, he was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. It's your turn. When Lin Ling's eyes looked at the remaining gods, everyone shuddered. They wanted to escape, but for some reason, their legs were weak, and they couldn't control themselves. Chapter 51-26. Boom. While they were thinking, Lin Ling arrived in the blink of an eye with his sword in hand. He slashed out with his sword, causing the air to explode. What was even more terrifying was that there wasn't any fluctuation of divine energy. It was pure strength. He'd killed over a dozen gods with a single slash of his sword. Even a dozen mountains in the distance had been sliced apart. Ganging up on me? You're courting death. Lin Ling didn't hold back in the slightest, and he slashed out again and again. His body was truly too strong, and any divine energy that descended onto him was blocked off. According to his estimation, it was impossible to harm his body without at least 20,000 divine energy. If he used Panga's strike, then it was needless to say. He was directly immune to divine energy. The sky, green mountains, wild winds, and fresh blood formed a tragic scene. Hundreds of gods had ganged up on Lin Ling, but in the end, not a single one of them was left alive. In less than an hour, only a few had escaped. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. He gazed indifferently at the unfamiliar woman. Suddenly, his gaze moved and it fell on an old man in the distance. This old man was the one who'd tricked him to come here. To be honest, Lin Ling had no enmity with him. In fact, he'd even helped them. Who would have thought that they'd actually set up Lin Ling? Lin Ling couldn't figure it out. After all, it was normal for them to do this if there were great benefits. But now, it seemed like they probably wouldn't get many treasures from setting up Lin Ling. Master, leave. The old man and the others wanted to leave. They'd witnessed the brutal scene from before, and they were so scared that their legs gave out. Unfortunately, could they leave? In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling appeared before them and blocked their path. Ah! They exclaimed when they saw Lin Ling. Even though Lin Ling had returned to his usual size, Lin Ling was like a pitch-black giant in their eyes. Lin Ling, it's not their fault. It's my idea. The old man suddenly gritted his teeth and spoke. Is that so? Lin Ling looked indifferently at the old man, and then at his disciples. To be honest, they'd been chatting along the way, and their conversation had been quite good. Fine, kill yourself. I'll spare them. You don't have any objections, right? Lin Ling's final decision after some thought. No. The old man nodded and sighed as he looked at his disciples. Originally, I attracted Lin Ling here not because of the reward, but because I felt that Lin Ling would definitely die on the 4th level. That's why I did this. But, he sighed. I can only say I was wrong. As soon as he finished speaking, he detonated his dantian, and his entire body exploded, leaving behind a wisp of his soul that flew toward the netherworld. Everyone shouted, and their eyes became moist. Yes, but not very much. The disciples cried for a while, then looked at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling couldn't see any hatred in their eyes. Perhaps they also knew that their master was in the wrong first. Take care of yourselves. Lin Ling said and left. Perhaps the old man was right. He thought that Lin Ling couldn't survive on the 4th floor. However, even if he couldn't survive, his life was Lin Ling's. It wasn't up to the old man to decide. It was fate that brought them together. It was because of this that Lin Ling didn't kill his disciples. Otherwise, with Lin Ling's temperament, he would have killed them all. There probably aren't many people on the 4th floor who are Lin Ling's match. The gods in the distance shook their heads after witnessing the battle. The previous battle was very valuable. After experiencing this battle, everyone knew that with Lin Ling's strength, he could do whatever he wanted on the 4th floor. Let's go. They didn't dare to stay. They left one after another, feeling very uncomfortable in their hearts. After all, there were 9 floors in the Dao Pagoda. Each floor was difficult to reach. For a newcomer like Lin Ling to dominate a floor as soon as he arrived was extremely rare. Of course, they didn't know that every floor was very difficult for Lin Ling. However, on the 3rd floor he experienced a trip to the underworld and the primal chaos realm. His strength had increased crazily, so the 4th floor was very easy. You know me. Lin Ling walked directly towards the white-clothed woman. She looked very ordinary, but her temperament was somewhat different. She gave people a very comfortable feeling. My name is Qingzhu. I was transformed from a green bamboo. I was enlightened by my master and stepped into the ranks of the gods. Of course I know you, because you and I came from the same sect. The white-clothed woman smiled. Hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He felt that it was a little strange that the white-clothed woman had spoken to help him, but he didn't expect that she was related to him. Your master is Patriarch Subhoodie? Lin Ling asked. The white-clothed woman also knew why Lin Ling was so surprised. She smiled and nodded. That's right. Chi. Lin Ling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. After all, Patriarch Subhoodie didn't have many disciples. Brother Monkey was one, the woodcutter was another, and the rest were unknown. Even the mysterious maiden of the 9th heaven and Taoist pure sun only listened to Patriarch Subhoodie's instructions. Already? Then should I call you senior sister? Lin Ling asked. According to seniority, yes. The white-clothed woman nodded. She had seen Lin Ling's battle before, but she didn't expect that Lin Ling's strength was stronger than she imagined. According to the style of the primal chaos realm, if Lin Ling was stronger than her, she should call him senior brother. Senior sister Qingzhu. Lin Ling didn't hesitate and directly bowed. He could be considered Patriarch Subhoodie's newest disciple, so it was normal for him to call her senior sister. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Senior brother asked me to help you complete a mission, to help a god called Ho Yusheng. Qingzhu smiled. Lin Ling naturally knew about this mission. His original intention was to find the Yellow Emperor and the others before completing this mission. Senior sister, what do you know about Ho Yusheng? Lin Ling asked. He's on the 5th level and has offended the 12 divine tribes. He's now on the run, so we have to help him escape this calamity. Qingzhu explained. Every person who is fated with Master, when they are at the end of their rope, Master will help them transcend the tribulation. This time, it was the same for you. Taoist pure sun, and the mysterious maiden of the ninth heaven helped you. Now it's time for you to help others. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. He felt as if he had graduated from his master's tutelage. Back then he was still weak, so master had asked others to help him. Now that he was gradually getting stronger, it was his turn to help others. Chapter 51-27. Of course, with junior brother's current strength, it's not difficult to find them. You just need to ask them one by one. Oh right, on the 4th floor, the Divine Mountain is an excellent place to cultivate. All the gods are looking for the way to the 5th floor. It's just that it's hard to find and takes a lot of time. Yes, there are powerful gods of any era on the 4th floor. And there are also disciples of the 8 great gods. If you ask them in the name of Master, they'll give you some face. Yes. Qing Zhu continued. Hearing Qing Zhu's words, Lin Ling nodded. To be able to mobilize more than half of the 4th floor's experts to help, this was extremely good. I still have some influence on the 4th floor. Let's go, I'll take you there. Of course, the process may be a little troublesome. You need to show your strength. On the 4th floor, there are 9 most ancient gods. If you can get half of them to speak, you can do whatever you want on the 9th floor. After all, they've been here for almost 100,000 years. The two talked as they walked. Hearing Qing Zhu's words, Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. 100,000 years on the 4th floor? No wonder they had so much influence on the 4th floor. They had all become old monsters. Not long after, Qing Zhu brought Lin Ling to a 3-pronged mountain. This mountain was like the head of a trident, and it towered into the clouds. It was very majestic. Elder Yunxing, are you here? Qing Zhu calmly shouted at the mountain. Oh, it's Qing Zhu. What's the matter? An old voice came from the mountain. I'm here to ask you something. Do you know where the Yellow Emperor and the others are? Qing Zhu asked on behalf of Lin Ling. The mountain was silent. After a while he said, I don't know. You can leave. Qing Zhu frowned and looked at Lin Ling. This Elder Yunxing is one of the 9 divine mountains. Although he gives face to the Bodhi Immortal Cave, no one from the Bodhi Immortal Cave has entered the Dao Pagoda, so it's not easy to talk to him. Lin Ling nodded and said, I'll do it. He flew up and looked down at the Trident Mountain. He said indifferently, Elder Yunxing, I'm here to ask for advice. Who are you? Qing Zhu didn't even say anything. What right do you have to speak? Get out. The god in the sacred mountain clearly did not expect that Lin Ling would dare to speak to him in such a manner. He was clearly displeased. I am Patriarch Bodhi's newest disciple. I have come to pay you a visit on behalf of my master. Lin Ling didn't waste any time. He fused his innate talent, and Panga's body appeared. He unleashed his strongest state, and his palm slammed down on the Trident Mountain. His might was shocking, and the entire sky was like boiling water. When his huge palm pressed down, the mountain also let out a deafening roar. What a powerful force! Then, a short and stout old man appeared at the top of the mountain. He looked at the sky in shock. In his eyes, a huge palm was like a meteor, sweeping through the wind and clouds. Moreover, at the edge of the divine mountain, a figure had appeared at some point. A giant. The most terrifying thing was that the palm was extremely difficult to withstand. Even if he could, he would have to use his full strength. He didn't know that Lin Ling had unleashed his full strength. With the innate talent fusion and Panga's body, the basic strength of his body was extremely terrifying. And this was before he used the 3 ultimate breaks of the universe, Lin Ling's universe, and the Sword of Faith. If the old man dared to refuse, Lin Ling would use his trump card again and completely suppress the old man. So you're Patriarch Bodhi's disciple. I've heard so much about you. What do you want to ask? Suddenly, the short and stout old man's expression changed, and he became extremely polite. He cupped his fists and bowed with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Lin Ling's huge palm finally stopped. He cupped his fists and bowed with a smile on his face. I've heard of Elder Yunxing's fame. Now that I've met you today, I can see that you're still vigorous despite your age. I'm here to ask if you've seen the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor? I'm sorry, I haven't seen him. How about this, you go to the Big Dipper Mountain in the southeast and ask. The short and stout old man smiled. That's good. However, if I can't find the Yellow Emperor and the others, I guess I'll still need your help. When I ask for help, I hope you'll give me some face. Lin Ling said again. Sure, sure. The short and stout old man agreed without hesitation. He even threw a voice transmission charm to Lin Ling. However, he was cursing in his heart. This white-haired man's strength was so strong that it defied the natural order. If they really fought, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. Most importantly, this man's background was not small, and he couldn't afford to offend him. If he injured him, Patriarch Bodhi would not let it go. Well, with this man's strength he could probably hurt him. Since he wasn't a human, why not do him a favor? Thank you, Elder Yun Xing. Lin Ling took the voice transmission charm and landed on the ground. He and Qing Zhu looked at each other, and the two of them left. Last time, there was a guy called Zhang Jian, and now there's another expert. None of them are easy to deal with. However, this guy is even more terrifying than Zhang Jian. His strength is probably stronger than Zhang Jian, and his background is even stronger. Elder Yunxing sighed inwardly as he watched Lin Ling leave. He had been here for 100,000 years, and he knew all the gods on the 4th floor. However, he was most afraid of meeting a god like Lin Ling, who was powerful and had a strong background. Previously, he had been beaten into a confession. Junior brother Lin Ling, you're really something. You made Elder Yunxing agree to help you so quickly. Lin Ling and Qing Zhu walked forward. Qing Zhu couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling also smiled and nodded. He continued to visit the ancient gods on the 4th floor with Qing Zhu. Daoist Beidou, I'm here to visit you. Get lost. I don't know who you are. Ignorant kid, if you don't know the rules, I can send you back to your hometown. After a conversation, Lin Ling appropriately burst out a bit of strength. So you're Patriarch Subhoodie's disciple. I've heard a lot about you. We hit it off at first sight. Come in and have a seat. The other party instantly became polite. Next, they went to the next divine mountain. So it's you, Lin Ling. I've heard of your name. If you need any help, just say it. I, Dao Lord, will definitely help. Thank you. In this way, Lin Ling established a relationship with the 7 ancient gods on the 3rd floor of the Dao Pagoda. The remaining 2 gods missed him, because no one was on the divine mountain. However, the strongest gods on the 4th floor of the Dao Pagoda didn't know where the Yellow Emperor was. They were at the peak of the 4th floor of the pyramid. Apart from the powerful gods, unknown gods like the Yellow Emperor were not qualified to be remembered by them. Speaking of which, the Yellow Emperor and the others were very famous in the past. However, after the great calamity of the world's will, people valued their current strength, not their past identity. Chapter 51:28. So it's Green Bamboo. You're looking for Yellow Emperor? I can help you ask. The masters of these godly mountains were quite easy to talk to. They agreed immediately and even took the initiative to help Lin Ling and the others. Of course, the premise was that they were giving face to Patriarch Subhoodie. Furthermore, Green Bamboo was powerful, so they had to give her some face. However, not everyone was so easy to talk to. However, after Lin Ling revealed his strength, the other party became obedient in the end. Moreover, they were as shocking as a celestial being. This was because it was extremely rare for an unfamiliar god like Lin Ling to possess strength comparable to a late-stage Saint Universe giant god. Yellow Emperor, I know. They're in the northernmost region. Finally, someone knew the whereabouts of the Yellow Emperor. In fact, when you mentioned the Thunder God Palace, we must have already known about it, because the Yellow Emperor is also in the Thunder God Palace. However, when you mention the Yellow Emperor, many people have no impression of him. I see. Lin Ling and Green Bamboo looked at each other and finally smiled. At this moment, Zhang Jian has brought a large number of gods and surrounded them on a godly mountain. I heard that Zhang Jian is going to the 5th floor, so before he leaves, he wants to teach the people in Leigong Palace a lesson, and make Lin Ling hate him and settle the score with him. I heard that he's been looking for Lin Ling and wants to crush Lin Ling, but he hasn't found him. Your Excellency Lin Ling. You're also called Lin Ling. Could it be that Zhang Jian is looking for you? After chatting for a while, that god exclaimed in surprise. Lin Ling nodded. It seems that Zhang Jian has indeed come looking for me. However, if he dares to touch my people, I'll make sure he'll never be able to reincarnate. As soon as he finished speaking, a chill that penetrated into one's heart pervaded the air, scaring that god. Even Green Bamboo was the same. Previously, she had been watching Lin Ling reveal his strength, and thought that Lin Ling's strength was only at this level. However, when Lin Ling inadvertently revealed a cold aura, she suddenly realized that this little junior brother seemed to be stronger than she had imagined. Your Excellency Lin Ling, don't worry. Zhang Jian didn't come to seek revenge. He came to become famous and prove himself. Therefore, the people in the Leigong Hall are fine now. That god quickly waved his hand and said, now he has invited many ancient gods and powerful magnates of the 4th level to testify. He wants to prove himself and gain more respect from the 9 stars of the universe. That's right. I heard that you're the host body of the world will. That's why he wanted to attack you. The more the god spoke, the more his heart pounded. He had never thought that Lin Ling was actually the host body of the world's will. Him. Lin Ling snorted coldly. He had no enmity or hatred with Zhang Jian. In order to prove his position in the 9 stars of the universe, this fellow actually dared to attack him. Was he picking on the weak? I will beat him until he is too ashamed to show his face. Now that he knew the direction, Lin Ling didn't intend to stay any longer. Junior brother, I'll go with you. Qingzhu suddenly smiled. When she thought of that arrogant Zhang Jian, she was extremely displeased in her heart. Even though it was the first time she had met Lin Ling was still her junior brother. How could she watch as her junior brother was humiliated by an outsider? Therefore, she secretly took out those voice transmission jade talismans and notified them one by one. Elder Yin Xing, I wonder if you have time to go to the northernmost part of the 4th level, where Zhang Jian encircled Leigong Hall. Qingzhu has spoken. I have to give her face. Daoist Beidou, I wonder if you have time. I'll give you face. Qingzhu notified them one by one. What surprised her was that everyone agreed. It was as if the entire 4th level of the Dao Pagoda had been invited. This made Qingzhu secretly smile. In this way, the 4th level of the Dao Pagoda would be lively. At this moment, Lin Ling's speed was very fast. He didn't pay attention to Qingzhu behind him. He was very worried about the Yellow Emperor and the others. Not long after, an isolated mountain appeared in front of them. This mountain was clearly different, because there was no other mountain around it. Of course, if one looked carefully, they would find that it was not this mountain that stood out, but rather there were 4. All the mountains around it had been destroyed. Looking at the surroundings of the mountain, it was actually densely packed with gods. The scene was incomparably spectacular. On top of the mountain, the Yellow Emperor and hundreds of thousands of gods were encircled and suppressed there. They were tightly sealed, and all of them had anxious expressions on their faces. Brother Yellow Emperor, what should we do? Lei Gong frowned as he looked down the mountain. He knew that if these people wanted to attack here, they would be razed to the ground in half an incense stick's time. However, they didn't. They were only arrogant at the foot of the mountain. It was obvious that they were trampling on them. Most importantly, they didn't know these gods. They only knew that they came for Lin Ling. That Zhang Jian is very strong. He's one of the 9 stars of the universe. We can't win. What's hateful is that if he wants to find Lin Ling, he should find him himself. What's the point of venting his anger on us? The Yellow Emperor frowned. It's better to fight with them. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Sheng Yi suddenly said coldly, holding the Eastern Emperor bell in his hand. There are so many of them. If they really want to fight with their lives on the line, we'll be the ones to suffer. Endure it. Treasure God Nanwufengyu suddenly said. Since they came for Lin Ling, they probably just want to humiliate us. After all, if they really wanted to kill us, they would have already done so. There's no need to encircle us. We'll just endure it. I agree with Treasure God Grandpa's words. After all, this is the 4th level of the Dao Pagoda. It's not easy for us to come here. We should cherish it. Pure White Maiden also said. Everyone clenched their teeth and finally chose to swallow their anger. At this time, Lin Ling finally landed on the ground and walked toward the sacred mountain. The Yellow Emperor and the others were overjoyed when they saw Lin Ling. Lin Ling is here. The Yellow Emperor and the others were very surprised because they thought that Lin Ling was still in the Chaos Realm. Lord Lin Ling. Especially Sheng Yi and the others, their eyes were wet with excitement. And who is this person? Lin Ling's appearance undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. They all stared curiously at the white-haired man with an extremely arrogant expression. So you're Lin Ling. At this time a man suddenly laughed. This person was wearing cotton clothes and had a head full of white hair. He looked extremely thin and tall, but his strength seemed to be extremely impressive. This was because the gods around him were obviously much more respectful to him. And he was the 9 States Universe's star, Zhang Jian. Generally speaking, those who were reborn with the universe's star on their shoulders were bound to be extraordinary in the future. And this was indeed the case. Zhang Jian carried the heavy responsibility of the universe's star on his shoulders, and after his return, his strength increased by leaps and bounds. He also had many fortuitous encounters, and was now a king-level giant universe god. But his strength was so strong that even late-stage giant universe gods at the saint level were not his match. Opponents. Now, the gods around him were giving him face because of his great strength and identity. Unfortunately, he had always been proud and arrogant, so how could he care about ordinary gods? If he wanted to provoke someone, he would provoke someone as famous as Lin Ling. Chapter 51-29. Let him come over. At this moment, Zhang Jian spoke indifferently. He did not allow the gods to attack Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling belonged to him. Moreover, he wanted to suppress Lin Ling in all aspects. This way, he would be respected among the 9 universe stars. The surrounding gods immediately opened up a path for him, but they continued to sneer at Lin Ling. They discovered that Lin Ling was only a king-level middle-stage universe giant god. With such strength, he would probably be humiliated miserably. I was wondering what kind of strength he had. So he's only a king level. How dare he come to the 4th level like this? How dare he fight against Zhang Jian? He's really reckless. Whether it's cultivation, strength, identity, or anything else, he can't compare to Zhang Jian. Perhaps he is feeling inferior now. The gods were all pointing at Lin Ling. They all knew that Zhang Jian's goal was to obtain a status among the 9 universe stars. And Lin Ling was the host of the world will. If he stepped on Lin Ling, it would definitely cause a sensation among the 9 universe stars. Lin Ling, you've been shot while lying down. Thinking of this, everyone laughed even louder. Lin Ling ignored the surrounding voices. When he arrived at the foot of the Divine Mountain, he first looked at Yellow Emperor and the others on the mountain. Seeing that they were fine, he looked at the white-haired man. Although it was the first time he saw him, if he guessed correctly, this should be Zhang Jian. Lin Ling, you want to save him, right? Zhang Jian was also sizing up Lin Ling. When he discovered that Lin Ling's realm was lower than his, the disdain on his face became even stronger. Then, seeing that Lin Ling did not speak, he continued. I'm a very easy person to talk to. Lin Ling, I just want to know, what right do you have to save him? As long as you can convince me, I'll let you take him away. Lin Ling still did not speak. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, mocking laughter came from all around. The gods looked at Lin Ling with contempt. World will host Lin Ling. Do you know who he is? Zhang Jian, one of the 9 stars of the universe, had destroyed the 4th level in a year. He was an invincible great god, but what about you? Who do you think you are? Lin Ling, we've all heard of you. Rumor has it that you're the #1 monster on the 3rd floor. Unfortunately, you were killed by Yin Wanguang. Even though you came back to life afterward, how long did it take? Just based on this point alone, you can't compare to Zhang Jian. Admit defeat and kneel down. Sounds of mockery and ridicule rang out again. All the gods knew what Zhang Jian wanted, so they were all speaking up for him. Of course, in their opinion, Lin Ling was indeed incomparable to Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian put his hands behind his back and enjoyed all of this with a proud expression. He needed reputation, and the gods on the 4th level were reputation. Through them, he could suppress Lin Ling and achieve an extraordinary position among the 9 stars of the universe. Lin Ling, I'm one of the 9 divine mountains on the 4th level. I've been on the 4th level for 100,000 years. At this moment, an old man less than a meter tall walked out and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Over the years, countless gods have passed through the 4th level. Some respect us, some don't fear us, but Zhang Jian is the most talented god we've ever seen. Our god, we submit to him. That's right, we submit to him too. Another two powerful gods walked out. Yes, Elder Lao. Seeing the three gods walk out, the people around bowed. These three were one of the 9 divine mountains on the 4th level. They had been here for many years and were highly respected. They were extremely familiar with the 4th level. Any gods who had just arrived had to visit them if they wanted to find the way to the 5th level. And now, the 3 divine mountains were polite to Zhang Jian, which showed Zhang Jian's identity. Hee Lin Ling, your world will host doesn't seem to be much. Now that you've been suppressed by me, do you have anything to say? After Zhang Jian waited for everyone to finish speaking, he raised his chin high with an arrogant expression. He wanted to hear Lin Ling admit defeat and submit to him. In this way, he could hold his chest high and speak among the 9 stars of the universe. Lin Ling glanced at Zhang Jian indifferently, shook his head, and walked toward the mountain in front of him. In the eyes of the people, most of them thought that Lin Ling had admitted defeat. Zhang Jian naturally thought so too. However, Lin Ling did not say a word, which made him feel a little angry. That was because he wanted to hear Lin Ling admit defeat and willingly submit to him. Lin Ling, are you that afraid of me? You're so afraid that you don't even dare to say a word? Zhang Jian laughed and said, if you want to save them, you can. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Kowtow 3 times, and I'll let you take them away. However, the next time you see me, you'll still kowtow. Every time you see me, you'll kowtow once. Lin Ling ignored him and continued forward. Seeing this, Zhang Jian frowned. Did Lin Ling look like he was admitting defeat? This Lin Ling is really stubborn. He's clearly inferior to others, but he still wants to save face. In my opinion, let's teach him a lesson. When the gods saw this, they also cursed angrily. Zhang Jian sneered. He felt that he was too easy to talk to. He wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a large number of gods suddenly appeared in the distance. They were densely packed and formed a large cloud that was heading over in a mighty manner. Lin Ling's cry seemed to have spread throughout the entire world. Among this group of people, Qing Zhu was among them. There was a disdainful smile on the corner of her mouth. Who was afraid of who when there were more people? The sudden arrival of this voice stunned Zhang Jian and the others as they stared at the group of people. This is Elder Yunxing. Why is he here? There's also Taoist Beidou. Heavens, this is the oldest divine mountain among the 9 divine mountains on the 4th floor. No, the other divine mountains are all here. I didn't expect to see the 9 divine mountains gathered here today. Everyone gradually came to their senses and began to shout. The 9 divine mountains were the oldest Mount Tai and Big Dipper on the 4th floor. Usually, it was rare to see the 9 divine mountains gathered together. It's Brother Yunxing and the others. The 3 divine mountains on Zhang Jian's side were also shocked. Could it be that they're here for me? I remember that I once challenged them. They were very nice to me. Zhang Jian suddenly smiled. He had seen Elder Yunxing and the others before. That day, Elder Yunxing and the others were very polite to Zhang Jian, so he guessed that Elder Yunxing and the others had come for Lin Ling. Elder Yunxing knew. Thinking of this, Zhang Jian immediately said indifferently. However, before he could finish his words, he saw Elder Yunxing and the others greeting Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I've been invited by you to help. Elder Yunxing was the first to speak. Haha, I'm sorry for being late. However, as long as you, Lin Ling, say the word, I'll come to help even if I'm at the end of the world. Taoist Beidou also said with a smile. Lin Ling, if there's anything you need help with, just say it. Chapter 51:30. They're here for Lin Ling? The gods around Zhang Jian widened their eyes, deeply afraid that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Other than the 3 on their side, the rest of the 9 great divine mountains on the 4th level had all come for Lin Ling. Apart from these titans, more than half of the 4th layer's lords of the divine mountains had come. What was going on? Lin Ling seems to have just come to the 4th level. How does he know these gods? A god said nervously, feeling that his mind was in a mess. Could it be that Lin Ling knew them before? But that couldn't be right. The gods on the 4th level came from various eras, so it was impossible for him to know all of them. If he wanted them to smile politely, he had to have something that made them fear him. But that couldn't be right. Lin Ling had only been on the 4th level for such a short time. How could he make them submit in such a short time? They're here for Lin Ling? Zhang Jian's face turned red. He couldn't understand what was going on. He had already fought all over the 4th level, and these people were actually helping Lin Ling? Do you know who Lin Ling is and who I am? Zhang Jian said angrily. He wanted Elder Yunxing and the others to see the reality clearly. With this shout, everyone looked at them. Elder Yunxing shook his head with a smile and ignored him. Instead, he flew toward Lin Ling. Lin Ling was incomparably surprised. Why were Elder Yunxing and the others here? Suddenly, he saw Qingzhu and immediately understood. It seemed that this senior sister of his was helping him. Unfortunately, she didn't know that he didn't care about this at all. Comparing numbers, comparing prestige, comparing status, these were all empty. Only comparing strength was real. This was also the reason why Lin Ling didn't say anything before. It was because there was no need. I'm so angry. Seeing that Elder Yunxing and the others ignored him, Zhang Jian stomped his feet in anger. He had visited these people before, and they were incomparably polite to him. However, after meeting Lin Ling, they actually dared to ignore him. Zhang Jian, didn't you find so many people and do so many things just to become famous among the 9 stars of the universe? However, can your people compare to Lin Ling? Right now, there are only 3 people from the 9 great divine mountains supporting you. 6 people are helping Lin Ling. Don't you think that's embarrassing? Face. At this moment, a mocking voice sounded. Qingzhu sneered at Zhang Jian. Dao. Qingzhu. Zhang Jian was so angry that he was about to lose his cool, his dignity, his arrogance, his confidence. At this moment, all of them were being crushed. He suddenly clenched his fists and trembled. However, when he saw the woman who spoke, he restrained himself because he knew who she was. She wasn't someone he could casually offend. In terms of connections, you've suffered a crushing defeat. My junior brother has only just arrived at the 4th level, but he's already subdued more than half of the people here in a short period of time. As for you, you only need a year. Qingzhu added. She wanted to bully her junior brother? Dream on. Lin Ling must have done something. Zhang Jian replied, unwilling to admit defeat. However, just as he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly narrowed. Your junior brother? Lin Ling is your junior brother? What? Lin Ling is Qingzhu's junior brother. When Zhang Jian said this, many people reacted. The people present were all veterans of the 4th level, so they naturally knew the background of the white-clothed woman. She was a god from the Chaos Realm, and her master was Patriarch Subhuti, one of the 8 great gods. And Lin Ling was her junior brother? Could it be that Lin Ling's master was Patriarch Subhuti? I can't afford to offend him. I can't afford to offend him. Thinking of this, the corners of many people's mouths trembled. After pondering for a moment, they quietly left Zhang Jian. Although they were gods who were not afraid of anything, they were not the powerful gods of the 12 god clans and the second half of the Dao Pagoda. They were still extremely afraid of the 8 great gods of the Chaos Realm. At this moment, Zhang Jian was dumbfounded. He had never expected that in terms of connections, Lin Ling would crush him. In terms of identity, Lin Ling would crush him again. Then, when he saw the gods that were constantly scattering around him, he was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Today he had lost a lot of face. Today he had been slapped in the face very happily. Lin Ling you. He roared 3 times in a row. Unfortunately, at this time, there was no one around to help him, making his voice sound very isolated. On the other hand, on Lin Ling's side, countless gazes were looking at Zhang Jian with mocking expressions. Zhang Jian immediately felt even more embarrassed. He really could not understand why a mere Lin Ling would suddenly erupt and turn the situation around. Strength is everything. Identity and connections are nothing. Zhang Jian flew into a rage out of humiliation and suddenly pulled out his sword. He held the scabbard in one hand and the sword hilt in the other as he stared at Lin Ling with boiling anger. His hands were slowly pulling out the sword. The strange thing was that the aura on his body was not strong. Furthermore, he was only a king-level late-stage universe giant god, and in terms of godly power, he did not surpass his peers by much. However, when a sword light slowly emerged from his sword, The gods in the distance were all trembling with fear. They seemed to know how terrifying Zhang Jian's sword was. Is it the buried universe? Someone said with trembling lips. It seems to be the power of the universe, but it also doesn't seem to be. According to my guess, this is a power that he used to become one of the 9 great stars of the universe. It's a kind of buried power. A powerful god mountain master said solemnly. It was precisely because they were afraid of Zhang Jian's sword that they had to give him face. Zhang Jian's sword was very powerful, and it could ignore deity energy and kill them easily. Even a late-stage universe giant god at the saint level could not block a single strike from him. The power of the stars of the universe, Barry. Green Bamboo narrowed his eyes. The 9 great stars of the universe were the nemesis of the host body of the world's willpower. According to legend, they were the only ones in the entire universe who had the means to kill a world's willpower. At the same time, Lin Ling also sensed a mysterious power. This power was very strange. It seemed to be able to ignore godly power. Lin Ling also began to feel the world's willpower in his body becoming restless. At first, it was in awe, but gradually it became very excited. The world's willpower wanted to fight. It seemed to want to challenge its nemesis. The 9 great stars of the universe can restrain the world's willpower, but it should be relatively speaking. Now that my power of belief has reached the ancient level, let me try the power of the stars of the universe. Lin Ling's eyes were burning. He stretched out his hand, and light condensed, quietly turning into a light sword. This was the sword of faith. Zhang Jian, you're still too young. I, Lin Ling, have seen a few stars of the universe. There's Tao Child Ning Qingxin, Young Master Ming, Rotten God, an underworld god. Compared to them, you're like a newborn baby. Lin Ling shouted and leaped over. The sword in his hand maintained the state of assassination. Zhang Jian was still pulling out his sword. More and more swords appeared in his right hand, and they became brighter and brighter. Finally, with a clang, the same dazzling light appeared. Blue veins appeared on his forehead as he went to fight against Lin Ling. Lin Ling had actually seen so many stars of the universe and thought so little of him. He was not convinced. Chapter 51:31. Boom. A deafening sound rang out, and the entire sky lit up. It was as if the sun and moon had collided. Whoosh. A strong gust of wind gushed out in all directions, and 2 unfathomable forces were constantly fighting. Upon closer inspection, there were 2 faint swords within these 2 dazzling forces. You want to fight me? Lin Ling, you're courting death. Zhang Jian's sword was obviously different. It was longer and wider, and there was a white sea urchin on its surface. Lin Ling's sword was thinner, and its outline looked very ordinary. The 9 stars of the universe carry the most ancient power of the universe, and it specializes in restraining the power of the world will. Zhang Jian shouted in a low voice, and the sword light in his hand became even stronger. Lose. His sword began to suppress Lin Ling, as expected of a nemesis. Old Man Yunxing and the others knew about the relationship between the stars of the universe and the world will's host body. Now it seemed that they were indeed nemeses. What a powerful force. At this moment, Lin Ling sensed that the sword of faith was very heavy, and it was being suppressed by a mysterious force. One had to know that his sword of faith had the power to cut through everything. It could cut through the universe, barriers, formations, illusions, and so on. This was the first time he had experienced the feeling of his sword of faith being suppressed. Although the power of the world will has been suppressed, I still have power that I haven't used up. My power can be stronger. If I have to make an example, then I have more power, and the quality of Zhang Jian's power is better. Lin Ling's heart suddenly trembled as he sensed the difference between the 2 powers. His current world will power was at the immemorial level, while Zhang Jian's had definitely not reached the immemorial level. This meant that if they were at the same level, even if Zhang Jian was slightly weaker than him, Zhang Jian could still win. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's world will power far surpassed Zhang Jian's. Lin Ling, can you sense the difference between us? This universe doesn't look at connections, status, or background. What it looks at is strength. At this moment, Zhang Jian did not notice Lin Ling's hidden power. He laughed mockingly. Lin Ling had made all the gods on the 4th level side with him, but now, He wanted to defeat Lin Ling in front of everyone and turn Lin Ling into a joke. You're right. Unfortunately, the reason why I want them to give me face is not because of connections or background, but because of strength. At this moment, Lin Ling began to counterattack. The sword of faith in his hand burst out with a dazzling light, and countless chants sounded. In the entire Lin Ling universe, countless beliefs surged. At the Divine Mountain where the Yellow Emperor and the others were, countless beliefs were also surging towards them. Ka. The sword that was originally suppressing Lin Ling was now being suppressed instead. Zhang Jian sensed a powerful force attacking him, causing his wrist, which was holding the sword, to tremble slightly. His pupils constricted in disbelief. What's going on? Isn't my burial power able to suppress the world will's strength? His mind was filled with doubts. But at this moment, the force coming from the sword grew even stronger, and he was unable to control his sword. Swoosh! A dazzling sword light slashed over, and Zhang Jian's body was sent flying. A crack appeared in the void. Zhang Jian, who was floating behind him, had his pupils trembling nonstop. His disbelief became even stronger. How could this be? Ka. At the same time, cracks appeared on the sword in his hand, and then it shattered like glass. What? Seeing this scene, all the gods on the 4th level exclaimed. Weren't the 9 universe stars the nemesis of the world will's host? Could it be that the rumors were wrong? Of course, Zhang Jian was still in the most disbelief. His expression was ferocious, and the burial power from before condensed again, turning into a dazzling longsword. He did not say anything and pounced over, wanting to cut Lin Ling's sword. He did not believe that the world will's host could really fight against him, a universe star. What happened before might have been an accident. Elder Yunxing also inexplicably looked forward to it. He always felt that the legends could not be deceived. Clang! Under countless gazes, the two swords collided again, but this time, it was still Zhang Jian who was sent flying. Moreover, after he was sent flying, the sword in his hand shattered again. Why? This time, Zhang Jian roared. Idiot! Lin Ling sneered and flew over. The sword of faith in his hand slashed out, and Zhang Jian once again condensed the power of burial to resist. However, just as the sword was formed, it collided with Lin Ling's sword. Crack! The sword broke again. Zhang Jian looked at his hand in a daze. This time, it broke even faster and more straightforwardly. Zhang Jian, in terms of strength, you're no match for me. Among the 9 universe stars, you're probably at the bottom. Lin Ling took advantage of the victory and pursued, slashing out again and again. Crack! The sword that Zhang Jian had just condensed collapsed again. Clang! It condensed and collapsed again and again. Under everyone's gazes, Zhang Jian was completely pressed to the ground by Lin Ling. He attacked from the left to the right, and then from the right to the left. Haha, Zhang Jian is actually so weak. Yellow Emperor and the others laughed loudly on the Divine Mountain. They had always thought that Zhang Jian was very powerful and was invincible on the 4th level, but they did not expect him to be in such a sorry state. Of course, they knew that it was not that Zhang Jian was weak, but that Lin Ling's strength was beyond their imagination. It seems that after going to the Chaos Realm, Lord Lin Ling's strength has more than doubled. Sheng Yi was extremely happy. Every time he saw Lord Lin Ling's strength would increase. Other people cultivated for many years and made no progress, but this kind of bottleneck did not exist for Lord Lin Ling. Rumble! With another slash, Zhang Jian smashed into the ground. The ground shook, and finally, a huge deep pit was revealed. Zhang Jian lay there like a Chinese character, and he no longer had the strength to stand up. His eyes stared at Lin Ling, filled with unwillingness and humiliation. What level is your world's willpower? He spat out with difficulty. Eternal level. Lin Ling floated 100 meters above Zhang Jian's head, looking down at the Zhang Jian path. When he heard Lin Ling's words, Zhang Jian's expression froze. Eternal level? He knew that the world's willpower was at the universe level, eternal level, and endless level. Having the universe level world's willpower was already extremely powerful, and it was also the most mainstream world's willpower today. As for the eternal level, it was extremely rare and was the top power of the world's willpower. There was no need to mention the endless level. It had never appeared in the current universe. Perhaps only the Grandmaster of Heaven had it. Many people even thought that with the endless level world's willpower, it would not be difficult to destroy the world. However, such a realm was very difficult to reach. If the difficulty of breaking through to the God realm was 1, then the increase of the world's willpower was 100. Chapter 5132. So that's how it is. Zhang Jian was completely enlightened. He closed his eyes, and his eyes kept trembling. I came from the insignificant myriad worlds, and was blessed by the heavens. I was invincible all the way. I thought I was the sun of the universe, the most dazzling star. However, after meeting you, I realized that there is always someone better than me. The 9 great stars of the universe. Perhaps they are stronger than me. I was too confident. Zhang Jian muttered to himself, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. On the 4th floor of the Dao Pagoda, I defeated everyone in the world, and no one was my match. After knowing that you were Lin Ling, I had the intention to defeat you and raise my status in the stars of the universe. Unfortunately, in terms of connections, background, and even strength, I'm inferior to you. Lin Ling, the host of the world's will, is too strong. It could be seen that Zhang Jian had suffered a huge blow. Perhaps he had been born with a golden spoon in his mouth ever since he reincarnated. Everything had been smooth sailing, and no one had ever been able to surpass his potential, until he met the true host of the world's will, and the 9 great stars of the universe. This made him know that in this vast universe, there were actually more than 10 people who had potential that was not weaker than him, or even surpassed him. He was not the only one. Just kill me. Thinking of this, Zhang Jian looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, shook his head, and turned to leave. I refuse. Why? Zhang Jian was stunned. Why should I, Lin Ling, listen to you? I, Lin Ling, can make my own decisions and do whatever I want. Lin Ling flew toward the Yellow Emperor and the others. Zhang Jian looked at his back, and his eyes trembled. He did not speak for a long time. Lin Ling did not kill him because he did not want to be manipulated by him, and do as he pleased. This. Zhang Jian's heart rumbled. In the end, he stood up with difficulty and looked deeply at Lin Ling before staggering away. Lin Ling, you made me taste defeat today. In time, I will definitely defeat you. Zhang Jian's weak voice also drifted over from afar. Lin Ling finally stopped, but he did not turn around to look at Zhang Jian. Instead, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zhang Jian was one of the 9 stars of the universe, and his potential was extraordinary. The setback this time was just a trial and tribulation in his life. He believed that Zhang Jian would rise because he was one of the 9 stars of the universe. Lin Ling. When Lin Ling landed on the godly mountain, the Yellow Emperor and the others came to welcome him. There were more than 100,000 gods on the divine mountain, and all of them were overjoyed. It was as if they had found their backbone. Some of them were from Lei Gong's Great Hall, and some were from the 5 monarchs. However, they had fought alongside Lin Ling for too long, and now they all secretly regarded Lin Ling as their leader. The Yellow Emperor was no exception. A middle-stage king-level universe giant god, but with such strength, I reckon there are few late-stage Saint Universe giant gods who can match him. After feeling happy, the Yellow Emperor thought to himself excitedly. The stronger Lin Ling was, the further they could go. Although Lin Ling was the host body of the world's will, and his mission was to destroy the world, they always believed that Lin Ling would not destroy the world. The one who would destroy the world would definitely be another host body of the world's will. After all, Lin Ling had saved them from the netherworld. This proved that Lin Ling was not a heartless person. Even if Lin Ling were to destroy the world in the future, they still owed Lin Ling their lives. If they were killed by Lin Ling, they would have no regrets. How is everyone? Lin Ling greeted everyone. The Yellow Emperor, Emperor Shun, Emperor Jun, Emperor Zhuansu, Lei Gong, Xingyi, Xiaoluan, and too many others. Lin Ling also discovered that their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. They were even stronger than before they had died. The Yellow Emperor had reached the middle stage of the Saint Universe giant god realm, while the other great emperors had stepped into the ranks of the Saint Universe giant gods. Shengyi Lei Gong, and the others had reached the pinnacle of king-level universe giant gods. It's fine. After we arrived at the 4th level, although we were suppressed, it wasn't fatal. Speaking of which, we don't have any enemies on the 4th level. That's why we didn't encounter any big trouble. The Yellow Emperor laughed. The biggest trouble is Zongjian. Hearing this, many gods below the godly mountain felt guilty. Many of them had met and bullied the Yellow Emperor's group before. It was just that they did not kill them. After all, the only problem on the 4th level was to find the exit. There were not many conflicts of interest, so it was not easy to take someone's life. If the Yellow Emperor and the others wanted to settle scores, they would be in trouble now. Linling, why did you let Zongjian go? Lei Gong suddenly asked after chatting with Linling previously. He had heard Zongjian say that he would find Linling to fight sooner or later. Why not kill such an opponent? First, he did not attack you. He captured you just to force me out. Second, he is one of the 9 universe stars. In the future, he will definitely have extraordinary potential. I also need an opponent who is on par with me to motivate me. Linling explained. Zongjian is the most suitable opponent. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Linling was probably the only one who could motivate himself with one of the 9 universe stars. After all, Linling might be stronger today, but in the future, Zongjian might be even stronger. By the way, where is Yu? Nanwufingyu Treasure God asked. Of those who had died on the 3rd level, Yu was the only one who had not returned. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone began to look around. However, no matter where they looked, they did not see Yu. Sister Yu, or where is Sister Gu? Bai Shuesu Nu also frowned and asked. They were all a little uneasy. After all, they had not seen them for a long time. And Yuera and the others are still on the 3rd level. It won't be long before they come up to the 4th level. Linling suddenly smiled. As for Yu, I could only sense that she was in the Chaos Realm. Unfortunately, I didn't see her after I went there. You haven't found her yet? Linling, did you sense it wrongly? Lei Gong and the others immediately became worried. They had been in contact with Yu and the others for a long time, and had long regarded them as family. I've already sensed it. I can only confirm that she is in the Chaos Realm. Linling explained and sensed again. That's strange. Why do I feel like she has come to the Dao Tower, and is on the 1st level? However, this feeling has disappeared again. Linling's heart trembled. He wanted to find that feeling again, but unfortunately, it had disappeared without a trace. She came to the Dao Tower? If it's the 1st level, we have a way to go. Why don't we go to the 1st level and take a look? Linling. Lei Gong and the others were a little excited. Linling smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know why, but my sense of Yu is sometimes good and sometimes not, so I'm not too sure. I guess it was an illusion before. After all, it was like this in the Chaos Realm. He was incomparably excited before, but on second thought, it was unlikely. In the end, he did not take it seriously. Chapter 51-33. Putting away his thoughts, Linling once again chatted with the Yellow Emperor and the others. Old Man Yunxing and the others also exchanged a few words with Linling before politely leaving. For an entire day, Linling accompanied them to reminisce. However, Linling was somewhat absent-minded because the feeling of disappearing and reappearing from time to time was affecting him. It was as if Yu's reincarnation had indeed entered the Dao Pagoda. When he thought of this, Linling could not control his thoughts. In the end, he constantly calmed down and ignored that feeling. In the following time, Linling stabilized his realm. Unfortunately, there were no treasures on the 4th floor, causing Linling's progress to be slow. It was said that the 4th floor of the Dao Pagoda actually had many treasures. However, they were divided among the powerful 12 god clans and forcibly taken away the treasures on this floor, causing the gods who entered later to cultivate very slowly. As for what treasures were taken away, because of the long history, not many people knew about this. After learning all this from Old Man Yunxing and the others, Linling sighed inwardly. The 12 god clans were the first to enter the Dao Pagoda. Now that they had entered the latter half, all the cultivation resources had been plundered by them. If one wanted to reach the top of the Dao Pagoda and stand at the peak of the universe, fighting against the 12 god clans was inevitable. Without cultivation resources, Linling could only comprehend his realm. His current powerful methods were divided. 1. Sword of Faith. 2. Lin Ling's Universe. 3. Universes 3. Extreme Break. 4. Innate Talent Fusion. 5. Penga's Body. On the other hand, Divine Embryo and other innate talents could only improve the foundation and strengthen divine power. They were not of much help. As for opening the 9 major dantians, this still seemed very far away. After all, the higher Lin Ling's realm, the more cultivation resources he would need. However, Lin Ling faced too many powerful enemies. He had no choice but to raise his realm. On this day, Yuer and the others all came to the 4th floor. Originally, as newcomers, it was inevitable that they would be given a hard time. However, after learning that they were Lin Ling's people, the gods of the entire 4th level were very polite to them. Yuer and the others were also very surprised. After all, what they had experienced on the 3rd level was actually the same on the 4th level. The most important thing was that Lin Ling didn't have much time to go from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer. Everyone had gathered on the sacred mountain. It was extremely lively. Just like that, a year passed by quietly. Everyone's strength had increased by a small margin, but Lin Ling's improvement was actually the smallest apart from some comprehension. Junior brother, the teleportation point of the 5th level seems to have appeared. On this day, Qingzhu found Lin Ling and was incomparably happy. The path from the 4th level to the 5th level had always been difficult to find. This time, Qingzhu finally received the news. Lin Ling. At the same time, the voice of the 12-winged sun god was heard. The path to the 5th level seems to have appeared. Let's go. Lin Ling hurriedly informed Yellow Emperor and the others, but they didn't plan to leave for the time being. At the very least, they believed that they had to have the strength to dominate the 4th level before they could go to the 5th level. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Lin Ling could also understand. In addition, Yuer and the others had just arrived and indeed needed time to reorganize and cultivate. Therefore, Lin Ling bid farewell to them and left with Qingzhu. Lin Ling, be careful. Yuer and the others shouted worriedly, but they didn't stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at Yuer and the others gratefully. With these virtuous wives, he, Lin Ling, could go out and fight without restraint. To be able to marry them in this life was Lin Ling's blessing. Don't worry, I will often return to the Lin Ling universe. When the time comes, we will meet in the Lin Ling universe. Lin Ling said as he left. This was also the benefit of the Lin Ling universe. Otherwise, if they got separated, Lin Ling would probably be worried to death. Second brother, we will soon go to the 5th level. Sir. Sakura, Shengyi, and the others also shouted. Lei Gong, Yellow Emperor, and the others had smiles on their faces. They didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with encouragement. Of course, they believed that Lin Ling would definitely be able to solve the second half of the Dao Pagoda. Yes. Lin Ling also nodded to them and finally disappeared into the distance. I have waited here for so many years, and finally, the path to the 5th level has appeared. Qingzhu flew through the sky with Lin Ling. She was clearly excited. Is the path to the 5th level rarely seen? Lin Ling asked. Yes, the place where it appears has never been determined. Moreover, it appears for a very short time and disappears quickly. If you want to enter, it mostly depends on luck. In fact, I have heard of the passage to the 5th level no less than 100 times on the 4th level. When I arrived, the passage disappeared. Qingzhu nodded. In that case, it probably appears every year. It's just that it doesn't appear for a long time, so I missed it. Lin Ling somewhat understood. At the same time, the voices of Elder Yunxing and the others also sounded. Lin Ling, do you know the path to the 5th level? Elder Yunxing and the others had been here for 100,000 years, and they were also looking for the passage to the 5th level. Of course, in the early stages, they had actually encountered it, but at that time, they felt that their strength wasn't strong enough, so they didn't enter in the end. When they planned to enter, they didn't encounter it. It could only be said that fate was sometimes so wonderful. When you didn't want it, it would appear frequently, and when you wanted it, it wouldn't appear for a long time. Qingzhu, do you know where it is? Lin Ling hurriedly asked. During this period of time, he had often been in contact with Elder Yunxing and the others, and they had a good relationship with each other. Naturally, he would help if he could. It's not far from here. You can reach it in half an incense stick's time. It's at the top of a purple divine mountain. Qingzhu said. Lin Ling hurriedly told her the information he knew, and then sped up with Qingzhu and flew into the distance. A moment later, a purple mountain appeared in front of them. Apart from the purple rocks on the mountain, everything else was ordinary, so there were no gods living there. When they looked up at the top of the mountain, everything was normal. However, there were still a few people on the top of the mountain. It was the 12-winged young god and the others. At this moment, they were looking at the top of the mountain with nervous expressions. Lin Ling, you're here. And this is? The 12-winged young god looked at Qingzhu with some curiosity. However, at this moment, a light suddenly appeared on the top of the mountain. It changed into a seed that was constantly growing, and the speed of its growth was extremely fast. It appeared. Seeing this light that was like a ring, the 12-winged young god didn't have time to ask about Qingzhu. It appeared. At this moment, Qingzhu's expression was joyful. She flew to the top of the mountain with Lin Ling. Is this the way to the 5th level? Lin Ling was full of curiosity and waited quietly. However, the ring appeared quickly and grew quickly. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire top of the mountain. Lin Ling, quickly go from here to the 5th level. This passage will disappear soon. Qingzhu hurriedly said to Lin Ling. At the same time, she took out the Tao realm fragment and gave it to Lin Ling. The 12-winged young god and the others also took out the Tao realm fragment without delay. Chapter 51-34. It's here. Almost at the same time, a rainbow light appeared in the distance. It was Elder Yunxing and the others. They were incomparably excited as they all flew towards the purple divine mountain. However, some of them were far away and some were close, so it was difficult for them to rush over at the same time. Before Ling left, he glanced at them and knew that most of them would miss it because the circular halo appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Then, Lin Ling felt as if he had experienced a life and death calamity, and everything became blank. At the same time, on the 5th floor of the Dao Pagoda, several rays of light suddenly appeared, as if the sun was reorganizing. After continuously condensing, several figures appeared on the ground. It was Lin Ling and the others. The 5th floor of the Dao Pagoda. Some people exclaimed in unison. The Dao Pagoda had 9 floors, and they had already reached the middle. He looked around and found that the sky on the 5th floor of the Dao Pagoda was very high. It was full of surging primordial energy, illuminating the earth. There was no sun, moon, or stars. It was like the sun never setting, only daytime. And moreover, the spiritual energy here was very dense. It floated around, making people feel as if their bodies were very heavy. The density of this spiritual energy is comparable to that of the chaos realm. Qingzhu let out a cry of surprise. Lin Ling stretched out his hand and condensed it slightly. A pool of clear water appeared in his palm. This was spiritual water, incomparably precious. If it was placed in the 9 regions, it would be enough to make an ordinary person instantly become a martial arts grandmaster. The spiritual energy here was indeed abnormal. The spiritual energy of the chaos realm seems to be similar to that of this place. Then Lin Ling recalled. This is the current chaos realm. Back then, the gods were powerful, and the spiritual energy was even denser than it is now. Unfortunately, after the chaos realm grew old, it became weaker and weaker day by day. I don't think it will live for long, Qingzhu said. The universe also has life. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Qingzhu nodded. In fact, the master of the universe disappeared, causing the laws of the universe to constantly weaken. Otherwise, the universe would be immortal. The master of the universe? Lin Ling suddenly thought of the god of creation. The god of creation created the largest universe, stabilized the laws, and gave birth to countless creatures. These creatures cultivated with the help of the universe, and also comprehended their own universe. Unfortunately, no matter how strong these universes were, they could not surpass the first universe. After all, regardless of whether it was the living beings or the universes they comprehended, they were in fact formed from the laws of the first universe. Collect with this thought in mind, Lin Ling looked around and discovered that other than the spiritual qi being denser on the 5th floor, everything else was similar to the 9 prefectures. 'Cause in the distance he saw great cities one after another. However, these great cities were clearly different. They were more like immortal realms. The fifth level is like the god world of yesteryear. There are god mountains, god palaces, and god cities everywhere. She seemed to be somewhat familiar with the shattered divine realm. Then she looked at Qingzhu and asked politely, "Sister, may I know your name?" "I am the 12-winged sun god of the sun god race. I'm Linling's senior sister. My name is Qingzhu." Qingzhu smiled. The 2-winged sun god was secretly shocked. Linling's senior sister? Why hadn't she heard Linling mention it before? She was too embarrassed to ask more. Although Qingzhu looked ordinary, Qingzhu had a temperament that made her want to worship her. Although this temperament was hidden very deeply, she was from the sun god race, so she could keenly detect it. 12-winged young god. Is the son of light still here? Linling looked at the 12-winged sun god and asked. The 12-winged sun god immediately checked and then shook her head. No, there aren't many gods left on the 5th floor of the sun god race. This is not our headquarters. After the son of light came here, he found the passage and went to the 6th floor. I'm so envious. That guy's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. He can quickly enter the second half. Linling said with a smile. The son of light has obtained the inheritance of the former sun god, and his strength has improved greatly. Of course, we can also find the way to the next floor and enter the 6th floor. However, I don't know if it's good for us to enter with our realm. The 12-winged sun god said. Linling nodded. The higher they went, the more experts there were. Not to mention, there were also great enemies like the Rotten Race and the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Therefore, it was better to increase their strength on the 5th floor before entering. Moreover, Master gave us a mission. Qingzhu said. Qingzhu also said. Speaking of this, Linling's eyes lit up and he asked, Senior sister, have you found the whereabouts of Bai Yusheng? I have a rough idea of the direction, but he seems to be hiding. Therefore, before everything is confirmed, we shouldn't alert him. Qingzhu immediately said. Hearing this, Linling nodded in agreement. Although Patriarch Bodhi had asked him to help Bai Yusheng, he guessed that senior sister Qingzhu had also received this order. Therefore, he should follow senior sister Qingzhu. Linling, since I have nothing to do, why don't I help you? My strength is not as good as yours, but it's not that bad. The 2-winged sun god suggested, while Linling glanced at his senior sister. Seeing that she did not object, Linling immediately agreed. The 2-winged sun god immediately let the other members of the sun god race leave, and then followed Qingzhu. Qingzhu was very easy to talk to. While talking to Linling, they walked towards a god city in front of them. After a long time, that huge god city appeared in front of them. There were many powerful gods here, and there were even god-level giant universe gods. Moreover, many powerful gods had backers, the 12 god races. Qingzhu quickly snuck into their midst and chatted with them, constantly inquiring for information, while Linling and the 12-winged sun god waited quietly in the city, sighing at the strength of the gods in the city. This was because all the gods here had the strength of a saint giant universe god. The middle stage, the late stage, and the pinnacle stage were incomparably powerful. Saint early stage giant universe gods were rarer. Until king universe gods were needless to say. Even if there were, they were just passers-by with low status. By the way, where is the great god of Spirit Nation? Linling suddenly looked at the 12-winged sun god while waiting quietly. After returning from the Chaos Realm, the great god of Spirit Nation followed the Son of Light. If he is not on the 5th level, then he should be on the 6th level. The 2-winged sun god said. This guy's strength has improved so quickly. Linling was shocked. For example, among the hosts of the worlds will today, other than the most mysterious being, Tongtian, the most powerful one was Dipankara Buddha God, followed by Linling and the great god of Spirit Nation. But now, it seemed that the great god of Spirit Nation was more powerful than him. It seemed that the great god of Spirit Nation's world will was not weak. Now among the world will hosts, the great god of Spirit Nation is the furthest. However, Lei Gong, Xiaoluan Longyang, and Taoist Master of Many Treasures will definitely work hard and reach the 5th level soon. After all, they are also world will hosts. Chapter 5135. Lin Ling approved of the 12-winged sun's idea. Now Lei Gong and the others had died once, so they could be considered to be recultivating. That was why their speed was a little slower, but it was only a little slower. After all, their potential was there. Junior brother. At this time, Qing Zhu walked back with a smile on his face. I've asked around. This 5th floor has the strongest of the 4 great god clans. They are the Tooth Clan, the Myriad Sea Clan, the 9 Conch Clan and the Mountain Pushing Gang. This is also their territory. 4 of the 12 god clans? Ling and the 12-winged sun god looked at each other in shock. Qing Zhu nodded his head. Of course, this level does not mean that there are no other god clans, such as the Rotten Race, the Silver Moon Race, and the Sun God Clan, but the strongest are only those 4 clans. After all, the powerful god clans have all migrated to a higher level. And these 4 clans, for some reason, still have many experts here. What about Bai Yuxing's whereabouts? Lin Ling asked. In the Taoist Divine City. Bamboo laughed. Before I left the Chaos Realm, Master gave me a pair of chopsticks, so I can use them to roughly know Bai Yuxing's whereabouts. Chopsticks? As expected of Patriarch Subhoodie, even a pair of chopsticks had such power. He asked. Isn't he hiding from some pursuers? Why is he in the Divine City? I don't know about that, but I'm guessing that he must have his own reasons for going to the Taoist Divine City. Qing Zhu led Lin Ling and the other 2 as they walked. They left the city and hurried on their way in the wilderness. Let's go to the Taoist Divine City now and make a decision when we get there. However, I reckon that Bai Yuxing must have offended one of the god clans on the 5th floor. Or maybe 2, which is why he fled everywhere. Furthermore, Master calculated that it would be difficult for him to pass this tribulation by himself, so Master asked us to help him. Qing Zhu said. Lin Ling immediately laughed. Don't tell me Master wants to take Bai Yuxing as a disciple. How can we know what Master is thinking? However, those who can be taken in as disciples by Master all have great backgrounds, and will be important figures in the future. If Bai Yuxing is taken in, it means that he will definitely be extraordinary in the future. At that time, junior brother Lin Ling will have one more junior brother, and he won't be the youngest one. Qing Zhu spoke as if she were an elder sister. Lin immediately. The 12-winged young god even giggled. They continued to move forward, and before long, they reached the Taoist Divine City. Lin Ling Yuan saw that no matter how powerful the gods were, they all restrained their arrogance after arriving here. It was as if they were afraid of something. I don't know what the final strength of this 5th level is, but from the looks of it, even the deity realm giant gods here seem to be very courteous. Hence, the strongest here should be stronger than the deity realm giant gods, or even the middle stage giant gods. Bamboo also saw the scene and analyzed. Lin Ling and the 12-winged sun god secretly clicked their tongues. With such strength, the 2 of them estimated that they wouldn't be able to win even if they went all out. The gap between the 5th and 4th floor was too big. Lin Ling suddenly recalled. I seem to have met Yi City in the Tao realm. They have a big ship in the Tao realm and ride the gods across the sea. 12 god clans. Some clans have many people, while others have few people. Some clans have appeared in the eyes of the world very early, such as the Iya clan. They have many people, and most people know about them. The 12-winged young god said. The Decaying clan, the Solar God clan, and the Silver Moon clan are also large clans with a large number of people. For example, the Giant God clan and the Divine Ox clan have very few people. However, although their numbers are small, their combat strength is not weaker than our Solar God clan. They talked as they walked, and finally, they entered the Taoist Divine City. While Lin Ling's impression of this place was that it was big, incomparably big, and looked very ancient. He estimated that when the Tao Pagoda was first opened, this divine city was built. Lin Ling did not dare to casually investigate others. After all, the gods here were all very strong, and their backgrounds were not small. He could not afford to offend them. Now where are we going? Ling looked at Qing Zhu and asked. Follow me to the Divine Palace. Zhu smiled mysteriously and continued forward. Not long after, a huge divine palace appeared in front of them. This divine palace was so big that it actually occupied half of the area of Taoist Divine City. It was probably the base of the Iya clan in Dallas Divine City, while Lin Ling could clearly see that there was no one around the Divine Palace. The gods who passed by all avoided it as if they had seen a flood or a ferocious beast. Looking at Qingzhu again, she was actually leading the two of them to the Divine Palace. The gate of the Divine Palace was very big. It was 50 meters tall and 30 meters wide. However, there were only 2 guards wearing divine armor. They said indifferently, "Everyone, what is the matter?" "We are here to participate in the Destiny Martial Meet," Qingzhu said with a smile. Hearing this, the 3 of them sized up Lin Ling and the other 2. They discovered that other than the woman in the lead, who was a divine giant universe god, the other 2 were only king universe gods. One of the women was still okay, as she was only a pinnacle king universe god. As for the other youth, he was a middle-stage king universe god. This kind of strength on the 5th floor of the Dao Pagoda was simply the lowest existence. "What? Can't we enter?" Qingzhu saw that they were in a daze and asked. "You can enter. There is no need for an examination. All 3 of you are qualified. Do you all want to sign up?" Surprisingly, the 2 divine guards did not stop him. "I will participate. My junior brother will also participate." Qingzhu looked at the 12-winged young god and finally said, "She will not participate." "Okay, write down the names and you may enter." The 2 guards waved their right hands, and a boundary array appeared. They let Lin Ling and Qingzhu write down the names. Finally, they gave Lin Ling and Qingzhu a jade card each. Throughout the whole process, Lin Ling was very confused. Were they not here to find Bai Yuxing? Why were they suddenly participating in this stupid martial arts competition? No. Lin Ling did not ask any more questions. He knew that his senior sister would definitely not harm him. After receiving the jade cards, Qingzhu led the 2 inside. On the way, she began to explain. "Bai Yuxing is in this palace. He seems to be participating in the Destiny Martial Arts competition. I think he is here to improve his strength." "I see." Lin Ling nodded and asked, "What is a Destiny Martial Arts competition?" On the 5th floor, because of the primordial energy, destiny is often born. If you want to obtain destiny, you must fight with gods of low realms and powerful strength to open up the destiny. This is because according to the legends on this floor, gods of low realms but powerful strength have very strong destinies. By stimulating them, you can seize supreme destiny. In the end, the participants will obtain destiny, and so will the palace. This is the goal of the Tooth Clan on the 5th floor. In fact, on the 5th floor, this kind of Destiny martial arts competition is held many times. The location is different every time. Sometimes it is the Myriad Sea Clan, and sometimes it is the Mountain Push Gang. Listening to Qingzhu's explanation, Lin Ling and the 12-winged young god were completely enlightened. Chapter 5136. Senior sister, you're amazing. You've gathered so much information in such a short period of time. Lin Ling smiled at Qingzhu. He had a cold personality. If he wanted to gather so much information in such a short period of time, he would probably have to use force. His senior sister was smooth and slick. Without offending others, she had easily obtained such information. Third, they walked along the main road, and found that the Divine Palace was larger than they had imagined. There were road signs on the side of the road that could point them in the right direction. As it turned out, the Divine Palace was divided into 3 regions. One region was the location of the Fate Martial Assembly. What was strange was that the location of the Fate Martial Assembly was above an ancient pond. And those ancient ponds were very large, with a mysterious power surging out. Lin Ling had a feeling that the bottom of the ancient pool was connected to the primordial aura. If the participants fought, they would be able to stimulate the destiny at the bottom of the ancient pool. While the second region was a divine mountain. The spiritual energy on the divine mountain was 3 times denser than the outside world. It was for the participants to cultivate. Of course, this kind of cultivation only increased one's strength and not one's realm. The higher one's realm was, the harder it was to stimulate destiny. Third, the 3 regions were for leisure use. There were all kinds of restaurants and all kinds of food and drinks were free. How considerate. Lin Ling looked at the road signs and roughly knew the layout of the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace seems to be good to us, but in fact they're trying to gain something without risking anything. After all, they're the ones who obtain the greatest amount of destiny. Also, I just remembered that we have the destined martial competition here. The other divine cities also have theirs. They're competing for destiny. Qingzhu suddenly said. Look, the destined martial competition seems to be in a month. At this moment, the 12-winged young god pointed at one of the road signs. A month was just the blink of an eye for gods. So Lin Ling and the others each found a cave to cultivate in. The cave was very bright. There were light stones at the top of the cave that could adjust the brightness. In the center of the cave, there was a Baotu spring that spewed out spiritual water from time to time. It could be used for cultivation. Ling Zichuan sat down and found that the spiritual water was rich. He immediately began to refine it. He did not increase his realm during this cultivation. After all, he might not be able to break through successfully. The time was too short. But Lin Ling planned to use it to increase his power of divinity and physical strength. These were two great foundations, and they were related to the increase of his overall strength. Under Lin Ling's control, the spirit water floated up like mist and enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. And with such powerful resources, Lin Ling's improvement was like a sponge absorbing water. It had to be known that on the 4th level, due to the lack of cultivation resources, Lin Ling had not been able to make any progress for many years. He had only been able to comprehend his realm. Now that his realm had reached the required level, and he had access to cultivation resources, his cultivation speed was naturally much faster. After cultivating like crazy, Lin Ling's power of divinity had reached 500 billion. If his fusion talent could be doubled, it would be exactly 1 trillion. His physical strength had also reached 500 billion. If he activated Panga's true body, it would be 1 trillion. This meant that Lin Ling's overall strength was 2 trillion. 2 trillion. Most of the late-stage saint-level universe giant gods did not have this kind of strength. This was the reason why Lin Ling could fight across realms. This also included his 3 trump cards, Universe 3 Extremes Break, Lin Ling's Universe, and Sword of Faith. Lin Ling. Suddenly, a voice came and woke Lin Ling up. And he opened his eyes. For some reason, he seemed to be immune to the spiritual water. Later on, his cultivation speed became slower. He simply did not cultivate anymore. In contrast, it was precisely because he was already extremely satisfied with this cultivation. Go. Out of the cave, Lin Ling saw the 12-winged sun god. She smiled and said, Your senior sister is looking for you. You finished cultivating so quickly? How long have I been cultivating? Lin Ling asked. 27 days. We only cultivated for 10 days. After that, our progress slowed down. So long. Lin was a little surprised. He followed the 12-winged sun god out of the divine mountain. What surprised Lin Ling was that they were going to the 3rd region, which was a restaurant area. Could it be that his senior sister wanted to enjoy herself here? This way. The 12-winged sun god led Lin Ling into a restaurant. The restaurant's decoration was very simple and ancient. At this moment, there were not many people drinking in the restaurant. Lin Ling saw Qingzhu at a glance. She was drinking with a faint smile. And Ling's eyes swept over and could not help but be a little absent-minded. He saw Qingzhu sitting by the window. Gentle light shone in from the window and fell on Qingzhu's body, giving people an indescribable sense of beauty. Senior sister. Ling immediately smiled. Senior sister Qingzhu looked very ordinary, but her temperament was indeed very special. If one had to give an example, she was like a green bamboo in the wind and snow. Lin Ling is here. Over here. Qingzhu also greeted Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately walked over and sat down. Are you curious why I asked you to drink? Qingzhu asked. Qingzhu was the first to speak. Lin Ling nodded. Qingzhu immediately raised her chin at a man not far away, letting Lin Ling look over. On the other side of the restaurant, a lonely man was sitting there. He was wearing cotton clothes and had stubble on his face. Coupled with his square face, he looked very manly. Bai Yusheng? Lin Ling immediately asked. Qingzhu smiled and nodded. Only then did Lin Ling roughly glance over, and know that Bai Yusheng's realm was middle-stage universe giant god. His realm was not low. He did not know how strong he was. Should we go and greet him? Lin Ling asked. Senior sister had arranged everything. She must have a plan, so Lin Ling asked for her opinion. Just wait, Qingzhu said. Qingzhu suddenly smiled mysteriously. At this moment a few more figures walked in. They glanced around and suddenly saw Bai Yuxing. Their eyes narrowed, and then they walked over with sneers. These people were all middle-stage universe giant gods at the saint level. Bai Yuxing, I didn't expect you to escape here. They went straight to the point and sneered. And you actually came to participate in the fate meet. No wonder you dared to swagger here to drink. It's you, Wuxia. Bai Yuxing was drinking. Suddenly he looked up, and his eyes were filled with coldness. You, the loser, are really shameless. Now you've brought helpers? Hearing this, one of them clenched his teeth. He was completely enraged. He brought several people to Bai Yuxing's table and looked down at him. I dare you to say what you said before again. They seemed to be standing casually, but their angle was very good. They completely locked Bai Yuxing in place. And although they did not seem to be attacking, they had used some unknown method to suppress Bai Yuxing. He could only grit his teeth. Say it. Why did you stop? The man called Wuxia said with disdain. In the God Palace, because there were many participants, they were not allowed to use force. Otherwise, the price would be very high. Therefore, they did not dare to use force openly. They used other methods to suppress Bai Yuxing. Let's see if he still dared to talk back. Bai Yuxing was suppressed to the point that he could not raise his head. He lowered his head and trembled. His lips were about to be torn and blood was flowing out. Chapter 5137. The voice interrupted Bai Yuxing and the rest. They all turned around and realized that a white-haired man was standing behind them. This white-haired man was only a king-level universe giant god. Where did this idiot come from? Do you want to die? Do we, the Myriad Sea Clan, need you to tell us what to do? Break one of your arms, or we'll teach you a lesson. Wuxia said coldly. A king-level universe giant god dared to meddle in other people's business. He must be tired of living. Lin Ling sneered and raised his hand to strike. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. A palm print instantly appeared on Wuxia's face, and his face began to swell up like a balloon. His pupils constricted. This person dared to hit him? Wasn't it forbidden to fight in the deity palace? I dare you to repeat what you said before. Lin Ling looked at Wuxia indifferently. His eyes were icy cold. Wuxia's expression changed rapidly as he exchanged a glance with Lin Ling. His left cheek was stinging with pain, and he wanted to act up several times. However, he managed to control himself in the end. 1. It was true that fighting was forbidden in the deity palace, but this white-haired man still dared to hit him. This showed that he had nothing to fear. 2. He was a saint universe giant god, but this white-haired man's slap could hurt him easily. He didn't know if it was the power of a god or something else. There were 2 reasons why he didn't dare to act rashly. The 5th level is the territory of our Myriad Sea Clan. It's best to restrain yourself. Otherwise you'll get into trouble. Wuxia said coldly. Do you want to be hit again? Lin Ling said indifferently. Wuxia was furious. He looked at the people beside him, only to find that they were frowning and not saying anything. Let's go. Wuxia left with big strides. The people beside him were stronger, but they didn't say anything. This meant that his helpers couldn't see through this white-haired man. This friend, thank you for earlier. After Wuxia left, Bai Yuxing looked at Lin Ling gratefully. He had no friends on the 5th level. This was the first time he met someone who was willing to help him. I just don't like them. Lin Ling smiled casually. No matter what, I still have to thank you. However, they are from the divine race. Now that you have offended them, it is as if you have provoked fire. You must be careful. Bai Yuxing clasped his hands towards Lin Ling with an apologetic expression. After all, if it wasn't for Lin Ling standing up for him, he wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Lin Ling could tell from his expression that Bai Yuxing was a man of principles. My name is Bai Yuxing. May I know who you are? Bai Yuxing said politely. Lin Ling. So it's your excellency Lin Ling. I, Bai Yuxing, will remember your kindness today, and will definitely repay you in the future. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. All right. After talking for a while, Bai Yuxing left. Lin Ling looked at his back, shook his head, and walked back to Qingzhu. Lin Ling, well done. Bai Yuxing has a good impression of you now. Qingzhu said with a smile as she watched Lin Ling walk over. Why do I feel like he's scheming? Lin Ling was a little depressed. Not really. Think about it. When Master asked someone to help you, didn't he ask them to get close to you slowly at the beginning? Humans are all wary. If we suddenly help him, he will definitely think that we are after something. It's best to start from a young age. Qingzhu said. Senior sister is right. Lin Ling nodded. He didn't expect his senior sister to think so much. The two-winged young god quietly listened to the conversation between the two. She was also very curious, but she didn't ask. She didn't even know who Lin Ling's master was, but she guessed that he must be someone important. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they left the inn. When they walked outside, they found that there were more and more people. It seemed that there were many gods who wanted to obtain luck. Get lost. At this time, on the vast street, several dragon gods glided across the ground, pulling a gorgeous bronze palace. These dragon gods were extremely powerful. As they charged along the street, they actually forced a large number of gods to retreat. And at this time, in front of the street, an old woman and an old man walked side by side. They looked around as they walked, talking and laughing. It was obvious that the two of them had a good relationship. They didn't realize that there were dragon gods gliding behind them. And these two old men were late-stage King Cosmos gods. Since they were able to enter the palace, they naturally wanted to participate in the fate martial competition and obtain some luck. Not good. Seeing this scene, Qingzhu frowned. She disappeared from where she was and appeared behind the two old men. She stretched out her small white hand. Get lost. Her palm emitted a halo. Several dragon gods charging over were stimulated by this halo. They all stopped and lay on the ground, not daring to move at all. How dare you block my Yinfeng's path? The bronze palace crashed to the ground with a boom. Then a young man wearing silver armor walked out. Many other strong beings also walked out from the surroundings. The young man looked at Qingzhu coldly, sizing her up. Suddenly he sneered. Interesting. There's a mysterious force in your body. Although your appearance is ordinary, your temperament is not bad. Bring her back. No one expected that other than messing around on the street, this young man actually dared to snatch a goddess on the street. Because they knew that violence was not allowed in the palace. Since they dared to be so unrestrained here, their background must be not small. Indeed. That young man shouted domineeringly. Let's see who will take who. Qingzhu sneered and immediately made her move. The young man leaped up. In midair, he held a bright moon in his hand and slapped it toward Qingzhu. This move contained incomparably powerful deity energy. Qingzhu's palm also slapped out. Her deity energy gushed out and clashed with that young man in midair. A gust of wind exploded, and the entire palace seemed to be shaking. What a powerful ability. That one move made that young man realize how powerful Qingzhu was. He shouted angrily. Why aren't you making your move? Are you in a daze? Yes, young master. The surrounding gods all attacked Qingzhu, wanting to join forces and take them down. But, at this moment, a fist arrived. It contained terrifying power as it fiercely landed on a god's body, sending him flying. He passed through countless buildings and disappeared into the distance. Pung pung pung. Following that, a large number of explosions sounded. The gods who wanted to help the young man were all sent flying. The entire street seemed to have collapsed. But the young man's eyes trembled fiercely when he saw this scene. He saw a white-haired man. Most importantly, he was familiar with this white-haired man. Who else could it be other than Lin Ling? Who's making a scene here? At this moment, the space rippled, and several men wearing standard robes appeared. There were old and young people, and they all looked dignified. However, they were incomparably powerful. All of them were middle-stage universe giant gods at the Saint Realm. I mean Feng from the Silver Moon clan. Chapter 5138. After saying that, he continued to stare at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with killing intent. On the third level, the Silver Moon clan had been exterminated, and his uncle Yin Wanguang had been killed. Everyone in the Silvermoon clan knew that god ancestor Silvermoon had issued an order to kill Lin Ling if they saw him. The Silvermoon clan? Lin Ling's eyes also revealed a murderous intent. No wonder he had a bad feeling when he saw this young man earlier. So that was the reason. The martial arts competition is in 3 days. If anyone dares to cause trouble during these 3 days, don't blame us, the Tooth Clan, for not giving you face. The god of the Tooth Clan obviously wanted to give face to the Silvermoon clan, so he did not make a fuss about it. Let's go. Yin Feng gritted his teeth. It was rare to see Lin Ling, and he wanted to kill him. However, he endured it. The Tooth Clan had given him face, and if he did not know what was good for him, they would definitely suppress him on the spot. He glared at Lin Ling. In the end, he even abandoned the Dragon God Palace and left with his people. You two. After Yin Feng left, the people of the Tooth Clan looked at Lin Ling and the others. They could sense that Lin Ling's cultivation level was not high, but his strength was not weak. Because of this, they spoke for Lin Ling. After all, the martial arts competition was in 3 days. Lin Ling was like this. People were important. Lin Ling, let's go. Qingzhu smiled at the people of the Tooth Clan and walked toward Lin Ling. Thank you, thank you. At this time, the old woman and the old man came over and thanked Qingzhu and the others. The two of them were gods in the divine world. They were not very powerful, but they were somewhat famous. Unfortunately, when they faced the powerful gods of different eras in the Dao Pagoda, they were as weak as mortals. If Qingzhu had not helped them, they would have been injured. It's nothing. Qingzhu waved her hand casually and left with Lin Ling. In the crowd, a burly man's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, Lin Ling and the others look good. He was none other than Bai Yusheng. Although Lin Ling had helped him before, he had seen all sorts of unpredictable things in the Dao Pagoda, so he had always been on guard. Now that he saw Lin Ling and the others fight for 2 strangers, he immediately felt that Lin Ling and the others were different from other gods. Junior brother, that's the Silvermoon clan. I've heard that you have a huge grudge against them. With your previous attack, I reckon that your enemies have a rough idea of your whereabouts. Qingzhu said with a smile as she walked with Lin Ling. Who cares? We'll find out sooner or later anyway. I just don't know if the Rotten Race and the White Mountain Divine Gate are on the 5th floor. Lin Ling said nonchalantly. If I encounter a decaying god, I won't let them go either. When the 12-winged Yang god heard Lin Ling mention the Rotten Race, her face instantly turned cold. The Rot god had killed their sun god, and this was the humiliation of the sun god race. The sun god race had always wanted to take revenge. Lin Ling's eyes were also somewhat cold. The Silvermoon clan? He and the Silvermoon clan were irreconcilable. As long as he saw someone from the god race who was weaker than him, Lin Ling would definitely kill them. Go back and rest. The Destiny Martial meet in 3 days will definitely be very lively. When Qingzhu saw Lin Ling's expression, she also knew of the hatred between Lin Ling and the Silvermoon clan. After she said that, the 3 of them separated. Lin Ling returned to his cave and slowly cultivated. However, this time, the speed of his improvement was slower. Clearly, the effect of the spiritual water continued to weaken. While Lin Ling was cultivating on the other side, Yin Feng sat cross-legged around the ancient pond. He seemed to have been waiting for the Destiny Martial meet. Every Destiny Martial meet could increase one's strength, but it was only a matter of how much. Therefore, as long as there was a Destiny Martial meet in the various divine cities on the 5th floor, Yin Feng would come to participate. Of course, he was not the only one. In fact, many gods were the same. However, the Destiny Martial meet's requirement was that the lower one's cultivation level, the better. This alone stopped many people. Young master, I've brought them. At this time, a few experts walked over, holding an old woman and an old man. They were the 2 people Lin Ling and the others had saved before. Kneel. A stern shout came, causing the 2 old men to tremble. They were gods, but in front of people from the 12 god races, they were immediately like mortals. Plop. The 2 old men did not dare to resist and directly knelt down. Yin Feng was still looking at the ancient pond, and his voice was extremely cold. You 2 are so stupid. It's fine if you blocked my way. If you had been hit by my mount, it would have been fine. But you had to stand up for me and humiliate the Silvermoon clan. My lord, spare us, spare us. The two old men kept kowtowing. Spare us? Yin Feng sneered. Today, because of the two of you, I, Yin Feng, have lost so much face. Who would spare me? And because of the two of you, I met Lin Ling. Who would calm my anger? Lin Ling wanted to save the two of you, so I'll kill the two of you. Nah. Painful screams came, and then under the suppression of several gods, the two old men were killed. Their blood dyed the edge of the ancient pond red. On the other side of the ancient pond, there were many gods waiting for the fated martial meet. When they saw this scene, they all shuddered. The god palace did not allow violence, but Yin Feng did not only use violence, he directly killed two old gods. The Silvermoon clan was indeed domineering. Send the heads of these two to Lin Ling. Yin Feng seemed to have calmed down a lot at this time, and he smiled faintly. He believed that when Lin Ling saw the heads of these two people, he would definitely be furious. Young master, good move. The other gods immediately smiled and nodded. They picked up the two heads on the ground and left the ancient pond. The Silvermoon clan doesn't give us any face. How dare they kill people in the god palace? Yin Feng's domineering killing naturally did not escape the eyes of the god palace. A god from the Tooth clan said coldly, "Forget it. Yin Feng's realm is low, but he's strong. He's extremely important in the fated martial meet. As for the dead Misty Rain Elder and the others, although their realms are low, they're not strong. They're dead now, so let them be." Another voice sounded, stopping the angry god from before. In the end, the Tooth clan chose to pretend that they did not see it. 3 days passed quietly. On this day, Lin Ling walked out of his cave abode and left the sacred mountain through the stairs. However, along the way, he sensed that the gods he met along the way were clearly different. They seemed to be paying attention to him and whispering to each other. What happened? Lin Ling felt that it was very strange. Junior brother. At this time, Qingzhu's voice came from the foot of the mountain, but it was very low. Lin Ling quickened his pace and walked towards Qingzhu. Then he saw the two heads on the ground. Beside the heads were a few words written in blood. Lin Ling, this is for you. It's them. Lin Ling immediately recognized the two heads. Weren't they the two old men they saved 3 days ago? Chapter 51:39. So vicious. Even the 12-winged young god couldn't stand it anymore. No matter how many reincarnations they've gone through, they've never been separated. They've always held each other's hands. Today, they came to the Destiny Martial competition just to get some destiny and live longer. In front of some powerful gods, they're like ants. Hearing this, Lin Ling clenched his fists and trembled. The three of them looked at each other and walked toward the ancient pond without saying a word. At this moment, they were getting closer to the Destiny Martial competition. In the third region, countless gods appeared. Their realms weren't very high, but they were definitely not weak, because only those with low realms and strong abilities could trigger destiny. In this Destiny Martial competition, the more you win, the more destiny you'll get. I believe I'll be able to get great destiny this time, and smoothly increase my strength. That's right. I don't plan to participate in this Destiny Martial competition. I want to participate in more and finally charge to a higher realm in one go. Haha, you should be content to be able to participate once and not die. You should all know that if you want to obtain more destiny, defeating your opponents is one of the ways. Killing your opponents will increase your destiny. So if you die, your destiny will cease to exist. Voices came from the side of the ancient pond. Hung long long. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound. Then, several gods were blasted away and smashed into the ancient pond, gradually disappearing. Everyone was shocked. And when they looked over, they realized that there were 3 people attacking the gods at the edge of the ancient pond. That's Yin Feng from the Silvermoon clan. This person has participated in the Destiny Martial competition several times and survived each time. He's extremely powerful, and his realm is only at the initial stage of the Saint Realm Universe Giant God Realm. The Silvermoon clan has always been domineering. Could it be that he's killing people? No, it seems like someone else is killing his people. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The Silvermoon clan was one of the 12 god clans. Ordinary gods wouldn't dare to provoke them. Even the Tooth clan mostly turned a blind eye to Yin Feng's arrogance. Now the Silver Moon clan's people were killed. Were these people courting death? It's you. Yin Feng was still sitting beside the ancient pond. He slowly turned his head, his eyes cold. Didn't you want to find us? We're here. Qing Zhu's usual smiling face disappeared as she said coldly. This was also the first time Lin Ling had seen her so cold. He could tell that senior sister seemed to be angry. For those two old farts? Yin Feng originally wanted to infuriate Lin Ling and the others, but he didn't expect that Lin Ling and the others were crazy and dared to kill people in the Divine Palace. This was because he knew that the time for the karmic martial meeting had yet to arrive. If he fell into the ancient pool, he would undoubtedly die. Inside the ancient pond was powerful grand mist energy. Ordinary people could not withstand it at all. You can take it that way. Qing Zhu said indifferently. I really admire your courage. You even dare to kill the people of the Silver Moon clan. I'm afraid you don't even know that their lives are very valuable. They are much more valuable than those old bastards. Yin Feng slowly stood up, and dense killing intent emanated from his body. Seeing Yin Feng's appearance, the people around the ancient pond secretly shook their heads, knowing that those three people were most likely going to die. They also didn't understand why those three people had offended Yin Feng. Could it be that they would rather die standing than live on their knees? How precious can the lives of the Silver Moon clan be? In my opinion, they are just ants. In my life, I have killed many, if not millions, at least hundreds of thousands. At this time, Lin Ling, who had been silent, also spoke. Hearing this, Yin Feng's pupils trembled violently. Yes, Lin Ling had killed millions of their Silver Moon clan members. On the third level, it could be said that the Silver Moon clan was exterminated. He remembered when God ancestor Yin Feng had shown them the scene of him being killed. At that time, the entire Silver Moon clan on the third level of the Dao Pagoda had been sealed and suppressed by the white-haired man. His uncle Yin Wangguang had looked at this scene helplessly and shed tears of blood. This was the biggest shame of the Silver Moon clan since the creation of the universe. Yin Feng's body trembled, and that was because he was trembling with anger. If he remembered correctly, this was because Lin Ling had killed his uncle Yin Wangguang's son, which led to such a conflict. First, he killed the people of the Silver Moon clan, and then exterminated the entire clan. Did he really think that the Silver Moon clan didn't exist? Kill the three of them. Yin Feng no longer cared about the rules of the God Palace, and called for everyone to attack. The great beings of the Silver Moon clan he had brought this time were all at the middle stage of the Saint-level universe, Giant God level. There was even one at the late stage of the universe, Giant God level. Together with the large number of people, it was enough to kill Lin Ling, and the other two. Yin Feng wanted Lin Ling to regret it. Don't think that with the protection of the God Palace, Yin Feng wouldn't dare to kill him. In this universe, there are some things that can't be done. Otherwise, there won't be any regret godly pills to buy. Yin Feng also attacked, and the first person he wanted to kill was Lin Ling. Regret? I regret that I didn't kill you before. Lin Ling said coldly. Pangu quietly released his fleshly body, and the power of his fleshly body caused the ground of the ancient pond to sink a little. Even though his cultivation realm didn't change much, his strength had increased by a large margin. His godly energy and fleshly body strength had reached 1 trillion, which was more than many saint-level universe giant gods. Lin Ling, let me. At this time, Qing Zhu disappeared from where she was and reappeared in front of Yin Feng. She struck out with her palm, and the universe exploded. Yin Feng's expression changed slightly. He had long known that this ordinary-looking woman was very strong. He immediately punched out. The fist and palm collided, and a deafening boom sounded. However, the other gods of the Silver Moon clan all rushed toward Lin Ling. Their eyes were red, and they wanted to kill Lin Ling for revenge. Lin Ling, let me help you. 14 wings appeared on the back of the 12-winged sun god, and she attacked the Silver Moon clan. She used to have 12 wings, but now she had 14 wings, which meant that her strength had greatly increased. Your Excellency Lin Ling, let me help you too. At this time, another voice came. Then, a tall and sturdy man mobilized his godly energy and blocked the attack of one of the Silver Moon clan. Lin Ling turned around and saw that it was Bai Yusheng. He couldn't help but be shocked. Misty Rain old man, and the others are dead. I'm also angry. Bai Yuxing didn't say much, and his expression was cold. Lin Ling smiled. It seemed that Bai Yuxing was quite to his liking. Silver Moon 18 moons. At this time, the remaining 18 Silver Moon clan members attacked together. They turned into 18 moons, and the terrifying moonlight rushed toward Lin Ling. The godly energy had reached 4 trillion, which was more than that of ordinary saint-level universe giant gods. Your Excellency Lin Ling, be careful. Qing Zhu and Bai Yuxing shouted. Although Qing Zhu had seen Lin Ling defeat Zhang Jian, that was with the strength of the world's will. Qing Zhu wasn't sure if Lin Ling could block the godly energy. As for Bai Yuxing, he had only met Lin Ling once, so he didn't know how strong Lin Ling was. Chapter 5140. Rumble. With one punch, one of the moons exploded, and a god fell from the sky, his face full of disbelief. Boom. With another punch, a second god was obliterated. With the third punch, a third god fell into the ancient pond and was sucked into it. He couldn't be more dead. This power. Bai Yuxing's pupils trembled at the sight. Qing Zhu revealed an excited smile. Only the 12-winged young god was used to it. It must be known that the gods of the Dao Tower either had powerful trump cards or powerful divine energy, and Lin Ling had both. How could these ordinary giant universe gods be a match for Lin Ling? Boom. 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 Under everyone's shocked gazes, the moons in the sky kept exploding, and figures fell one after another. Some were dead and some were injured. The 18 moons were destroyed. Like a shooting star, Lin Ling descended from the sky and stomped on a god who was trying to crawl to his feet. With a loud boom, the god's body exploded, and he was stomped into a pulp of flesh. What's going on? The eyes of the Silver Moon clansmen who were still alive were trembling. 40,000 divine energy was ineffective against Lin Ling? Bang! But before they could say anything, Lin Ling arrived and finished them off with one punch each. The last one was kicked into the ancient pond by Lin Ling, and disappeared without a trace. Lin Ling, how dare you? Yin Feng was enraged by Lin Ling's actions. Didn't you see it? I'll kill every Silver Moon clansman I see. Lin Ling looked at Yin Feng indifferently. How arrogant. This person wants to completely offend the Silver Moon clan. But his name is so familiar. Where have I heard it before? Right, Lin Ling, the body of the world's will, Lin Ling, the lunatic who destroyed a branch of the Silver Moon clan on the 3rd level. So it's him. The gods at the edge of the ancient pond gradually came to their senses. Lin Ling die. At this moment, Silver Wind suddenly disappeared from where he was and blasted towards Lin Ling. Moreover, this time his hands formed a complicated seal, and a powerful universe suppressed Lin Ling. 6 realms universe. He saw that divine energy was ineffective against Lin Ling, so he planned to use the universe to kill Lin Ling. He wanted to see how Lin Ling could block it. The Destiny Martial competition is about to begin. Let's settle any grudges during the competition. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a standard long robe appeared between Lin Ling and Yin Feng, and waved his arm. A powerful force surged over like a gust of wind. It actually blew Silver Wind away, making it difficult for him to get any closer. Wu Dao Palace Master. Alarmed cries of surprise came from the ancient pond. 5 Dao Palace Master was a powerful deity from the One-Tooth clan. He was a late-stage saint giant god, but he was invincible among saint giant gods because his godly power and universe power were both too strong. Moreover, he had mastered the powerful divine ability of the Tooth race. It's you. Yin Feng didn't dare to be arrogant after seeing Wu Dao Palace Master attack. He floated back to the ground, but he said angrily, Wu Dao Palace Master, this Lin Ling violated the rules and killed a member of my Silver Moon clan. According to the rules, he should be killed. Yin Feng, you violated the rules first. Don't talk about this anymore. Wu Dao Palace Master said indifferently. Yin Feng was stunned. He gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to speak anymore. Everything was as Wu Dao Palace Master said. The Destiny Martial competition was about to begin, and he would take Lin Ling's life then. Lin Ling, you should know when to stop. Otherwise I'll kill you on the spot. Wu Dao Palace Master looked at Lin Ling and said. I know. Lin Ling replied indifferently. However, he could tell that Wu Dao Palace Master didn't have any killing intent toward him. He was just putting on an act. It was as if he was afraid of something. There's still 2 hours before the Destiny Martial competition begins. If you want to kill, you can do it during the competition. As long as you can stimulate the destiny, you'll have done a great service. Wu Dao Palace Master looked at everyone, then turned to leave. However, before he left, he took a deep look at Green Bamboo. Deep in his eyes, there was a strong sense of fear. Green Bamboo also looked at Wu Dao Palace Master, but he didn't say anything. Linling, let's see whose life is tougher in the Destiny Martial competition. Let me tell you, I Yinfeng have participated in the Destiny Martial competition 18 times on the 5th level. My opponent has always been a dead man. Yinfeng looked at Linling coldly and strode away. 18 times? This Yinfeng has indeed participated in many Destiny Martial competitions. It's said that the more he doesn't die in the Destiny Martial competition, the greater his strength will increase. Everyone gasped. They guessed that Yinfeng's strength was probably invincible among the Saint Giant Universe gods. Of course, this invincibility was only limited to the ordinary Saint Giant Universe gods. For a god with the bloodline of the god race like Wu Dao Palace Master, even 100 Yinfengs wouldn't be a match. Then let me end you 18 times. Linling said and ignored Yinfeng. Yinfeng's strength was indeed very strong, but in terms of foundation and trump cards, Linling wasn't afraid of him. Your Excellency Linling, you're really bold. When Linling walked toward Bai Yuxing also walked over with a smile. He had the strength of a middle-stage Saint Giant Universe god, but compared to Linling, he still felt that he was much weaker. In the future, you won't be weaker than me. Now you just lack an opportunity. Linlin smiled. Then, he saw Qingzhu and the others walking over. He introduced Qingzhu and the others to Bai Yuxing. Greetings, Senior Sister Green Bamboo and Your Excellency 12-Winged Sun God. Bai Yuxing immediately bowed to Green Bamboo and the others. The 3 of them gave him a good impression, so he gradually let down his guard. Green Bamboo and Bai Yuxing also smiled and greeted them. Suddenly, Green Bamboo looked to the other side of the ancient pond and said with a smile, "Those people are eyeing you covetously. You have to be careful during the Destiny Martial competition later." Hearing that, Linling also looked over and saw Wuxia from 3 days ago. There were also a few unfamiliar faces, but they weren't weak. That's Wuxia from the Myriad Sea Clan, the ancestor of all the sea clans. They're eyeing a treasure on me. As for the others, they're from the Mountain Push Party and the Nine Conch clan. Bai Yuxing trusted Linling and the others, so he didn't hide too much. The Tooth Clan, Myriad Sea Clan, Mountain Push Party, and Nine Conch Clan are the strongest god clans on the 5th level. You actually offended 3 of them at once. Green Bamboo smiled. Bai Yuxing immediately smiled bitterly. If it weren't for the Tooth Clan not interfering in this matter, I reckon it would be difficult for me to even enter Dallas Divine City. Then he looked apologetically at Linling and the others. Now that I'm with you, they've probably misunderstood. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Hehe, you helped us before. Now that the Silver Moon Clan is eyeing you, we've also caused you trouble. Linling didn't care and smiled. Hearing this, Bai Yuxing also smiled. His impression of Linling was even better. Rumble. At this time, the huge ancient pond spewed out a terrifying tornado of dense mist that rushed into the sky. Linling and the others' expressions changed drastically. They sensed a terrifying power erupting, as if it could easily tear them apart. Although Linling could come into contact with the primordial qi, he could only come into contact with the thin grade. For such a huge tornado, he would probably die if he got close to it. Chapter 5141. Qingzhu retreated with Linling and the others. They watched from afar. After the grand mist aura soared into the sky, it turned into a huge mushroom cloud and gradually dissipated into the thick grand mist aura in the sky. At that moment, the water above the ancient pond seemed to have frozen. Almost at the same time, a large number of gods were watching. And in Dallas God City, many gods were looking in this direction with envy. The Destiny Martial competition had begun. However, those who wanted to participate had to be weak. The strongest was no more than a late-stage Saint Giant Cosmos god. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to activate their destiny. Those who want to obtain destiny, go to the ancient pond. The amount of destiny you activate will determine how much you can obtain in the end. The deep voice sounded again beside the ancient pond. Regardless of life or death. Regardless of life or death. This meant that even if you lost, if you didn't survive, you wouldn't be able to obtain destiny. On the contrary, your opponent would be able to obtain your destiny. And if you lost, as long as you activated a bit of destiny, you would be able to obtain a reward. If you didn't want to die, it would depend on your luck. Begin. Along with the final voice, everyone's gaze shifted towards the ancient pond. They discovered that the ancient pond had been completely frozen. Many people gradually relaxed. After all, if the water of the ancient pond wasn't frozen, after falling in, one would disappear forever. It was too dangerous. I'll do it. A late-stage King Cosmos god floated into the ancient pond. It was a woman. It's you. Soon, another opponent flew into the ancient pond. This was also a woman, and she was a peak King Cosmos god. The two were soon entangled with each other. Their godly energy kept colliding, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. The strange thing was that above the ancient pond, it was harder for any energy to leak out. It was as if the ancient pond absorbed it. Lin Ling watched indifferently. It was an eye-opener for him because he could feel waves of mysterious energy disappearing from the ancient pond. Then he watched the battle between the two women. These two seemed to be King Cosmos gods, but their strength isn't weaker than early-stage Saint Giant Cosmos gods. Green Bamboo suddenly laughed. Their godly energy is above 5,000 yet below 6,000. It's rare. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Ordinary early-stage Saint Universe giant gods had around 400 billion units of deity energy, and these two were merely kings. Yet they weren't any weaker than early-stage Saint Universe giant gods. Lin Ling said, they're evenly matched. It's just that we don't know if there's a universe. Whoever's universe is stronger will probably have a higher chance of winning. That's not necessarily true. Their universes are all within the range of the 8 realms, but their hidden means are not universes. Qingzhu was all smiles, which surprised Lin Ling. Could it be that the two gods had some tricks up their sleeves that he couldn't see through? Sure enough, after the two of them fought fiercely, the woman whose cultivation base was lower suddenly erupted with a powerful strength. A powerful light emanated from her body, blocking a large amount of divine power attacks. Then, she began to suppress her opponent. What is this? Lin Ling was instantly shocked. Tianji godly body, the bloodline of the god race. Qingzhu laughed. It's also the limit of a godly fetus. She then looked at Lin Ling and said, the reason why the 12 god races can dominate the Tao Pagoda is precisely because they have powerful godly bodies and bloodlines. Junior brother, your godly body is extremely rare among the 12 god races. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that Qingzhu was talking about his Panga true body. Hong Long Long. With a loud boom, victory and defeat were decided. The woman who unleashed her godly body had crushed her opponent and obtained a large amount of luck. Of course, the prerequisite was that the luck had been stimulated before she could obtain it. Overestimating yourself. After winning, the woman proudly left the ancient pond. To her, obtaining a single strand of luck was already enough. Many people immediately looked at the woman and exclaimed inwardly at her strength. They reckoned that there weren't many early-stage Saint Universe giant gods who could be her match. Indeed, those who dared to snatch luck were all existences that couldn't be underestimated. At this time, another figure landed on the ancient pond. It was actually Bai Yusheng. He had the strength of a middle-stage Saint Universe giant god, which was the limit of the fate martial meeting. Even if he won, he wouldn't obtain much luck. I'll take you on. The opponent soon appeared. It was Bai Yusheng's opponent, Wan Sha. The two had clearly hated each other for a long time. The moment they entered the battlefield, they unleashed their strength and wanted to kill their opponent in the ancient pond. Their godly energy wasn't weak either. At full strength it reached 1.2 trillion, surpassing the middle stage Saint Universe giant gods. Hong Long Long. As they continued to fight, mysterious energy poured into the ancient pond. Unfortunately, compared to the first battle, this energy was much less. In the end, It was because their realms were too high and their luck wasn't strong enough. However, the difference in strength between the two gradually became clear. Bai Yusheng had once defeated Wan Sha, and his strength was still superior. Ironically, the hatred between Wan Sha and Bai Yusheng had reached an undying level. This fellow knew that he was no match for Wan Sha, yet he still refused to admit defeat. Pung. With a boom, Wan Sha was killed. Furthermore, his strength wasn't weak. At the final moment, he unleashed his powerful godly body and transformed into a huge shark. But it was still useless. He was smashed into pieces by Bai Yusheng. What a powerful strength! Many people whispered beside the ancient pond. According to their assessment, Bai Yusheng's strength was stronger than that of an ordinary late-stage Saint Universe giant god. After winning, Bai Yusheng gritted his teeth and didn't leave. He continued to fight. His realm was too high. Even if he won one battle, he wouldn't get much luck. He had to fight again. Let me. A late-stage King Cosmos giant god appeared above the ancient pond. This person had dark green skin. His ears were huge like fish fins. Seeing this person, Bai Yusheng's eyes turned cold. He seemed to know the other party. This god sneered. Without saying a word, he started to crazily crush Bai Yusheng. The two fought fiercely. But in the end, Bai Yusheng won because he had a powerful universe. His opponent unleashed his rainbow conch shell, which was incomparably powerful. But in the end he was still killed by Bai Yusheng. Bai Yusheng's eyes turned red. It was as though he was elated and venting something. He roared. Come, I Bai Yusheng am right here. Come, I'll tell you all. I'll save her sooner or later. Seeing Bai Yusheng like this, the other gods narrowed their eyes. Many were ready to make a move. Because if they could kill Bai Yusheng, they would get a part of the luck Bai Yusheng had obtained previously. And now, Bai Yusheng had fought 2 consecutive battles. Hee Bai Yusheng, you stray dog. If not for hiding in Dallas God City, you would have been killed by us. Hand over your life. A third deity appeared at the ancient pond. This person was also a king-level giant cosmos god, but he was much stronger than the previous deity. His deity energy had reached 1.5 trillion units, and his universe was also a 7-realm universe. He could completely annihilate and suppress Bai Yusheng. Chapter 5142. Oh no! Seeing this scene, the 12-winged young god immediately frowned. She quickly looked at Lin Ling and Qing Zhu, only to find that their expressions did not change. They were not worried at all. In fact, Lin Ling and the others were indeed not worried. How could someone who could catch their master's eye be as simple as they appeared? Sure enough, at the moment of life and death, Bai Yusheng suddenly erupted with heaven-defying strength. An arrow appeared in his hand, and he raised it out of thin air. The arrow pierced through his opponent and destroyed him. What? Such a change shocked everyone. What was that arrow? Why was it so powerful? When the arrow was shot out, the power that permeated the air caused even them to feel a sense of trepidation. Could it be that the rumors are true? That person has a great treasure on him. Some people's eyes were filled with greed. It's said that the 3 god clans on this level are capturing that person. They're probably here for that great treasure. It seems like that great treasure is one of the 10 great divine artifacts. Some people who had received the news were whispering. Bai Yusheng panted heavily and finally left the ancient pond. Although he had exposed his hidden treasure, he had also obtained a lot of luck after winning 3 consecutive battles. He sat cross-legged beside the ancient pond. He who had exposed his treasure did not trust anyone at that moment. That was because he knew the importance of the treasure on him. Senior sister. At that moment, Lin Ling looked at Qing Zhu and said. Qing Zhu seemed to have sensed it and nodded with a smile. It's a very powerful treasure. I guess that's why he attracted the attention of others. That's the Hui arrow, right? It's a pity that there's no bow. Lin Ling immediately said. Qing Zhu was stunned and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. She did not expect Lin Ling to know about the 10 great divine artifacts. Seeing his senior sister's expression, Lin Ling smiled bitterly. It was not that he knew, but he came from Wuxia and knew many of Wuxia's myths. Naturally, he knew about the descendant bow. After Bai Yusheng left, another battle broke out above the ancient pond. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling looked at his senior sister with a questioning gaze. Junior brother, go ahead. Qing Zhu did not seem to have any intention of fighting for the Providence, which surprised Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't ask any further. He walked out and floated above the old pond. It's him. Seeing Lin Ling, many people's expressions changed. Previously, when Lin Ling dared to kill the people of the Silver Moon clan, this matter had left a big shadow in their hearts. Of course, they were only shocked by Lin Ling's courage, but they didn't think that Lin Ling could be that strong. A middle-stage king-class cosmos giant god. If we can kill him, we'll most likely get quite a bit of luck. Someone laughed sinisterly. Let me. At this moment, a late-stage king-class cosmos giant god floated down into the ancient pond. This person was from the Tooth clan, and even though his cultivation wasn't high, his deity energy wasn't weak at all. He had close to 5,000 units of deity energy. This strength might be ordinary in today's martial arts competition, but it wouldn't be difficult to defeat Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I've heard of you. You're an old monster on the 3rd level. Today I'll spar with you. Let's not use any techniques. Let's compete on the basics. That god said to Lin Ling. My name is Yagu. As you wish. Lin Ling nodded. Everyone started whispering. Yagu of the Tooth clan didn't have any hidden trump cards, and his strongest was his deity energy. Lin Ling actually planned to compete with him using only his deity energy and giving up on other powerful techniques. Straightforward. Yagu shouted and pointed his finger. His finger turned into a long spear, and his deity energy was constantly emitted. It was extremely powerful. Seeing this, Lin Ling also punched out. With a boom, the fist and finger collided, and a mysterious force poured into the ancient pond, continuously stimulating the Providence. Xiao. But the next moment, a figure flew out and smashed into the distance of the ancient pond. It was Yagu. His arm was numb, as if it was broken. With a serious face he said, How is it possible? He doesn't have deity energy, but after the collision his strength is stronger than mine. Stronger? In the previous collision, he could feel that Lin Ling's fist was extremely powerful. Lin Ling had crippled his arm with just one punch. Of course, he wasn't the only one who didn't understand. The others were the same. Yagu's deity energy was ranked among the top among the king-level universe giant gods. But Lin Ling didn't use his deity energy, and yet he was able to defeat his opponent. This was too strange. This Lin Ling's physical strength is very strong. Young Master Yagu's arm wasn't broken by the shock, but by Lin Ling. Because when Lin Ling's fists collided, his fist rotated slightly, forming a powerful force that broke Yagu's arm. Young Master Yagu's arm. A powerful god from the Ya clan said indifferently. His physical strength is comparable to deity energy. I wonder what kind of limit his physical strength has reached. Another god said with narrowed eyes. Although they were surprised by Lin Ling's strength, they weren't afraid. Haha Lin Ling, I'll fight you. With this thought, an impulsive person appeared in the ancient pond. He was an early-stage Saint Universe giant god with more than 1 trillion deity energy. In terms of basic strength, he wasn't much weaker than Bai Yuxing, but Bai Yuxing had many trump cards. I won't bully you. I'll compete with you using deity energy. This person said with a smile after appearing. Oh. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Don't you know? It's easier to stimulate one's luck by competing with the power of divinity. In a battle where victory is decided using the power of divinity, one's luck will definitely be greater than other forms of battle. Seeing Lin Ling's confusion, the god smiled and said. It transformed into a palm that seemed capable of shattering the universe. The moment this technique was used, rumbling sounds came from the bottom of the ancient pond. It seemed that a large amount of luck had been stimulated. Your punch is very powerful, but I want to see how powerful it is. Hong. Just as this voice sounded, a figure flew backward. It was the god who had spoken. Above the ancient pond, Lin Ling maintained his punching posture with a calm expression. This punch contained the combination of deity energy and his physical strength, reaching the level of 1 trillion deity energy. In addition to the uniqueness of his physical strength, ordinary deity energy of 1 trillion deity energy was no match for him. Another punch. The surroundings were in an uproar. Lin Ling's strength was comparable to an ordinary middle-stage Saint Universe giant god, But Lin Ling was merely a middle-stage king universe giant god. There was a gap of one major realm between them. How can he be so strong? In the distance, Yin Feng had been watching Lin Ling's battle with a solemn expression. One had to know that he thought green bamboo was the most powerful. As for Lin Ling ignoring the 12 moons below his tomb, he guessed that Lin Ling must have used some unorthodox methods. That was all. However, he would have to fight with Lin Ling sooner or later, so he wasn't in a hurry. It was best to know his roots. Lin Ling glanced at Yin Feng. When Yin Feng killed the two elders, he had already been sentenced to death. Now that Yin Feng hadn't come, he would wait for him. Hong. Another punch. Chapter 51-43. After gaining so much luck, Lin Ling became the center of attention. No one would have thought that Lin Ling would only use one punch against any opponent. From this perspective, Lin Ling could be considered an emperor among the king-level universe giant gods. I'll fight you. As the battle went on, no one dared to underestimate Lin Ling anymore. That was until a woman landed on the ancient pond. This woman was a late-stage king-level universe giant god from the One-Tooth clan. I've participated in several Fate games, but it's been a long time since I've met someone as powerful as you. I'll defeat you. The woman was very beautiful and had a good temperament. She seemed to be a god with a noble status in the One-Tooth clan. Lin Ling looked at her indifferently and said, "Even a saint is no match for me. You, a king-level universe giant god, are still a little weak." "That's not necessarily true. Let's compete in the simplest way. Let's see who's stronger with our godly energy." A divine sword appeared in the woman's hand. It was entirely blue and very beautiful. On the surface of the sword, there were shadows of the sun, moon, and stars moving. One look and one could tell that it was an extraordinary treasure. Compete in godly energy. All right, I agree. Lin Ling glanced at the divine sword and nodded. Take my sword. The woman immediately attacked. With a stab, the firmament changed, and the most ancient godly energy exploded. The water of the entire ancient pond boiled, and a powerful force gushed out in all directions. This sword has 1.5 trillion godly energy, and it's still increasing. Everyone exclaimed. The One-Tooth clan, as the host, was also watching this battle. This woman was the daughter of their city master. She was so powerful that she was somewhat famous on the 5th level. In terms of godly energy, she was comparable to a late-stage Saint Universe giant god. Hung Long Long. Outside the ancient pond, people could see the mighty momentum. But inside the ancient pond, Lin Ling felt even more intense. It was as though the universe was collapsing. This woman's godly energy is increasing non-stop. It's already reached 1.6 trillion. Lin Ling's figure kept retreating, avoiding the sword's edge. At first he resisted with Panga's body, but after fusing with his innate talent, he was barely able to block the attack. So powerful, this is the Fong clan's Fong general level. The 12-winged Yang god stared at this scene, and sucked in a cold breath. She could be considered a bloodline that was heavily nurtured in the sun god race, but compared to the woman from the Fong clan, her potential was still much weaker. Rumble. As the woman's sword continued to attack, the entire ancient pond began to rumble, forming a powerful destiny. After all, regardless of whether it was Lin Ling or that woman, the power they unleashed was comparable to that of a saint, and even surpassed that of many Saint Universe giant gods. Naturally, their luck was not low, and Lin Ling's situation was becoming more and more dangerous. If he lost, a lot of destiny would be seized. At this moment, Yin Feng laughed. Even the woman from the Ya clan could not defeat him. It seemed like Lin Ling was still inferior to him. However, his smile did not last long, because at this time, Lin Ling erupted with all his strength. With the Panga strike, his physical strength doubled from 500 billion to 1 trillion. Coupled with the innate talent fusion, it was a total of 2 trillion points of power. Boom. Lin Ling punched out, and it was like an ancient giant destroying the universe. A gust of wind surged, and the woman from the Fong clan could not hold her sword steadily and rushed out of the ancient pond. Pung. When she crashed to the ground, the surroundings were silent. Could it be that Lin Ling had a power of 2 trillion? How did I lose? At this moment, the woman from the Fong clan was in disbelief. Suddenly, She raised her head to look at Lin Ling and shouted angrily, "I haven't lost." She floated up, and suddenly, huge meteorites appeared above her head. There were a total of 9 of them, and they were slowly circling. These 9 meteorites were all different. There were thunder meteorites, fire meteorites, and ice meteorites, and they seemed to represent different universes. This was the universe of 6 realms. Her long hair danced wildly, and her expression was ferocious. She pointed at Lin Ling with one hand. Lose. Clearly, she was extremely unwilling to accept this. She did not believe that Lin Ling could defeat her. After all, she was an outstanding talent of the Ya clan on the 5th level. No. Almost at the same time, several voices sounded. They were the gods of Daolis Palace. Lin Ling looked at the universe of 6 realms and snorted. They had agreed to compete on foundation, but who knew that the other party would use other means after losing? Would he, Lin Ling, be afraid of playing other tricks? Scram. Lin Ling mobilized the universe of 6 realms to fight against the 9 meteorites in the sky. Different from the 9 meteorites, Lin Ling's universe was composed of 9 continents, majestic and eternal. Rumble. The collision of the 2 universes shook the entire palace. The water under the ancient pond was splashing at this moment. Universe of 6 realms. The woman from the Fong clan was shocked. Lin Ling's universe was so strong. Moreover, she felt that Lin Ling's universe was safer than hers. Rumble. The 9 meteorites stopped rotating. Obviously, they could not stop Lin Ling's 9 continents. Your Excellency Lin Ling, my daughter has lost. I apologize to you on her behalf. At this time, a middle-aged man appeared. With a wave of his hand, the 2 colliding universes were separated. It's fine. Lin Ling could sense that this person was extremely strong. In addition, the other party had shown him enough respect, so he did not pursue the matter. Still not admitting defeat? The middle-aged man looked at the woman from the Fong clan. The woman bit her lips and finally nodded. I admit defeat. Previously, she was unwilling to accept this. She thought that it was just a basic collision. If they were to go all out, Lin Ling would not be her opponent. However, after the collision of their trump cards, she found that Lin Ling's trump cards were more powerful than hers. This Lin Ling is really strong. Universe of 6 realms, 2 trillion divine power. Each of his trump cards is very strong. Yeah, he's much stronger than the others. Could it be that he has some kind of divine body? After this golden battle was won by Lin Ling, the surrounding gods looked at Lin Ling in a completely different light. It was as if they were looking at Mount Tai. After winning so many consecutive battles, Lin Ling also received a great amount of providence. Next he looked at Yin Feng. It's your turn. Don't tell me you don't dare. Yes. Yin Feng had killed the Misty Rain Elder and the others. Lin Ling could not wait to kill him. Countless eyes were fixed on Yin Feng. At first, they thought that Lin Ling's battle with Yin Feng was like an egg hitting a rock. But now they did not think so. Lin Ling was qualified to fight Yin Feng. Of course, Yin Feng's strength was not to be underestimated. He was an expert who had won 18 consecutive battles. His strength had long been recognized. You think I don't dare? Based on the enmity of your annihilation of my Silver Moon clan, I, Yin Feng, will kill you here today. Yin Feng suddenly disappeared. Above the ancient pond, moonlight gathered and turned into Yin Feng. Chapter 51-44. That day, when he annihilated the Silver Moon clan, his killing intent had spread throughout the entire 4th level. Finally, after taking his revenge, this killing intent was restrained. Now that it was unleashed again, it was naturally not weak. What a terrifying killing intent. The great beings from the One-Tooth clan all narrowed their eyes. This Lin Ling is the host body of the world will. That Dao Palace Master said indifferently. People with such an identity have incomparably powerful potential. Now that I've seen it, it's indeed as the rumors say. Father, Lin Ling is really strong. However, Yin Feng isn't weak either. His realm is so much higher than Lin Ling's, so he might not lose to Lin Ling. Beside him, the lady who had previously lost to Lin Ling said. In terms of deity energy, Yin Feng is probably above Lin Ling, but Lin Ling seems to have a powerful technique that can ignore deity energy attacks. Dao Palace Master said. So heaven-defying? In other words, Only the power of the universe can defeat him? That lady exclaimed. As the two conversed above the ancient pond, killing intent spread out and poured into the ancient pond, incessantly stimulating fate energy. Hung long long. The entire Dao Palace shook. Outside the palace, the earth and the mountain range were also shaking. From the looks of it, this battle would probably stimulate great fate energy. Lin Ling, come. At this moment, Yin Feng made his move. He extended his 5 fingers, which transformed into sharp claws. The light in his palm was dazzling, as though he was holding a bright moon. With this move, powerful deity energy was stimulated, reaching a total of 30,000 units. Lin Ling struck out with his fist, and 2 trillion units of power collided with silver winds. Immediately, he was sent flying backward. This made him realize that Silver Wind was indeed not an ordinary saint-level giant universe god. Apart from Zongjian, Silver Wind was considered one of the more powerful gods he had fought so many times with. Just like him. Of course, compared to Zongjian, Yin Feng was still incomparable. Lin Ling died. Seeing that he had gained the upper hand with one move, Yin Feng's aura surged as he pursued. You're dreaming. Lin Ling's physical body was powerful. The previous collision of fists didn't injure him at all. He stamped his foot and immediately stopped flying backward. At the same time, Silver Wind's claw arrived. It was incomparably powerful, capable of tearing apart the universe. Crack! However, when he grabbed onto Lin Ling's chest, it was as if he had grabbed onto a solid rock. The formidable power of divinity simply wasn't able to harm Lin Ling. What happened? Yin Feng's face changed drastically, and he abruptly withdrew his hand. Once again, he gathered his powerful divine energy and slammed it towards Lin Ling. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out. Lin Ling stood there like a giant, not moving an inch, not even taking a step back. At this moment, it wasn't just Yin Feng who was shocked, even the people in the surroundings were shocked. They suddenly recalled that before the Destiny Martial meeting, Lin Ling had faced the joint attack of the Silver Moon race's gods, and ignored their divine force. At that time, they had thought that something had gone wrong, but now, they were certain. Lin Ling seemed to have the ability to ignore the power of gods. Father! The woman from the Tooth race cried out in alarm. It seemed that in her previous battle with Lin Ling had been going easy on her. After all, relying on this move, Lin Ling was in an invincible position. It is said that among the 12 god races, there is a god race that possesses a formidable divine body that can temporarily ignore divine force attacks. They are the giant god race. This Lin Ling seems to be related to the giant god race. Palace Master Wu Dao narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Looking at Yin Feng again, after he blasted out several moves, he saw that Lin Ling was safe and sound. He knew that the power of gods was ineffective against Lin Ling. He floated backwards, his hands holding up the heavens. Light transformed into a powerful universe. It was the 6 realms universe. As if he were throwing a boulder, he ruthlessly threw the 6 realms universe towards Lin Ling. Since the power of gods was ineffective, then he would use the universe. Idiot! Lin Ling coldly snorted in disdain. With a flick of his hand, the Lin Ling universe shot out. Rumble! The 2 universes collided, erupting into colorful sparks. The power was unstoppable, causing the entire divine city to tremble even more violently. Didn't you see that mine is also the 6 realms universe? At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out. His words caused Yin Feng to react. Previously, Lin Ling and the woman from the Tooth race had also clashed with the 6 realms universe. However, in the end, the clash was interrupted by Palace Master Wu Dao. Not good. In the blink of an eye, Yin Feng sensed that Lin Ling's universe was more complete and larger than his. It was like a giant hand that was constantly destroying his universe. If he didn't withdraw his universe, it would definitely collapse. Come out! He took a step back and withdrew his universe. At the same time, he erupted with his trump card. His entire body became dazzling with light. Lin Ling, don't think that you are the only one who can ignore the power of gods. I can do it too. Yin Feng seemed to have turned into a man of light formed by moonlight. The bloodline of the Silver Moon race, the Silver Moon's sacred body. Palace Master Wu Dao wasn't surprised by Yin Feng's transformation. This was because Yin Feng wasn't an ordinary Silver Moon race member. He had the most ancient bloodline of the divine race. Of course, Yin Feng's divine body was only immune to a portion of the power of gods. It wasn't difficult for him to be completely immune. The ones who were truly immune were the giant god race. However, a divine body formed by moonlight was also very powerful. Other than being immune to a portion of the power of gods, it was also immune to other powerful attacks. It was extremely mysterious. Interesting. Lin Ling looked at Yin Feng indifferently. He could sense the other party's moonlight divine body. This divine body should be able to resist the majority of the power of gods. However, he didn't know if it could resist the Sword of Faith. Faith was the most mysterious power in the universe. It could cut through many things. Therefore, Lin Ling was confident that he could cut through Yin Feng's divine body. Without further thought, light gathered in Lin Ling's hand, and he slashed out. The dazzling sword was actually more dazzling than Yin Feng's divine body. It instantly attracted countless gazes. By the time people reacted, they discovered that cracks had appeared on Yin Feng's body. It was as though the moonlight had been cut open. It was too fast, so fast that no one could react. Even Yin Feng couldn't react in time. He looked down at his chest and saw that cracks had appeared on the moonlight. It was as though his body had been cut open. He said in disbelief, "How is this possible?" "Impossible. The power of the world's will." "Impossible." At the same time, Dao Palace Master's expression darkened. Even the divine body of the Silver Moon race could be cut open. Unless it was the power of the world's will, it was impossible. Pung. Yin Feng smashed down, and his body began to recover. His chest had been cut open by the sword, and the wound had directly penetrated through. He looked at Lin Ling with hatred. In the end, he didn't say a word and died on the ancient pond. His blood flowed into the ancient pond, incessantly stimulating fate. The dazzling sword in Lin Ling's hand also disappeared. He turned and left the ancient pond. In these continuous battles, he had obtained a large amount of fate. Now all he had to do was wait for it to be completely stimulated. Too terrifying. Even an ordinary giant universe god wouldn't be able to withstand such a sword. Lin Ling is the host body of the world's will. I heard that every host body has a powerful force. What he used just now was probably that force. Chapter 51-45. So strong. Bai Yuxing was also very surprised, as if this was the first time he had seen Lin Ling. Next, the battle in the ancient pond continued. Gods appeared one after another, because they all sensed that the fate was about to be activated. If they did not fight, they would not be able to obtain any fate. Junior brother, good job. When Qingzhu saw Lin Ling walking back, she was obviously very happy, because Lin Ling had finally avenged the two old men. It's nothing. Lin Ling nodded and then watched the battle above the ancient pond. However, most of the gods that came out were not worthy of his attention. After an unknown period of time, the earth shook even more violently, and the huge house shook like fried beans. Okay, the fate has been activated, and this time, it is incomparably huge. At this time, the palace master said with an excited and serious expression. He continued, "Apart from the participants, everyone else leave, or you will be torn apart by the fate." Hearing this, the gods all left. In fact, there was no need for the palace master to remind them. Lin Ling and the others stayed behind, looking at each other and expectantly at the ancient pond. The ice on the surface of the ancient pond cracked and gradually melted. They could see the boiling water in the ancient pond, and the water was constantly bubbling. A terrifying mist spread out from it, enveloping the surrounding area. Inside the mist, everyone had a strange feeling, as if they could see through the mysteries of the universe. Fate, this was fate. Fate was a kind of power in the universe, and it was one of the most difficult powers to control. It was even more difficult to grasp than primordial energy, and also more precious. For example, if one had fate, one could turn misfortune into fortune, and grow in life and death situations. If mortals had fate, they could be kings and overlords, unifying the world. What a mysterious power. Lin Ling was in the crowd, and he could feel a large amount of mist enveloping him. It seemed that his continuous battles had activated a lot of fate. Lin Ling's fate is indeed the most. The surrounding gods were also secretly envious when they saw this scene. Unfortunately, they could not snatch the luck, so they could only watch helplessly. Then, the gods sat down cross-legged and cultivated with the help of the fortune that soared into the sky. Lin Ling did the same. He realized that after absorbing the fortune, there was a powerful force in his body that nourished his 8 dantians. Moreover, his physical strength continued to increase. Even his soul power was being nourished. As expected of luck, Lin Ling was shocked and immediately seized the opportunity to cultivate. This luck seemed to flow endlessly into Lin Ling's 8 dantians, causing Lin Ling to have an impulse to attempt to open his 9th dantian. Let's try it. Lin Ling finally made up his mind. Although the 9th dantian didn't have a divine embryo, it would be great if he could open it. The surging luck was controlled by Lin Ling, charging at his dantian. At the same time, Lin Ling began to cultivate the primal chaos divine formula, transforming the luck into a powerful force. Luck was indeed more magical than primordial aura. A wisp of it was dense, but the power it contained was unimaginable. As time passed, a vortex appeared in Lin Ling's dantian. It seemed to be the 9th dantian, which made Lin Ling delighted. However, no matter how he condensed it, only a vortex appeared. He couldn't open it. Instead, he wasted a lot of luck in the process. I can't open it. Is it because there isn't enough spiritual qi? Or is it because I lack a divine embryo as the foundation? Or is it because I don't have enough spiritual qi in one of the areas? Lin Ling was annoyed, and he was very upset. He tried a few more times, but in the end he still couldn't open it. He could only give up. After all, if he continued to waste his luck like this, he would use up all his luck. Lin Ling pushed the remaining providence to the other 8 dantians, especially the first dantian, which needed the most providence. After all, the other 7 dantians could only break through successfully if the first dantian broke through. Boom boom boom. A rumbling sound came from his dantian. It kept expanding, as if the universe was transforming. Lin Ling even sensed that the heavenly tribulation seemed to be coming, but it was blocked by the luck of the outside world. After an unknown period of time, a violent rumble sounded. Lin Ling's first dantian transformed like a comet nebula. His divine energy kept spiraling. It was very magnificent. This also caused Lin Ling's divine energy to increase. And after the first dantian transformed, the other 7 dantians also changed. Another 7 rumbles sounded, and the 8 dantians transformed at the same time, stepping into a new domain. This was the late stage of the king-level universe giant god. After the breakthrough, Lin Ling immediately sensed that his divine energy was increasing crazily. The foundation had reached 2 trillion. At the beginning it was only 5 trillion. With each breakthrough in the 8 dantians, the divine energy he obtained was several times more than ordinary people. 2 trillion. Lin Ling was excited. If he fused his innate talents, his divine energy would reach 4 trillion. In addition to the 1 trillion brought by Panga's attack, his divine energy would reach 5 trillion. This was a leap. He reckoned that there would be few who could be a match for him even among the saint-level universe giant gods. After that, Lin Ling looked at his physical strength and found that there was a small increase. However, his soul power increased the most. Seeing this, Lin Ling also put all the remaining luck into his soul power to increase it. Lin Ling cultivated essence, energy, and spirit. Now his cultivation and physical body were very strong. Naturally, his soul power couldn't fall behind. Moreover, Lin Ling was also good at the Universe 3 Extremes break. After his soul power became stronger, this technique would be sharper. The luck kept dissipating, allowing Lin Ling's soul to condense and strengthen. In the end, his soul power stopped at 3,500,000. Lin Ling's eyes finally opened, and an unprecedented sense of power filled his entire body. He looked around and discovered that there was no one around. The ancient pool was still there, but it was sealed in ice again, and the Chi of Destiny had also disappeared. Luck is indeed terrifying. Although it didn't change my fate, it increased my strength. No wonder so many people want to participate in the Destiny Martial meeting. If there is another Destiny Martial meeting, I will definitely increase my soul power and physical strength. I guess the reason why I can't open the 9th dantian is because one of the major domains didn't meet the requirements. Lin Ling stood up and looked at the sky. He suddenly felt that he could see the peak of the Tao Pagoda. This was a feeling of seeing through the universe. It was only born after one's strength had greatly increased. Of course, this feeling disappeared very quickly. The Destiny Martial meeting in Dallas Divine City has ended. I guess there won't be any luck for a long time. I can leave now. Lin Ling left the area of the ancient pond and wanted to find his senior sister and the others. However, he found that the originally lively divine palace was now empty. Not far away, a woman wearing a thin robe floated in the sky. She was also cultivating. Chapter 5146. Lin Ling, you're awake. At this moment, the woman opened her eyes and smiled happily at Lin Ling. At the same time, she floated down and waved her right hand. A pink cloak appeared and covered the thin robe. She looked calm, but her cheeks were still a little red. Obviously, she didn't expect Lin Ling to suddenly come out. After all, there weren't many people left in the palace, so she dared to dress simply and cultivate casually. You broke through? Then the woman noticed the change in Lin Ling and was shocked. With so much luck, if I still can't break through, I can only say that my aptitude is too poor. Lin Ling walked over and smiled. Now that you've broken through, I guess I'm even less of a match for you. However, you're still a king-level universe giant god. If you go to other cities to participate in the Destiny Martial meetings, you can still get a lot of luck. The woman was very polite to Lin Ling and introduced herself. I'm Xianzi. Lin Ling nodded and asked, did you see the two ladies with me? They left a long time ago. After all, you've been cultivating in seclusion here for 2 years. Xianzi explained. 2 years. Lin Ling frowned. It had been so long. He didn't know how senior sister and the others were doing, and how Bai Yuxing was doing. He remembered Master saying that Bai Yuxing would face a great calamity. Had he passed it? Thank you. Lin Ling didn't want to stay, so he bid farewell and left. Lin Ling, wait. Xianzi called out to Lin Ling. However, when Lin Ling turned around, Xianzi blushed and didn't know what to say. She thought for a while and gritted her teeth. You can stay in Dallas City to cultivate. This place can also be your home. After saying this, not only did her cheeks turn red like an apple, even her ears turned red. Thank you, but my senior sister and the others are probably in danger now, so I have to go and help them immediately. If there's a chance, I'll definitely come back. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, goodbye. With that, he hurriedly left the divine palace. Little Xian watched as Lin Ling left. He wanted to urge him to stay, but in the end he couldn't open his mouth. He could only stand there with a gloomy expression. On the other side, a middle-aged man looked at this scene calmly, then shook his head. What a pity. Could it be that little Xian has fallen in love? But the falling flowers have feelings, but the flowing water has no intentions. Naturally, he could guess his daughter's thoughts. Unfortunately, love was sometimes even more elusive than the laws of the universe. At this moment, Lin Ling left the divine palace and immediately contacted his senior sisters. As an experienced person, how could Lin Ling not be aware of Xianzi's good intentions from before? Unfortunately, it was impossible for him to agree. Not to mention that he had no feelings for Xianzi now. Even if he had, his current purpose was to find Yu. Lin Ling, you have come out of seclusion. Follow the east side of the Dallas Divine City. In about a day's time, you will be able to see me. At this moment, the voice of the 12-winged young god came, which surprised Lin Ling. After all, he thought that it was his senior sister who had informed him. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. He immediately used the Quafu Sun chasing boots and rushed to the east. The 12-winged young god said that it would take 1 day, but Lin Ling arrived in half a day. On a hill in front of him, the 12-winged young god stood there. When he saw Lin Ling, he immediately smiled. Lin Ling glanced around and found that there was only the 12-winged young god. He did not see his senior sister and Bai Yuxing. He flew down the hill and immediately asked, what happened? The 12-winged young god first looked at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling had broken through the realm. She was immediately happy for Lin Ling, and then she explained. It turned out that ever since they left the Dallas Divine City, Qing Zhu and the 12-winged Yang God had planned to help Bai Yuxing. Bai Yuxing had broken through the realm faster than Lin Ling. After leaving, he was immediately chased by the 3 god clans. At the critical moment, Qing Zhu and the 12-winged Yang God naturally came to help and repelled the pursuers. However, at that time, an expert suddenly appeared and blocked Qing Zhu, making it difficult for them to help Bai Yuxing. Fortunately, Bai Yuxing had escaped the pursuit of the 3 god clans and avoided the pursuers with the 12-winged Yang God. Through the conversation, the 12-winged Yang God also knew that Bai Yuxing had stayed on the 5th floor because the person he loved the most had been captured by the 3 god clans. They had used her to threaten Bai Yuxing to hand over Hou Yi's bow and arrows. And for that woman, Bai Yuxing had been dealing with the 3 god clans. Where is Bai Yuxing now? Lin Ling knew that the matter was troublesome, so he hurriedly asked. He's already lost. You should have informed me about this immediately. Your senior sister didn't want me to inform you. She said that it was rare for you to encounter such luck, and that you had to seize the opportunity to cultivate. Then where is senior sister now? Lin Ling kept asking. Follow me. The 12-winged Yang God flew into the distance. After a long time, a huge divine mountain appeared in front of them, exuding a powerful majesty. On the other side, there was also a divine mountain full of green bamboo, swaying slightly and making rustling sounds. The sound. Senior sister is there. She's still fighting against that strong cultivator. The 12-winged Yang God pointed ahead and said. Lin Ling was shocked. He carefully sensed and immediately sensed the aura of his senior sister. However, what surprised him was that the divine mountain opposite him could resist his senior sister to such an extent. The aura of the underworld? Then Lin Ling frowned. Yes, he is young Master Ming, the reincarnation of the underworld from one of the 9 stars of the universe. The 12-winged Yang God nodded. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He naturally knew this young Master Ming. That day on the 1st floor of the Dao Pagoda, he had fought with this person and knew that this person was very strong, and was one of the 9 stars of the universe. However, Lin Ling never expected that young Master Ming's strength had improved so much that he could fight against his senior sister. Senior sister told me before the battle to ignore her. If you come out of seclusion, you can go and help Bai Yuxing. The 12-winged Yang God said again. Although Lin Ling was a little worried about his senior sister, he still knew the importance of the task. Moreover, his senior sister had helped a lot now. How could Lin Ling not do anything? Do you know where Bai Yuxing is? Lin Ling asked hurriedly. However, the 12-winged Yang God shook his head. Last time, we were chased by the 3 god clans, and we were all separated. However, in the past year, I have heard from passers-by that Bai Yuxing has still not been caught. Lin Ling rubbed his chin and pondered. Bai Yuxing had been chased for so many years. How could he be caught so easily? Moreover, he had no intention of leaving. He must be going for his girlfriend. This meant that as long as he found his girlfriend, he would know the approximate whereabouts of Bai Yuxing. Let's go to the nearby divine city to inquire about the news. Chapter 5147. Lin Ling planned to go to a nearby god city to gather information. Not far from here, there was a divine city called the 3 Leaves Divine City. It was a divine city ruled by itinerant cultivators. This meant that there were people from all walks of life in the city, and there were gods from all eras. The divines were not the only ones who ruled the city. Before long, Lin Ling and his companion entered 3-Leaf God City. Fortunately, the 5th level was big enough, so not many people could recognize Lin Ling. Lin Ling and the 12-winged Yang God walked casually, without any pressure. Lin Ling could see that most of the people in this city were Saint Giant Universe gods. And he could see a few God Giant Universe gods occasionally. These people's godly powers were obviously different and extremely powerful. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that if he were to fight them head-on, he would be able to kill 1 or 2 of them if he were to use his trump card. Of course, he could only kill ordinary God Giant Universe gods. After entering the city, Lin Ling constantly inquired about information. In the end, he only obtained some information about the Destiny Martial meeting. It seemed that on the 5th level, the Destiny Martial meeting was still the one that most people paid attention to. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that destiny could be stored and then passed to others. This might be the reason why God Giant Universe gods stayed on the 5th level. After all, God Giant Universe gods couldn't participate in the fate martial competition at all. There was no other way except to get the fate of others. The 9 Shell clan is recruiting gods below Saint Giant Universe gods. They need to be strong enough and have a lower realm than the requirements. At this time, a voice came from the street. A large number of gods were holding up signs to summon people. Looking carefully, these people's skin was different from ordinary people. It was darker. The 9 Shell clan was one of the 12 god races. Lin Ling and the 12-winged Yang god looked at each other and walked over. Of course, many gods were also approaching and looking curiously. We recruited you for a mission to capture a person alive. As for who it is, our 9 Conch clan will not hide it. It is Bai Yuxing, who caused an uproar before the new year. As long as you participate in the mission, everyone will be able to obtain a bottle of luck. Seeing more and more people gathering, the people of the 9 Shell clan didn't hide their purpose. What? You're not participating in the fate martial competition? Many people looked dissatisfied. As for Bai Yuxing, they had heard a little about him. The entire 5th level had been stirred up by him. The people of the 3 god clans were searching for him, but they could not find him. Actually, we're also going to participate in the fate martial meeting this time, because we're guessing that Bai Yuxing will appear as well. He wants to seize the fate martial meeting and increase his strength. Moreover, I know that many people participated in the capture before, but in the end they didn't catch anything. Instead, they ended up with nothing. Therefore there's a reward this time, said the god of the 9 Conch clan. To be honest, they couldn't be bothered to ask these ordinary gods for help. It was only because they had more people and more information that they asked for help. There are rewards? That's more like it. What's the reward? Many people's eyes lit up when they heard about the reward. This time, only 2,000 participants will be recruited. They will receive a bottle of fate, and they will also be recruited as helpers. The helpers will be responsible for finding people and providing information on Bai Yuxing's whereabouts, as well as surrounding and capturing him. Of course, the rewards won't be as high, only half a bottle of fate. Moreover, only those who provide information will receive it. This will prevent people from making up the numbers like the previous few times, shouted the god of the 9 Conch clan. The 2,000 people recruited, as long as they were recruited, would all receive a bottle of fate. As for the helpers, they would only be rewarded if they provided information on Bai Yuxing's whereabouts or if they helped. From the looks of it, the 2,000 people recruited were even more worth it. After all, they had to get the reward. Of course, to be recruited, one had to be a late-stage Saint Cosmos giant god or below. I'll participate. I'll sign up. The streets instantly became lively. As long as one was a late-stage Saint Cosmos giant god or below, all of them were signing up. TSK, I heard that the Mountain Push Party is also recruiting, but the rewards aren't as generous as this. Now, other than the One-Tooth clan, the other 3 god clans have put in a lot of effort. It seems that Bai Yuxing and the others will definitely be caught. But can they really catch Bai Yuxing? What if he doesn't show up after receiving the news? Whispers could be heard, but this didn't stop people from signing up enthusiastically. Gradually, the number of people signing up increased. Lin Ling was also discussing the authenticity of this news with the 12-winged sun god. Why are they so sure that Bai Yuxing will show up? According to what they said, he seems to be heading to a certain god city, where the Destiny Martial competition is. Could it be that Bai Yuxing wants to participate in the Destiny Martial competition? Also, Bai Yuxing should know that many people are looking for him. He shouldn't dare to come. The 12-winged sun god voiced out her doubts. She was afraid of being deceived. Generally speaking, Bai Yuxing won't show up unless there's one possibility. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. In that god city, other than the Destiny Martial competition, the person Bai Yuxing loves the most is also there. We can use her as bait to force Bai Yuxing to show up. The 12-winged sun god's expression changed, and she nodded immediately. Lin Ling's words were very likely. Let's go. Lin Ling looked at the streets and saw that many gods had been recruited, and those above their level were going to be helpers. Since Lin Ling planned to gather information, He naturally didn't plan to be helpers. However, when he was about to sign up, he found that the number of people was almost full. There was only one spot left. I want to sign up. Lin Ling hurriedly signed up. The competition for the last spot was naturally the fiercest. After all, as long as one was recruited, they would get a bottle of destiny. Therefore, Lin Ling's shout instantly attracted the attention of countless people, and many people were unhappy. The people of the Nine Conch clan were also looking at Lin Ling with cold expressions. Lin Ling's level was indeed not high. He was only a late-stage king-level universe giant god. However, Three Leaves City was so big that there were still many people with this level of cultivation. There were even middle-stage king-level universe giant gods. How could they recruit Lin Ling? Your level of cultivation is a bit high. There are more than a dozen middle-stage king-level universe giant gods who have more advantages than you. An old man with ears like conches said indifferently. Lin Ling was extremely speechless. For the first time, he felt that people looked down on people with high levels of cultivation. Usually people look down on people with low levels of cultivation. I'm stronger than them, Lin Ling said. Ha ha. A wave of mocking laughter came, one after another. Who wouldn't say that? But only they would believe it. This was bragging without a draft. The last person we want is a middle-stage king-level universe giant god. You'd better do it next time. The old man from the Nine Conch clan said with disdain. Get lost. You didn't come out when we recruited late-stage and peak king-level universe giant gods. Now you're here to join in the fun. Are you stupid? That's right. With such a high level of cultivation, how much destiny can you get from the Destiny Martial Gathering? According to your point of view, I, a late-stage Saint Universe giant god, can participate. You're blind. Chapter 5148. Let him try. However, at this moment, a woman's voice floated over, causing the surrounding voices to disappear. People looked at the woman who spoke, and found that she was a woman from the Nine Conch clan. This woman's appearance was extremely enchanting, and her slender waist was very attractive. Her skin was slightly dark, and there was a wild beauty to it. Miss. However, this woman seemed to have a high status. The old man who spoke earlier had to ask her for her opinion. This man is not bad. I hope to go with him, the woman said with a smile. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that this woman from the Nine Conch clan had taken a fancy to that white-haired man? How could that be? I heard that the women of the Nine Conch clan are lascivious and evil. Perhaps she really has taken a fancy to Lin Ling. The 12-winged young god also felt that his horizons had been broadened. He was extremely shocked. However, Ling frowned. What was going on? He stared at the enchanting woman, and then realized that she was also staring at him. She even licked her lips quietly. This made Lin Ling certain that this woman seemed to have taken a fancy to him. Miss, this man is so cold. The old man from the Conch clan still seemed to be puzzled. That's the kind of man I like. The woman was still staring at Lin Ling, especially when she realized that Lin Ling's gaze was extremely cold. This attracted her even more. Only a cold and unfeeling man would be manly. Hearing this, everyone sighed, thinking that this white-haired man was too lucky. But everyone had their own eyes. Naturally, there would be people who liked a cold personality. Alright, as long as Miss likes it. Let him participate. However, his realm is about to meet the requirements. I reckon that many people will be dissatisfied. The old man sighed and let the woman do as she pleased. Soon as he finished speaking, there were indeed many dissatisfied voices around. These gods did not dare to vent their anger on the Nine Conch clan, so they vented it all on Lin Ling. Words like trash and trash rose one after another. In any case, the last spot had been taken by Lin Ling, so they could vent their anger. Don't think that you're qualified just because you've reached the standard. In fact, you're just a pretty boy. If you have the ability, try to sound the conch. This god, who had almost been recruited, cursed the loudest. Lin Rise immediately glanced at him, and then stared at the conch in the god's mouth. The conch was about 2 meters long. It floated in the sky and emitted 5-colored divine light. Previously, when the gods were being recruited, this conch seemed to be a test of strength. Lin Ling didn't say much. He walked towards conch and threw a punch at her. Boom rumble. The conch suddenly let out a deafening sound that was as loud as the sea, shocking the surroundings into silence. 'Cause in addition to reaching a certain level of cultivation, one must also reach a certain level of strength. And the requirement for strength was to sound the conch. And now Lin Ling had done it. This meant that Lin Ling's strength was very strong, completely inconsistent with his realm. Crack crack. However, this wasn't the end of it. Next, cracks appeared on the conch and it exploded like glass. The listening conch has also exploded. This strength is probably at the level of an ordinary middle-stage universe giant god. The old man from the 9 conch clan exclaimed. And the woman revealed a curious smile and sized up Lin Ling. Lin Ling ignored her and everyone else. He closed his eyes and cultivated, quietly waiting for the 9 conch clan to announce the results. I think that there should be no problem with the last spot, right? The old man said to the crowd. In the end, no one objected. Next, we're recruiting helpers. The old man continued. The 2,000 recruited gods were brought to the other side. Lin Ling glanced at the 12-winged young god. The latter nodded and naturally went to sign up as helpers. 10. The 2-winged young god muttered to himself. Look at that woman's lecherous look. She won't immediately eat Lin Ling, will she? But with Lin Ling's character, he probably won't agree. That's not right. That woman is so enchanting. It's possible that Lin Ling can't resist the temptation. If Lin Ling heard these words, he would definitely curse. Lin Ling, was he so lecherous? Lin Ling followed the people from the 9 conch clan. Along the way, the woman indeed delivered herself to him. She kept winking at Lin Ling, hinting at Lin Ling. Lin Ling could only reply casually and casually give a name. In the end, he became impatient and said cold words, hoping to drive this beauty away. Unfortunately, he thought too much. The more indifferent he was, the more he attracted such a top-notch beauty to pester him. Of course, although this beauty was very annoying, Lin Ling also found out some information from her. Sure enough, the place they were going to was where Bai Yuxing's favorite woman was, and she was used as bait. Everything was as Lin Ling thought. It seemed that the 3 godly clans had set a trap this time, and were waiting for Bai Yuxing to jump in. At that time, if Lin Ling wanted to save Bai Yuxing, he would have to fight against the 3 godly clans. Thinking at this point, Lin Ling's heart was heavy. With his current strength, it was very difficult to fight against a god-level universe giant god, especially one from the 3 clans. 2 hours later, the gods began their journey. In order not to leak the news, the 9 conch clan did not announce what divine city it was. All of them paid no attention to this because their objective was karmic luck. Lin Ling was at the front of the team. At the same time, he looked behind him and immediately saw the 12-winged young god in the dense crowd. Lin Ling, you didn't do anything, did you? The 12-winged young god transmitted his voice. What do you mean? That woman did something to me. Scram. Who do you think I am? The 12-winged young god had a solemn expression. He thought that she had some important news, but this guy was actually concerned about this. Following as time passed, a large number of gods gradually appeared in the distant sky. These gods were very powerful. Some were riding Qilins, some were riding dragon gods, and some were riding giants. These gods were from the 12 godly clans. Like the 9 conch clan, they had recruited a large number of gods and were prepared to capture Bai Yuxing alive. So after a long time, the group finally arrived at a divine city. This city was even more magnificent and spacious, and it was filled with powerful gods. In the center of the city, there was a huge volcano, and at this moment, white smoke was constantly emitting. After entering the city, all the gods looked at the volcano. What? Beneath the volcano was the primordial aura, which was where luck came from. It was said that the luck beneath the volcano was the greatest. Once it was activated, the amount would definitely be unimaginable. As Lin Ling was looking, a gentle voice came from beside him. It was actually the beauty from the 9 conch clan. Yes. Lin. Ling Ling nodded coldly without any expression. Despicable. When the gods saw this scene, they were extremely jealous. With such a cold attitude, he could actually win the favor of the beauty from the 9 conch clan. How despicable. Could this beauty from the Nine Conch clan be a masochist? Chapter 5149. However, Lin Ling was about to be disappointed, because not only was this beauty not annoyed, she even had the idea of conquering Lin Ling. The more cold men, the more she liked them. Therefore she chatted with Lin Ling more, but Lin Ling either ignored her or nodded impatiently. Pfft. At the back of the group, the 12-winged young god could not help but laugh when she saw this scene. However, she soon frowned as she seemed to have sensed a familiar aura. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at the street, and saw that it was filled with people. However, she could sense Bai Yuxing's aura among them. Bai Yuxing was hiding in the crowd. Lin Ling. She hurriedly sent a voice transmission. When Lin Ling saw the 12-winged young god's expression, he immediately understood and looked at the crowd. Unfortunately, he did not notice anything. But yes, the 12-winged young god had confirmed it. This meant that Bai Yuxing had indeed come. Bai Yuxing should have seen us. Lin Ling frowned. However, at this moment, the large group moved forward again, causing Lin Ling to not care too much and could only follow. At this moment, an old man stood in the crowd. His aged eyes looked at the leaving Nine Conch clan, and his eyes turned cold. He was Bai Yuxing. Lin Ling, the 12-winged young god. Have they joined the Nine Conch clan? He muttered to himself in his heart, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Over the past year, he had been chased by a large number of gods like a rat crossing the street. He was tired and numb. On the 5th level, he did not have any friends. Everyone only wanted to snatch his treasures. Only the only ones who could match his appetite were Lin Ling and the others. However, and now, Lin Ling and the others had joined the Nine Conch clan. It seemed that the treasures had attracted them. Sigh, I can understand your actions. After all, we only met by chance. The old man sighed and slowly left. Here at this moment, the experts of the 3 godly clans had arrived. The entire city was filled with powerful gods, and at least half of them had been recruited by the 3 godly clans. What a huge camp. It seems that if the Destiny Martial competition starts, the destiny this time will definitely not be low. I reckon that luck will envelop the entire city. The gods in the city were also talking among themselves in shock. The 3 god clans gathered at the foot of the volcano and looked at it calmly. It looks like the Karmic Games is about to begin. Have you seen Bai Yuxing? The tall and sturdy armored man suddenly spoke. He was an expert from the Myriad Sea clan. I'm sure that he has come to the volcanic mountain city, and is now hiding in the crowd. Should we bring her out? The experts of the other 2 races suggested. The man in armor pondered for a moment. Finally, he looked at the volcano and nodded. To avoid unnecessary trouble, let's bring her out. That's right, the Destined Martial meet is about to begin. It's better to settle this matter first. Another old man also agreed. For that woman, for the Destined Martial competition, Bai Yuxing will definitely come. Let's kill him on the spot. After the 3 god clans reached an agreement, a conch appeared in the hands of the Myriad Sea clan man. He then blew at the conch, and a 5-colored light floated out. In the 5-colored light, a woman was trapped in a bubble, floating in the air above the volcano. What a beautiful woman. Who is she? Everyone was waiting for the Destined Martial competition. After all, the Destined Martial competition today was very big. It was estimated that everyone in the city would be able to take advantage of it. Therefore, more and more people gathered. Here some people were puzzled. Why did the 3 god clans suddenly release a woman? Lin Ling looked up at the sky. He instantly knew that the woman should be the person that Bai Yuxing loved the most. However, she was indeed beautiful and moving. She could make people feel a sense of pity for her. Suddenly, however, a thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that this woman was Chang'e? In the legends, Hou-Yi and Chang'e were together. Later on, Chang'e ran to the moon, causing the 2 to separate. But now Lin Ling knew that it wasn't the moon. Instead, it was Chang'e who was sealed in a powerful universe. Now that Chang'e was brought out, it was probably to lure Bai Yuxing out. Lin Ling looked around and saw that the volcano was surrounded by powerful gods. If Bai Yuxing came out, he would definitely not be able to return. While at this moment, the woman wrapped in the bubble had moist eyes. She looked at the countless gods on the ground and kept shaking her head. She clearly knew what the 3 god clans wanted to do. Among the crowd, an old man trembled. After so many years, this was the first time he saw her. In just an instant his eyes were moist. He was incomparably excited. Bai Yuxing, do you want your wife? If you do, get out here. As long as you hand over your treasures, we promise to let you and your wife reunite. The burly man from the Myriad Sea clan said indifferently. It's King Myriad Waves. Some people stared at this man. They knew that this was a powerful god with the strength of an early-stage universe giant god. His body was a sea crocodile. It was said that he was the king of myriad crocodiles, and was incomparably powerful. Are the three god clans finally going to make a move? Many people whispered. Everyone on the 5th floor knew about Bai Yuxing's matter. But many people were curious. They could have taken out that woman earlier to threaten Bai Yuxing. Why did the three god clans wait until now? There must be some secret hidden within. I'll give you an incense stick's worth of time to consider. That man said again. The entire god city became quiet. Everyone looked at each other, curious about where Bai Yuxing was hiding. No one dared to speak casually, afraid that they would be mistaken for Bai Yuxing. Lin Ling, what should we do? Ten-Tu Winged Sun God transmitted his voice to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. The three god clans had too many experts. Even if he were to make a move, it would be difficult to save them. It might even be dangerous. Wait. At this time he could not be impulsive, so Lin Ling calmed down. He would definitely save Bai Yuxing. It was just a matter of when. Seconds passed. The whole city was solemn. 3 more breaths. If you don't come out, I'll let you be separated by yin and yang. A cold voice floated out. 1, 2, 3. After the third voice, an old man finally walked out. When he moved, the surrounding gods all made way for him, as if they were afraid of being implicated. Bai Yuxing is here. If you have any problems, come at me. Let her go. The old man shouted as he walked. He was not afraid in the face of thousands of soldiers and horses. As he walked, his appearance kept changing. Finally, he turned into a tall and sturdy man. Bai Yuxing. Seeing this man, the eyes of the people from the three god clans lit up, and a smile finally appeared on their faces. We've been trying to capture you for 30 years. Now you've finally appeared on your own. The armored king of Myriad Waves said coldly. Today the three god clans had been mobilized and trapped Bai Yuxing in the volcanic mountain city. Bai Yuxing would definitely not be able to escape. Let her go. Chapter 5150. Rumble. However, at that moment, the volcano suddenly shook and an earthquake followed. A huge mushroom cloud shot out of the volcano's crater and into the sky. Some gods who were close to the volcano were hit by the mushroom cloud and immediately turned into ashes. Even their souls disappeared. The destined martial tournament has begun. Everyone's pupils were trembling. Why did it come at this time? Watch Bai Yuxing. Don't let him escape. The leaders of the great god clans all shouted angrily. Then they looked at the huge volcano and their expressions became extremely solemn. He could sense that the destined martial tournament this time was greater than ever. If it was activated, the entire city would benefit. Only yes, this destined martial tournament had come at the wrong time. It seemed that they should have lured Bai Yuxing out long ago, and then started the destined martial tournament. At that moment, Bai Yuxing was also looking at the volcano. His resolute face was shaken. He came here because he knew that this destined martial tournament was the most intense. He hoped to use this destined martial tournament to increase his strength, and then bring back his woman. However, he did not expect that the three great god clans had already set up an inescapable trap here. He looked at the white-clothed woman in the sky and gritted his teeth. He wanted to take the opportunity to save her, but he held back in the end, because he knew that saving her would definitely fail. While the woman in the bubble had both hands on the bubble, as if she was touching Bai Yuxing's face, she kept shaking her head and shouting for Bai Yuxing to leave. Unfortunately, the bubble blocked her voice. However, she was indeed very beautiful. Her skin was smooth and her clothes were whiter than snow. She was like a fairy who would float away at any time. Are you all right? Bai Yuxing's lips moved slightly as he said silently. The woman nodded. It was obvious that they had not seen each other for many years. while the 12-winged young god was also looking at Linling, asking if Linling should make a move now. After all, the three great god clans were attracted by the volcano. It was also an excellent opportunity. Linling pondered but did not plan to take action in the end. He had the same thoughts as Bai Yusheng. The three great god clans seemed to be paying attention to the volcano, but as long as they approached the bubble, the three great god clans would definitely attack. While moreover, the bubble was a powerful universe that had reached the level of the 5 realms. It was not easy to break it. Wait. Linling transmitted his voice back. Sway as time passed, the mushroom cloud of the volcano gradually disappeared, and everything returned to normal. However, the Providence Martial Gathering had already begun. However, no one dared to casually come out to fight. Instead, they watched Bai Yusheng. Let her go and I'll go with you. I'll give you whatever you want. Yusheng looked up at the three god clans. Let me ask you, do you have Hou Yi's bow and arrow with you? The Thousand Waves King asked. Rieriai's bow and arrow was known as the strongest offensive divine artifact among the 10 great chaos divine artifacts. When it came to killing gods, it was second to none and was even more powerful than the Eastern Emperor Bell. However, Hou Yi's bow and arrow was only good at killing gods. It was not as good as the Donghuang Bell in other areas, such as defense and so on. Of course, with its top-notch attack power, Hou Yi's bow and arrow was enough to dominate the era. Who if he could get his hands on Hou Yi's bow and arrow? He would become one of the most powerful deities of this era, and be as famous as the 9 stars of the universe. Who wouldn't value such a precious treasure? Dang, of course, it was the only one of the 10 great chaos divine artifacts on the 5th floor. Compared to if one of the 10 great chaos divine artifacts like the Eastern Emperor Bell appeared, the god clans would definitely not let it go. However, such a treasure was still missing. It's with me. Let her go and I'll go with you. As long as you refine me, you can get it. Bai Yusheng was not afraid of death. Hee, don't think that we don't know that you only have the arrow and not the bow, and the bow is with her. Am I right? The Thousand Waves King sneered. This was also the reason why they were unwilling to hand over the white-clothed woman. They knew that Hou Yi's bow was with the white-clothed woman, but they couldn't find a way to find it. Hearing this, Bai Yusheng's eyes flashed and he sneered. Are you going back on your words? I've already come out. You said that you would let us go. That's on the premise that you hand over Hou Yi's bow and arrow. Only then will you and your wife be reunited. Bai Yusheng surrender. The experts of the 3 god clans sneered. They had no intention of letting the woman go. Despicable. Bai Yusheng roared. Yusheng cursed angrily. The aura of his entire body exploded as he prepared to fight to the death. His cultivation had already reached the late-stage Saint Realm Cosmos Giant God Realm. Whoever catches him will be heavily rewarded. The leaders of the 3 god clans sneered. With a wave of their hands, many gods became restless. Not only but the gods who moved were all below the late-stage Saint Cosmos Giant God Realm. This showed that they wanted to stimulate their luck by capturing Bai Yusheng. With so many people acting, Bai Yusheng will be forced to use that arrow. I heard that this arrow is incomparably powerful, but I haven't had the chance to see it with my own eyes. The Thousand Waves King crossed his arms and watched this scene with a smile. Bai Yusheng, also known as Hou Yusheng, changed his name. It's a pity that the reincarnation of Hou Yi ended up like this. It's quite sad. If death is near, that woman might be able to use the Hou Yi's bow. The elder from the 9 conch clan sneered. They had used all kinds of methods to investigate, but they couldn't mobilize the Hou Yi's bow on the woman. Now with Bai Yusheng's death, they might be able to mobilize it. Obviously, they had planned for this moment for a long time. They had obtained both the Hou Yi's bow and the luck, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Bai Yusheng was like a cornered beast. He looked up at the white-robed woman in the sky and roared, "Fight to the death." At this moment he had no relatives in the world. He could only rely on himself. The woman in the sky was in tears. She kept shaking her head, hoping that the 3 god clans would let Bai Yusheng go. Unfortunately, no one looked at her. The 3 god clans only sneered. Hong Long Long. Startled, an earth-shaking battle broke out. A large amount of invisible energy surged toward the volcano, stimulating the luck. The intensity of this stimulation was undoubtedly greater, than in Dao's palace. And seeing Bai Yuxing in danger again and again, the 12-winged sun god looked at Lin Ling with a worried expression. Lin Ling shook his head inwardly. At this moment he could only wait. But he wasn't sure how long he could wait. Pung. Pung pung. At the side of the volcano, an intense battle was raging. A large number of gods were attacking Bai Yuxing. These gods included both king-level and saint-level universe gods. According to their power levels, they were all gods who could stimulate their luck. Die! Bai Yuxing shouted. Bai Yuxing's eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 51-51. And in such a chaotic battle, Bai Yuxing had killed quite a number of gods. His combat power was extraordinary. Dang. However, killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of his own, he naturally suffered heavy injuries. Let's see how long you can block for. The three godly clans, led by King Myriad Waves, sneered. Hung long. This, Bai Yuxing was smashed into the ground, seemingly disappearing into the ground. A huge crater was formed in the ground. If not for the primordial energy in the 5th level, the ground would have been destroyed. I've caught Bai Yuxing. The god who had attacked earlier roared towards the sky, incomparably happy. Xiao. No. After that, an arrow shot out from the ground at an unimaginable speed, piercing through that god. This arrow was incomparably ferocious, turning that god into ashes. His complacent laughter earlier was actually his last words. Fire. The mountain city suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at the crater on the ground. What kind of arrow was this? It could actually kill a middle-stage St. Cosmos giant god so easily. Too powerful. Finally, it's out. It's indeed as tyrannical as the rumors say. It's the strongest arrow to kill gods. At this moment, the leaders of the three godly clans were inexplicably excited. We didn't guess wrongly. Bai Yuxing indeed had a treasure on him. After all, with Bai Yuxing's current state, it was impossible to kill a middle-stage St. Cosmos giant god without several battles. And now he was killed with a single arrow. According to legend, Hoi has 9 arrows that can destroy any cosmos. Now that Bai Yuxing only has 1 arrow, it means he can't use the remaining 8 arrows. Otherwise, how could we block him? King Myriad Waves licked his lips. If we can get the Hoi bow, the power of these arrows will increase greatly. At the same time, the crater shook, and millions of soil fell down. Amidst the dust, a figure floated up. This person was covered in blood, and his long hair was messy. He was like a lone wolf surrounded by hunters. His eyes swept across the crowd, and when they met his gaze, they shuddered. What they saw was an aura of cutting off all means of retreat. Bai Yuxing was going to fight them to the death. At this moment, the gods didn't dare to act rashly. They had no choice but to be on guard against the counterattack of a dying man. Swoosh. No, at this moment, Bai Yuxing waved his arm. There were no energy fluctuations, but an arrow shot towards the air bubble in the sky. Boom rumble. The bubble trembled and cracks appeared. What a powerful arrow. Myriad Waves King's expression changed. His bubble was an ocean universe, and its defense was incomparably strong. Without the power of a deity-grade giant universe god, it was impossible to shake it. This time he witnessed Bai Yuxing's Hoyi's arrow again. After Bai Yuxing's attack failed, he continued to attack the bubble with his arrows, causing more and more cracks to appear on the bubble. His goal is to save that woman, stop him. The Thousand Waves King felt that something was amiss and roared loudly. Crowd the god also reacted. Bai Yuxing knew that he couldn't escape, so before he died, he wanted to save that woman. Attack. Space-shattering demon's brain. Sever ocean world. Countless attacks bombarded Bai Yuxing. In his current state, he couldn't block them at all. See. At this scene, the woman in the bubble kept hitting the air bubble, tears dripping down her face. She screamed in pain, but no sound came out. Lin Ling, Bai Yuxing can't block it anymore. The 12-winged young god clenched his teeth and secretly transmitted his voice. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. After pondering for a while, he suddenly attacked, but he attacked Bai Yuxing like the others. Only, however, he made use of the chaos to form an attack and block more attacks. Good. In the chaos, all kinds of god power exploded, causing no one to see Linling's attack clearly. Even so, Bai Yuxing still couldn't block it. At the side of the volcano, a terrifying roar sounded, and countless luck was stimulated, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. After the roar, smoke and light burst out, and then began to dissipate. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled. The leader of the great god clan smiled. Bai Yuxing, who they had captured for so long, was finally under their control. Bring him out. Thousand Waves King waved his hand, and immediately, a late-stage St. Cosmos giant god flew over to bring Bai Yuxing out. Only on the ground, Bai Yuxing was lying there, covered in blood. The ground was dyed red, and his aura was weak as if he was dead. Humph! How dare you fight against the god race? The person who walked over snorted, but at this time, the motionless Bai Yuxing suddenly attacked. An arrow shot over and pierced through the chest of this god. Pung! This arrow was like a taboo, incomparably powerful, and it killed that god. Bai Yuxing was still lying on the ground, so weak that he couldn't stand up. He had used all his strength to activate that arrow, and after that, he had accumulated all the strength in his body and thrown it into the sky. Hong! Only thinking that Bai Yuxing was still alive, they could only watch as the arrow shot into the sky and the bubble burst. Only one. After the roar, the white-robed woman floated down like a fairy from the 9 heavens. After she landed on the ground, she immediately pounced on Bai Yuxing. Yuxing! She shouted in pain and hugged Bai Yuxing. I finally see you. Bai Yuxing said. Yuxing smiled at the woman, his smile as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. Why? Why are you so stupid? Why have you been looking for me for thousands of generations? Why? We can't be together. The white-robed woman said in pain. Because I love you. So what if the universe's laws? So what if the fate of the sovereigns? You can change my life, but you can't change my heart. Bai Yuxing was getting weaker and weaker. It was obvious that in order to be together, they had gone through untold hardships. Finally, they met here, and this was the first time they had spoken in hundreds of millions of years. Yuxing. The woman suddenly hugged Bai Yuxing. She could no longer speak. She just wanted to hug the person she loved the most, even if it was just for a short moment. But the surroundings fell silent when they saw this scene. Many gods felt their hearts ripple as they were moved by their love. Clang. However, there were also gods who were surprised by Bai Yuxing's determination. Even if he died, he would save the person he loved. We promised to let you be together, and now you are together. However, this time together is very short. It's time to end it. Men separate them. At this moment, an untimely voice interrupted Bai Yuxing and the woman. Myriad Oceanic race, you are despicable. The woman raised her head and looked at the Myriad Oceanic king, her eyes cold. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to her. People from the 3 great races came and separated them. Yuxing. The woman kept shouting, but it was useless. The two were finally separated.